This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby. Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on the Surrey live stream, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset. We're all set for what should be a fascinating final day. Either side could win this game, so it's going to be an absolute cracker. And on the Surrey live stream, here are your highlights of yesterday's action.
He's in again and bowls. Curran's down the pitch driving.
Siddle the Oz from Victoria. He's in and bowls. Oh, it's gone to the air and it's caught. Second slip has taken that. I think here's the Victorian. Right arm around, bowls, and it's on off stump, and it's been taken a second slip.
Good catch.
It's found the edge.
Powerful partnership. As appeal for LBW given this time. That is.
Topley, here's the man in business, bowls, and that's driven.
Around the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and that's pulled off the front foot this time by Lammonby.
Flannel's fluttering, left arm, bowls, and that's hit very straight.
The pavilion end to Matt Renshaw. Oh no! And there are two kinds of leave as Jamie Overton hoops one back, and
as a siren goes off, as in comes Clark to Banton, that's too short, and in over the wicket comes Patel, and this is turned by Abel. Through the leg side it goes, and that will race away for 4 runs.
So that is his 50.
It is 32 for 2 as Patel is in, and Abel's gone outside edge. Look.
Oh, and that's caught at first. Beginning to cast Propeller shadows, and that's caught. That's the end of Stephen Davis. It's Topley into Craig Overton taking on. Oh, he's bold. He's bold.
As Topley runs into bowl, and banter nicks through to Ben Folkes, who's taken a magnificent one-handed catch.
Yes, so those are the highlights of yesterday, and as I say, very nicely set up for this final day. And just seeing that last wicket there of Tom Banton with Ben Folkes taking that amazing catch, but then obviously Ben Folkes had to leave the field to play. The good news is he's all right, and I've watched him have a hit this morning, so we're expecting Ben Folkes to be out there with the bat today. But a great drama at the end of play last night with 2 balls of the day to go. Peter Siddle nicking off to Jordan Clark for 2. So it means Somerset start this morning 196 for 9. That's a lead of 225. Josh Davies played very well for his 9, and Jack Brooks will have to go out there and face 1 ball from Jordan Clark from the over from last night. But it was a dramatic finale last night. Anthony Gibson is alongside me. Good morning to you, Anthony Gibson.
Good morning, Mr. Church.
Well, I think we're set up for what should be an interesting day. I think from a Somerset point of view, they would love to sort of find another 25, 30 runs, get it up over 250. From a Surrey point of view, they'll be hoping Jordan Clark knocks Jack Brooks' middle stump out the ground first ball of the day, and then they have to chase 226. But an interesting day yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a fascinating day yesterday. Some very good bowling from Peter Siddle to bowl Surrey out and give Somerset first innings lead, albeit a slender one. And then some good batting from Tom Abel and Tom Banton. But then the trademark Somerset batting collapse. Which means that they've sort of lost control of the game. You know, if they were 200 for 4, let's say now, they'd be thinking about the timing of a declaration. As it is, it's out of their hands, and the priority, the immediate priority, is a few runs from the last wicket pair.
Yep, absolutely.
I've been looking up what the record.
Yes, sir. Far away.
139 is Somerset's
that'd be
record.
Handy, wouldn't it? That would be handy.
Here in 1926, between Crusoe Robertson Glasgow, the great cricket writer, and Peter Randall Johnson, who was another very interesting character, and they put on 139. So that would do Somerset's prospects no harm at all.
I think what I would say about that is, though, for the best chance of Somerset to win the game, if they could do that in about an hour and a half this morning, that would be absolutely ideal. But yes, we're just awaiting the players making their way out there into the middle. Peter Siddle was terrific yesterday for Somerset, and I thought Surrey did really well, because just to remind everybody that they're a bowler light in James Taylor, and James Taylor is under observation, whatever that means, but he's obviously got a problem. Poor lad. I think by that, what that means is whatever that problem is, they're having a look at it and won't risk him. And then, of course, Sam Curran, which we found out last night, it is sort of that ECB directive type thing. And we were told last night he can bowl 15 overs in the game, Sam Curran. Now, he bowled 10 in the first innings. And then listening to Azhar Mahmood last night, very, very sensible words from Azhar Mahmood, the bowling coach. He said, look, we could always go to Sam for 5 overs if we need him, but he batted, made 80, been out there a long, long time, and actually with the way that Clark, Topley and Overton bowled in the afternoon, we didn't need him. So that was the reason that Sam Curran didn't bowl last night, and he's got 5 overs if he wants them, but I think we obviously now Surrey only need the 1 wicket this morning, and Topley was outstanding yesterday afternoon, but I think Clark, Overton and Topley doing the job of 2, you know, they're 2 bowlers down basically. I thought they did brilliantly yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was very impressed with Jamie Overton, I must say. Bowled with real pace and hostility. He's Surrey's enforcer.
He is.
And the ball that he ripped Matt Renshaw's off stump out with was the moment of the day.
Yeah, it was terrific, and it was the 2 balls previous as well, wasn't it, where he did clunk Renshaw on the crash helmet. Yeah. Renshaw had to have a bit of treatment, and then followed it up with an absolute perler, and then the very next ball just swung it back late. Renshaw let the ball go, and it knocked his off stump out the ground. Ben Folkes is out there with the gloves on as well this morning, because dear old Ollie Pope had to go out there last night with the ball doing all sorts. But he clung on to that chance last night of the final ball of the day, Peter Siddle. So Jack Brooks will be on strike. He'll have one ball of this over to face. Just a reminder, the lead at the moment is 225 for Somerset. And the other thing to say, it's the most glorious day here in South London. Blue sky, it's warm out there today, very pleasant it is. So there'll be 4 slips in there. There'll be the long leg, there's a mid-on, there's the mid-off, there's an extra cover, and there is a sweeper on the cover open. As I say that, Ryan Patel's going out of that 4th slip position and going in at square leg. So Jordan Clark, as I say, has 1 ball to bowl from last night here to Jack Brooks. It was a dramatic old end last night because the crowd really got into it as well.
Yeah, they were chanting away as Jordan Clark was running in.
Yeah, it was very good. Really, really good stuff last night. So here we go then on this final day here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset and the Surrey live stream. Isabel Duncan is here as well, which is wonderful. So here comes Jordan Clark. It's 1 ball of this over to go. Coming into Jack Brooks, and Brooks runs, just tucks this down into the leg side. Don't get run out as the throw comes in. Brooks is back for 2 as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. There's a couple of runs for Somerset, and it means they move on to 198 for 9, and it means that the lead is now 227.
And Jack Brooks does have a first-class century to his name when he was playing for Yorkshire. And I think it was against Lancashire, if I remember. No, yes, it was. 109 not out against Lancashire in 2017.
One of the great celebrations of 100.
Was it?
He ran to the dressing room, stood in front of the pavilion, and just dropped his bat. Did the old mic drop with his bat. So it was absolutely terrific, that. But yeah, well, be handy if he did another one of those today, wouldn't it?
He does actually average 16.6 in first-class cricket. But last season, he averaged a modest 7.8. So if he could get 16... that would be very, very useful.
I'll say what I always say at this point. 7.8 more runs than I averaged in first-class cricket, Mr. Gibson, for Mr. Brooks.
197 for 9, then, is the score. The lead has moved on by 2 to 227. Topley is in and bowls to Josh Davey. And I'm not sure whether he let that go through outside the off-stump or just waved his bat in the general direction of it. Most glorious day here at the Oval. I had a wander around the ground earlier on and bumped into quite a few Somerset expats here at the Oval. Good to see. But it's a day made for batting, you would think. Here's Topley in and bowls to Josh Davey, who defends up to mid-on. Plenty of singles available for Josh Davey. He'll regard that as quite a compliment. The fact
indeed.
that Surrey are offering him a single in order to have a go at Jack Brooks.
The other thing I would say is on the last day, whatever you're chasing, it's never straightforward. And the way that Siddle bowled in that first innings, and you got Craig Overton both in form.
Topley's in and bowls, and Josh Davey gets in behind that. It's been quite a vigil, this, from Josh Davey. He's been in there for 54 deliveries now, or even 55 deliveries for his 9 runs. Been batting for just about an hour and a half.
I think on the scoreboard they haven't spotted that it was 2 of the because they've got Brooks on strike.
Well, that's emphatically Josh Davey who's on strike, and that goes square of the wicket, rather squirts off the outside edge of Josh Davies' bat.
Yeah, so and we saw yesterday there were a couple that flew and a couple that kept a bit. It's been a great pitch, this. It really has been. If you get to the final day in the situation that we are in here, with both sides having played tough cricket and both sides with a chance to win the game, it's exactly what you're looking for.
It is. Decent crowd in as well for a 4th day. Basking in the sunshine. If you're out of the breeze, it really is lovely. Topley's in and bowls, and Davey gets that off the pad out into the onside, and they take the single. So 198
9, I think that is now.
199.
Yeah, because we were 196 and we've had 3 this morning.
We have.
So I think that should be 199 for 9 on the board. But yes, I had a little snooze this morning on the balcony, I have to say, in the sun. It was very nice, very bad. Yep.
So Jack Brooks just the one bull to face in this over from Topley, who's in and bowls, and this is whipped away down to deep backward square leg. They'll come back for a second. No, they won't come back for a second run. I think there was probably a second run there. Good piece of fielding by Jordan Clark, though, and respect for the Jordan Clark arm. And that brings up the 200 for Somerset. 200 for 9 they are. We've had first full over of the day, and just that one ball as Jordan Clark completed his overnight over.
Yes, indeed. So 200 for 9 means a lead of 229 for Somerset. Jordan Clark then gets a full over here at Jack Brooks. That was a great bit of fielding from Jordan Clark because he got the ball away very, very quickly. They wanted Brooks on strike. He knew he was going to be bowling at Jack Brooks as well. So we were saying yesterday he's a very athletic man anyway, is Jordan Clark. He got around very quickly and then just got the ball in the air, and that just put a little bit of doubt in the minds of both Davey and Brooks about whether to come back for the second. Very particular about their field here. Surrey, Burns and Jordan Clark having a long old natter there, and this is all about whether they want a backward point or a cover point. So they're going to go cover point. Sam Curran being posted to cover point for Jack Brooks. Brooks is just telling Jordan Clark to wait a second. Wasn't quite ready there, Mr. Brooks. So 3 slips in there, 200 for 9. Jordan Clark is over the wicket to Brooks with a bouncer, and Brooks just sways inside this, and into the gloves it goes of Ben Folkes behind the stumps.
Fairly gentle bouncer, that one.
It was. Well, that's the only other thing that will be interesting is I think on here as well, especially today, this will be a new ball pitch. I think if you can use that new ball as well as Siddle can and Overton can, but I think once that ball gets a bit softer in this weather, as in comes Jordan Clark and forward goes Brooks, that just hopped at him a touch.
Yeah, chatting to Lachlan Stevens last night, the Somerset batting coach, he said that early wickets, absolute priority. Get Surrey metaphorically on the back foot, take advantage of the new ball.
Yeah, because I think obviously in this weather, once that ball gets a bit softer, it will become a bit easier for the batters. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Jack Brooks, and Brooks plays down the wrong line, and that's into the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right. Great to see Ben Folkes out there, because it was a horrible moment yesterday when it was a brilliant catch to get rid of Tom Bantam, but then shoulder and neck sort of struck Overton, which is never a great idea at the best of times, because he's a big fella. He's Jamie Overton, and he was down for a long time and then slowly made his way off with Alex Tyso, fine figure of a man. And good to see him out there this morning. As I say, watched him have a hit with the bat this morning as Jordan Clark is in, and driving is Brooks. Thick edge flies in the air down towards third man. Handy runs already for Somerset. 201 for 9. It gets the lead up to 230.
Chancing his arm a bit though, isn't he?
Well, I think he's just got to play. If he thinks it's there, hit it, because the last thing these two are going to do is bat till lunch and score 10. So I think if it's there and it's in his half, I think he'll go after it. I think that's sort of probably the way to go. As now Davy's on strike, in comes Jordan Clark to Davy, and Davy lets this one go outside his off stump. And taken by Folkes away to his right. But glorious picture here today on a Sunday with the game in this situation. Blue sky, sun out, good crowd in already. People sort of sat in the Peter May stand and having a watch, and probably got the Sunday papers and shorts and t-shirts. Had a good breakfast on the way in. Lovely way to spend your Sunday. Jordan Clark bustles in once again. Over the wicket he comes, and forward goes Davey. Solidly played by Josh Davey. And they'll pick up another single. One more to the total. Davey keeps the strike. And Somerset move on to 202 for 9.
Talking about the new ball, ironically, it was the old ball that did the damage for Surrey yesterday, because Somerset at one stage 132 for 2, with the two Toms, Abel and Banton, having added 89 and making batting look pretty trouble-free out there. And then Abel nicked off, and then we had Hildreth 5, Davies 1, Overton 0, and then Banton succumbing to that brilliant catch by Ben Folkes. It's Topley, though, into bowl to Davy, who plays that away firmly through the offside. It's going to be cut off, and they'll come back for a second run. And 2 runs it is. Now, who is that fielder, Mark Church?
Now, let me see. Let me see. Binoculars, please.
It's not, I don't think.
Binoculars for the old man. We had a few on yesterday, didn't we?
Absolutely. This is why I was inquiring.
Yeah. I might have to put my glasses on as well with the binoculars here. Let me have a look. Give me a second, everybody. Give me a second.
203 for 9. Lead now 232 for Somerset. So they've added just 7 runs this morning. Whoever it is now, backward point. It's Topley into Davy, a short ball outside the off stump, not really a bounce, so he didn't bother to duck, just watched it fly past.
Still trying to
3 slips for Josh Davy, or 2 slips and a gully. Jamie Overton at first slip, Ollie Pope at second, Will Jacks in the gully.
Just if they do a bit of fielding, it will give me a better idea.
They're moving around, yeah. Topley's in and bowls, and they think about a quick single, and it would have been a completely suicidal single, and Jack Brooks was having nothing of it. He remained rooted to the spot as Josh Davy set off, and fortunately Davy saw him not moving and retreated hastily. 203 for 9. We still haven't.
It's more my eyes than anything at the moment. I've got to get my eyes tested.
Here's Topley in the bowls to Davy, who drives this away through the onside. There'll be certainly 2 here as Hashim Amla goes in pursuit. He pulls it in just inside the boundary. Does a good job. In fact, they come back for 3. No, they haven't. It's just the 2. I beg your pardon. I thought there might be 3 in it, but there weren't. 206 for 9.
As I say, I need them to do a bit of fielding. If they wing it in left-handed, I think it's Dan Moriarty there. I think it's Dan Moriarty, but he's got all his bits and pieces on. Plus he's a long way away. Plus my eyesight's not very good. But the binoculars are excellent. But I think that's Dan Moriarty. Just the way he's moving. Just from his movement, I think that might be D. Moriarty out there.
Topley to Davy. Davy defends, and this time they will take the quick single, and well judged it was too, with Rory Burns just a little bit back on his heels at mid-off, slow to recognise the possibility of a quick single, and that's 207 for 9.
The other thing I would say at the moment is that the reason we're talking about new ball pitches, Peter Trigo made a really good point last night that Surrey got those wickets when the floodlights were on, and then it started going.
It's Topley in and bowls. Ooh, and that's just played backward of square to Moriarty, we think.
Well, he didn't throw it in, did he?
He didn't.
That's the thing there. So,
But about the floodlights. I mean, I said, are they LED floodlights? Now, Polly Rhodes, who's a Somerset scorer, we were discussing the effect that floodlights have, which is there. LED floodlights don't give off heat, and it's the heat rather than the light that probably affects the ball. So these presumably are not LED lights.
I'm not a bulb expert, but yes, what did happen though is when they came on, things started happening. Now what I was going to say there was, as well, with this ball at the moment, this is looking pretty straightforward for these two. If you're looking at this from a batting point of view, these two look pretty comfy at the moment, as Jordan Clark it is, coming in over the wicket, and this is down the leg side, and Davey gets nothing on it. He's looking to whip it down towards final. And with the weather today as well, I'd be surprised if those floodlights come on later. Yeah. So from a batting point of view, you sort of look at this and these two are looking pretty comfy.
Well, it is, as I said earlier on, it's a day made for batting.
Absolutely.
But it's the heat generated by the floodlights that causes turbulence in the air.
Oh.
This is according to Polly Rhodes.
As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, outside edge, and gone, Davey. Caught by Craig Overton at first slip. That's that then. And Surrey have done it okay this morning from their point of view. 15 minutes it took. Jordan Clark with the wicket. Davey gone for 12. 207 all out.
237 to win.
237 to win. And Josh Davey, the final player to go. Caught regulation catch, really, to Craig Overton. So now we know what we're up to. And Jordan Clark, terrific yesterday and gets his wicket this morning. He started this season very well again, Jordan Clark, as he was last season. And Surrey will be fairly pleased with that. 15 minutes. And got that done. What they didn't want was sort of 45 minutes, really. So 2-3-6 the lead, 2-3-7 for Surrey to win, and all day to get those runs. And now it gets interesting because we know what the equation is. Jack Brooks finishes 7 not out, so Jack Brooks has a red inker to go to that average, and Josh Davey gone for 12, and 207 all out. So Surrey will need 237 to win, and Jordan Clark there finishes with 4 for 52. So Jordan Clark a 4 for, and he started this season very well again as Jordan Clark, because Warwickshire away in the opening game of the season, just jumping into my blue book. Jordan Clark 2 for 66, then Hampshire 2 for 67 and 4 for 55. And now in this second innings for Somerset, 4 for 52. I'll just run through that Somerset card for you. Tom Lammonby looked really good, but he was the first to go, caught down the leg side of Jordan Clark for 30. Then that lovely bit of bowling from Jamie Overton, bowling Matt Renshaw for 10. Then a partnership between Tom Abel and Tom Banton, until Tom Abel was caught behind off Ryan Patel for 53. James Hildreth was caught by Overton off Clark for 5. Stephen Davis caught behind off Topley for 1. And then that magnificent... Well, actually, Craig Overton was then bowled by Topley with an in-swinger, and he went third ball without scoring. Then the catch from Ben Folkes. Tom Banton played very nicely for his 52. But then Folkes with that diving catch where he had to leave the field to play after whacking his neck and shoulder against the formidable figure of Jamie Overton. Then Jack Leach was bowled by Overton for 17, and Peter Siddle, as we were saying, off the last ball, as it turned out last night, caught behind off Clark for 2. And then this morning they got the score up to 207, started the day on 196 for 9, and then last one to go, Josh Davey caught by Overton off Clark for 12. Brooks was 7 not out. And the bowling figures for Surrey: Reece Topley 19 overs 4 maidens 3 for 55. Jordan Clark 21.2 overs 4 maidens 4 for 52. Will Jacks just had 3 overs, no maidens, none for 18. Jamie Overton 15 overs 2 maidens 2 for 39. And Ryan Patel 8 overs no maidens 1 for 27. And actually Ryan Patel, that was a crucial wicket, getting rid of Tom Abel for 53, because that partnership was building between himself and Tom Banton. So that 1 wicket for Ryan Patel was an important one. But as I say, we know what we're looking at now. 237 for Surrey to win on a nice day to bat. And Messrs Siddle and Craig Overton will be chomping at the bit to get going with the new ball.
And who's your money on?
Well, Surrey should win this. On a day like today, on a pitch like this, Surrey should get 237. But as I say, I think Somerset's best hope in this: use that new ball well, knock over 2 or 3, make it as difficult as possible for Surrey. But really and truly, the way I always look at this is, if you had offered Surrey or Somerset this on this pitch in these conditions on the last day to win the game, they'd have shaken your hand and said thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, I would say that Surrey were probably 2-1 on, and Somerset 2-1 against.
I'm not a betting man, you see, so all these bits and pieces with on and against, and I sort of understand what you're saying.
But the bookmakers, by the look of it, are making Surrey warmer favourites than that. 5-2 on.
Oh,
they're saying.
excellent.
Somerset 7-4 against.
Worth 5p.
Yeah, but if Siddle can bowl as he did in the first Surrey innings.
Oh, absolutely. Look, he was
You know,
outstanding.
There was some inconsistent bounce yesterday afternoon, in particular. You know, the odd ball bouncing quite steeply. Not very many keeping a little bit low. There were one or two that crept a bit. But the chances are that inconsistency will only increase as the day wears on. But I do think that, as we were saying earlier on, it's the first hour, or really the session up to lunch, the first hour and a half. If Somerset can get rid of, say, 3 or 4 Surrey batsmen before lunch, they'll reckon they're in with a real chance. But if Surrey are just 1 or 2 down, given the length and strength of their batting lineup, with Will Jacks coming in at number 7, and then Jordan Clark and Jamie Overton, do we know if James Taylor is
I
going
don't
to
know.
bat?
If we get near there, I'll try and find out.
But for a number 10, he looked more than capable.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He can bat. We know that.
You'd have to have Surrey as warm favourites.
Yeah, I think I always look at games of cricket and I sort of throw ahead to the last day, and I think, well, what would either side take on the last day? And I think you'd take 2-3-7 to win on here on the last day. You're just talking there about odds and everything. Well, my granddad, who was the loveliest man in the world, but he was one of these that would always tell me who was going to win it after the event. Oh, I knew they'd win. Well, why didn't you tell me before? Grand National, Grandad, every time. Grand National, it was won by, I knew that one would win. Well, why didn't you tell me?
I asked Lachlan Stevens who his money was on.
Oh yes, he was very good.
I'll tell you when it's over.
When it's over, which is a very good way of looking at it, to be fair. Well, the bowlers are out there having a bit of a warm-up. They'll have to wander all the way back to the rest of their teammates. But if you're in the area, when you can get here, this is going to be an interesting day. So I'd thoroughly recommend a trip down here today. Have a sit in the sun, watch some very, very good cricket.
Beer's expensive, mine.
Is it? I'm not.
When I was wandering around the ground this morning, I spotted the bar underneath the MAR Galadari stand. £6.50 a pint.
It's London prices. London prices. I once paid £7.50 for a lime and soda in London. I know. And the gentleman behind the bar of the hotel that we were in was very apologetic. He said, I know. And I said, I could get a pint for that.
Last night I paid I think £4.80, something
That's
like that.
nice.
In Somerset it's about £3.50.
But those were the 4 cans you bought from the corner shop, wasn't it, to take back to your room?
No, I didn't take any from the corner shop.
You actually went to a very nice pub last night.
I went to the Hole in the Wall.
Lovely pub.
Waterloo.
Very nice pub.
All sorts of different real ales.
Very nice pub. Very nice pub.
Very handy for the station.
It is. It's London prices, Mr. Gibson.
I know. But
so
my local in Somerset is, I say, £3.50 a pint. And I think that's a fair price.
I remember the days where you could go in with £1 and you could get 4 pints.
I can remember the
4 pints, packet of porky scratchings, and enough money for the jukebox.
1969, I was camping with my girlfriend in North Cornwall.
Is this in the book?
No, it's not, actually. But and we went to the local pub, which is the Cornish Arms at St Merrin, which is now owned by Rick Stein. And in those days, it was just a run-of-the-mill Cornish pub. And I had 10 pints of St Austell. St Austell bitter.
Was this on a date? Was it?
No, it was just we were camping, and it cost me £1.
Yeah.
10
good night out, that, isn't it?
for £1.
That's a good night out. 10 pints with your girlfriend for £1. Yeah. Funnily enough, Rick Stein was only here the other day.
Was he?
Well, because they had the World Wine something championships, and I went up in a lift with Rick Stein. There you are. You see, you didn't expect that, did you? Yeah. So out come the players again with Martin Saggers and Paul Pollard out there in the middle, and sun shining down at Messrs Burns and Patel. So 2-3-7 for Surrey to win today. We've got, just to let you know, on the board 90 overs. So that's an awful lot of time to get you 2-3-7.
Well, they won't need 90 overs, will they?
Well, Somerset will have bowled extremely well if they do. And it will be Mr Craig Overton to get us started from that pavilion end, and it looks as if it'll be Mr Rory Burns on strike, and a punch of gloves between Messrs Patel and Burns. So it's always interesting, isn't it, sort of with a last day run chase, how sides sort of manoeuvre their way towards a target, and all set up for what should be a fascinating morning afternoon.
It's quite a captaincy challenge for Tom Abel as well, this, isn't it, in terms of how to set the field, because he can't afford to go for all-out attack and give away easy runs. Equally, Somerset need wickets.
I think he'll probably here go at the start with the attitude of we need wickets. Somerset's best chance of winning this obviously is early wickets, and then if he has to fall back to defensive stuff he will, but I would have thought, you know, it's also down to the bowler, isn't it? What the bowler's comfy with, really.
Right, well, it's Craig Overton who's going to be opening up from the pavilion end. He's bowling to the Surrey skipper, Rory Burns, with his long hair protruding from underneath his helmet. 3 slips as Overton is in and bowls, and this is turned away into the onside, but only as far as Jack Brooks, who's fielding at mid-wicket, tosses the ball back to Big Jamie, who bowled pretty well in the first innings. He was a little bit shaded by Peter Siddle, who had that 6 for 31. Overton into Burns, and Burns coming across his stumps, plays it back to the bowler.
If we get to the point where J Overton is facing C Overton, I was told by a very wise man this morning there's a theorem called the Overton window.
All right.
Yeah. Right. So let me.
Which is
just,
what?
Here we are. You see. Let me just get it for you on my phone. You can sort of manoeuvre it towards cricket a little bit.
Here's Craig Overton again, up to the wicket and bowls, and this is driven into the offside and cut off. No, it's not cut off by Josh Davey, and they're able to take a single, and Surrey are underway.
The Overton window is a concept that's used to describe the range of ideas that voters find acceptable. So it's a political thing.
All right.
So what I was thinking was if they go head to head, you could sort of have which Overton do you find more acceptable? You see, and I'm sure Surrey listeners would have their reasons for Jamie, and Somerset listeners, and you could say the Overton window is open. Yes, I've been thinking about this.
It's Craig Overton going around the wicket to Patel, who plays that into the onside. It doesn't really fit because both of the Overtons are acceptable. They're both within the Overton window.
I'm just trying to bring in a new way to build the Battle of the Overtons up. We've had Battle of the Overtons, haven't we? We've had all the Overton window.
It's an interesting concept.
Yes, it is.
Because,
Who's going? Which Overton?
Beyond the pale, aren't they?
Which Overton will open the window? What?
You're away with the fairies this morning, Church.
There's nothing new there, Anthony. I quite like it. I quite like a sort of concept.
Golfing philosophers yesterday afternoon. The P.G. Woodhouse wrote one of his golfing stories about obscure Russian novelists who were invited over by the local literary society and turned out to be far more interested in golf than in speaking to the literary society. Here's Overton in and bowls, and this is a single into the onside. Josh Davey doing the fielding, and 2 runs on the board at the end of the first over, and the target reduced from 237 to 235 for Surrey.
Now, because I'm away with the fairies, Mr. Gibson, you go and get a cup of coffee, and we'll bring Isabel Duncan in to bring this commentary back to some sort of normality. But no, it was fun yesterday, wasn't it, when Craig was bowling at Jamie, and there's a chance he'll be doing that again today. So that's where the Overton window may come into play. It's going to be Peter Siddle, though, with his blonde locks from the Vauxhall end of the ground. He bowled beautifully in the first innings, did Peter Siddle. 6 for 51 for Peter Siddle in the first innings. So 3 slips, backward point. There's the extra cover. There's the mid-off. There's a mid-on. There's the mid-wicket. And there is the long leg. Peter Siddle just doing a few stretches, getting himself ready to go. And Ryan Patel stands with that bat raised. And first one, he almost has a little nibble at this outside his off stump. So Peter Siddle immediately just making life a little uncomfortable for Ryan Patel, and it's a very, very good morning to Isabel Duncan.
Good morning. What a lovely morning it is too. Now that I'm untangled from all the wires of Anthony Gibson's wires, I think we're ready to go.
Yes,
Spaghetti Junction here.
Wires have gone everywhere this morning. As that was him going to the pub last night that did that. As here comes Peter Siddle in round the wicket to Ryan Patel, and that's on his hip, and it's tucked leg side by Ryan Patel straight into mid-wicket, and there's no run. So we know what we're looking at now. Isabel Duncan, Surrey needing 237 to win, Somerset needing 10 wickets.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at Peter Siddle here, thinking he is the danger man if Somerset have hope. We saw him bowl in that first Surrey innings, taking 6 for 51. He was on fire, he's powerful, he's hostile, and he's hungry for it. We've had some inconsistent bounce as well.
Siddle runs away from us, comes round the wicket to Patel, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. There's no rush here for Surrey, that's the other thing. Under no time pressure whatsoever, so they can just bat. But you just feel this new ball's going to be key. I suppose Mr. Leach might have a job to do. It's not spinning that much, but he may have that job of sticking up one end for a while and stopping the runs and trying to build up a bit of pressure that way. Round the wicket goes Siddle, and Patel lets this one go outside that off stump of it, just coming back a touch and taken by Stephen Davis away to his right hand side.
Well, you do have to spare a thought for the spinners later on, don't you? You do have to factor. I mean, it is Jack Leach we've got out there, and he did get a little bit of turn on days 2 and 3. We've seen Will Jacks. He didn't get any turn at all, but he bowled competently. But it hasn't been explosive from the spinners. That's why we haven't talked about them a great deal. It's all been all about the seamers really so far in this game.
Winked again. There's Ryan Patel. Round the wicket goes Siddle to him. Short ball pulling. Ryan Patel hasn't really got hold of this. Now that's one of his favoured shots. Ryan Patel going with the pull shot, plays it very well. That one he didn't get hold of at all. And Davey did the fielding, moving away to his left hand side. Those slips at the moment are Hildreth at first, Renshaw at second, and the big figure of Craig Overton. Brother Jamie took the catch to remove Josh Davey this morning, and Surrey on the chase of 2-3-7 and 2 without loss as Siddle round the wicket to Patel, and Patel, that's very wide outside the off stump, doesn't have to bother with that. Maiden over from Peter Siddle, and Surrey 2 without loss.
Well, Church, you're right about the conditions here today on day 4 by the river at the Oval, in that it's incredibly sunny. It's not quite so much of a wind today as we've had before. You feel like it's batting conditions, but we mustn't forget that it is day 4. There'll be a little bit of deterioration out there. It's not as green as it once was. You feel like perhaps the sun has dried it out somewhat. That gives hope to the spinners, perhaps later on. But I think we feel that perhaps Surrey are the favourites here. Just nudging ahead here as the favourites. Plenty of time in the day to get these runs. So, Craig Overton. Here he is with the ball in hand. 6'5" of him, the hulk of the man. Here he is from the pavilion end. He bowls to Rory Burns, the left-hander. There's a half-hearted shout here, but he really did shuffle across his stumps there, Rory Burns. I think he got a little bit of bat on it. 2 for no loss here, and we've got Burns on 1 and Patel on 1. And Surrey need 237 to win, and they've got just short of 3 sessions in which to get those runs. Overs remaining in the day, 88.
As I say, I think if you offered this to either side at the start of the 4th day, they'd take it.
Here is Burns bobbing in the crease. Overton bowls. It's on leg stump. He really squares up to that, Burns. He's got a very open stance anyway. No, I think you're right. I think they would have taken it. On a day like this, you know, if you knew the forecast, it's going to be sunny and feels like batting conditions here.
Been a good game, this. It really has. It's been an excellent game of cricket. Good
It's
pitch.
finely poised.
Good pitch from Lee Fortis as well. What you're looking for. Bowl well, get your wickets back where you make your runs.
See Overton once again. Here he is. Thunders in and bowls. And that steer down towards third man by Rory Burns. Just opens the face. And the ball has raced down towards the boundary there, much to the delight of the fans.
Yeah, not exactly where he was intending to go with that, Rory Burns, and Somerset won't mind seeing that too much, but that's off a thickish outside edge. It flies off down to the boundary rope for 4, but they won't mind that too much. Somerset just looking to drive through extra cover. Rory Burns actually skewed off the outside edge and flew to the third man rope for 4.
Overton again. Here he is, pounding in and bowls, right arm over, gets right onto his tippy toes there. It's a bit of a steepling bounce for Burns, but he gets on top of it with soft hands. He's on 5, Patel at the other end on 1. 6 for no loss here, Surrey in their second innings. And they're chasing 237. They're 231 behind.
They are indeed, and the news on Ben Folkes is he will bat today, so that's excellent after yesterday. Was out there with gloves on this morning, keeping for Surrey, so that very good news.
Once again, see Overton to Burns. Bowls, and that's driven outside the off stump, beautifully bisecting the fielders just backward of point, an extra cover. Again, that really has raced away on this dry outfield towards the cover boundary. Lovely looking shot. He was in control of that one. 10 for no loss, and Burns goes on to 9.
Smashing bit of cricket this, because you can see why Craig Overton has gone there, because of what happened with Rory Burns 2 balls ago. But that one, Burns, the foot's right to the pitch, and that was where he was looking the previous, 2 balls ago.
Here he is with his quirky technique, Burns. He leaves that well alone. He's a patient lever as well. He's got that in his locker too. Great off his legs and likes to play it through the covers. So the end of another over. We've had 3 so far in this Surrey innings. 10 for no loss.
Scores elsewhere. Kent in their second innings, 98 for 3, looking to hang on against Hampshire on the last day, because Hampshire, the small matter of 652 for 6 declared. Essex still hanging on in there, 322 for 9 against Warwickshire, so that's lead of 105. They're in all sorts of bother, Essex, but they've got themselves a lead of 105 runs. Gloucestershire 81 for 3, trailing by 233, so again their day is just all about batting. Lancashire 556 for 7 declared in their first innings. Northamptonshire 74 for 2, again they need to battle day today against Yorkshire, needing 425, as round the wicket comes Siddle to Ryan Patel from this Vauxhall end, and Patel lets a good length delivery go outside his off stump. Of course, yesterday Nottinghamshire beat Durham by an innings and 141 runs, and in Cardiff Middlesex beating Glamorgan by an innings and 82 runs. Leicestershire 158 for 6 in trouble against Derbyshire in their second innings, still trailing by 159, and Worcestershire of course have already beaten Sussex by an innings and 34 runs. 10 without loss, Surrey. As Siddle round the wicket he comes to Ryan Patel. He's looking just to work leg side on a straightish delivery. It comes off a thickish edge and rolls out into the covers. And Captain Abel doing the fielding in there at cover. So another 227 needed by Surrey. Thank you to James as well, who did last week. He delivered a very nice panettone.
He's a lovely boy, isn't he? It's a shame you finished it, actually. I'm quite keen on panettone.
Mini eggs today.
A bag each of mini eggs, which I'm prepared to share.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, round the wicket again comes Siddle. Short ball, climbs on Ryan Patel, takes the bottom hand off the bat. Ryan Patel played it pretty well. That will have hurt. And he comes down to have a touch of gardening practice with Rory Burns, and then just compose himself, but nicely bowled that from Peter Siddle. This is why we're talking about the new ball. And Siddle so far, right on the money again. 9 deliveries, no runs yet of Peter Siddle. That hair might go a bit blonder today as round the wicket once more comes Siddle. Oi, yellow. That one's climbed as well. That's why this new ball is particularly tricky on the last day, and that's gone past the shoulder of Ryan Patel's bat and taken up above his left shoulder by Stephen Davis. Cracking piece of bowling.
This is the thing for the seam bowlers, isn't it? The quicks, if they can hit the deck hard and hit the seam, you've got some of those balls that just leap off a length and startling bounce, and very difficult to play for the batsman. You just got to sway out the way of it.
Good stuff from Peter Siddle again here. Round the wicket he comes once more to Patel. Forward he comes, Ryan Patel to a good length ball. Just checks it up the ground. Davey comes across to his right to do the fielding, and there is no run. Bit of a breeze across the ground, but nothing like we've had over the first 3 days where it's been really strong. Well, a couple of times the bowlers have had to pull out of their run-ups because they've sort of been knocked sideways by the wind.
Exactly. Particularly Reece Topley suffered with that, didn't he? And he is a real giant at 6'7", almost getting blown over and pulling out.
Terrific bowling performance from him yesterday afternoon as Siddle is in and driving his Patel. That's a nice shot from Ryan Patel, just slightly over-pitched by Peter Siddle, and Ryan Patel's just checked that away through the covers for 4. So Ryan Patel moves on to 5 and Surrey move on to 14 without loss. Lovely way to get started.
Yeah, Somerset all out for 207 this morning. Just 1 wicket needed to get them out, and that was Davey, the last man out, for 12. We were talking about those bowlers, those Surrey bowlers, and Topley, Clark and Overton, really workhorses, weren't they, during that Somerset innings? As 2 bowlers short there, Surrey, with some Carron. I don't think he even bowled those extra 5 overs. We didn't see him at all, I think, in that second innings with his left arm, which is a bit of a shame. But Topley, Clark and Overton did a grand job in bowling out Somerset for 207 in their second innings.
There's 2 games on the spin now where Surrey have lost one of their main bowlers.
Yeah, it's a bit of a habit, isn't it? A worrying habit. Overton, here he is. Overton C. Up onto his heels and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Big trigger movement there from Rory Burns. Very quirky in the way he bats. Open stance. Dominant left eye, so he likes to open up so he can see what's going on properly. 14 for no loss here, Surrey, and they need 200. And does it say 33? Again, we're all having eyesight problems.
223. 237 is the target. Yeah,
oh gosh.
I know.
We're going to go and get our eyes tested, aren't we? Both of us, I think. Buy one, get one free, maybe, if we go together.
Yeah, lovely.
Overton C, again, he's in and bowls, and that's just defended gently there by Burns. No run, 14 for no loss.
We could pick each other's frames.
Yeah, I'm not sure I trust you with that.
I want those massive ones.
Dame Edna.
They're very sort of fashionable now.
Yeah.
No, more sort of the Eric Morecambe.
Christopher Biggins.
The Eric Morecambe ones. Those are really,
Eric Morecambe
really. Rather than the Christopher Biggins, he wears sort of sparkly numbers, doesn't he?
Here we go, Overton again, bowls, and there's no shout there really. There was nothing in it, but just has a little dab at that Burns and keeps the ball out into the offside. No run, 14 for no loss. Yeah, I've got a pair of Dame Edna glasses at home. I've actually met her as well.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, backstage. She said, "Would you like to come and look at my wardrobe?" She said, and it was wonderful. It was pantomime. So you can imagine.
A bit of pantomime.
You can imagine the frocks.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Really far out.
I do enjoy a bit of panto myself, I have to say.
Once again, Overton bowls, and it's left alone as a late extraction of the bat there from Burns, but he does leave it alone. Bent the bat there, Overton. That flew through. 14 for no loss.
I saw Surrey and both of them in Jack and the Beanstalk.
Did you? I thought you were saying drag.
No, in Jack and the Beanstalk.
Okay.
A few years ago, and he walked on. His entrance was he walked on with a Duncan Fernley cricket bat and hit pastries into the audience.
Did he?
Yes, that was his opening gambit.
Didn't chop down the beanstalk. We'd have to do that later on. Overton bowls, and again left alone. That's a tight line there from Craig Overton, but Rory Burns certainly knows where his stumps is, and there's a good bounce as well. It almost bounces over off stump.
Well, and last night, great excitement. I tweeted about it. Put the telly on. Guess what was on? And I only spoke about it yesterday afternoon. The
Karate
old
Kid.
Midsummer Murders. Midsummer Murders, the edition where the body was found on a length at Wormsley Cricket Club.
That's right.
Yes, it was on last night.
I hope it hadn't started decaying, because that
No.
could cause problems, couldn't it? Overton bowls. Ooh, and that has hit Rory Burns sort of halfway up the body. I think he got a little bit of bat on it as well. But looking aggressive as he snorts down the pitch, Craig Overton. It's the end of another over, 14 for no loss, and they're 223 behind. That's what they need to win, Surrey.
Good over from Craig Overton. Keeping Rory Burns pretty honest there, was Craig Overton. But yeah, so I forgot that Nettles was umpiring at the beginning of and then the game.
John Nettles.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the game.
Lovely eyes, John Nettles.
Very
blue
fine,
eyes.
fine actor. He was great in Bergerac. The game was the beginning of the episode, and it was all very controversial. But the man who took the winning catch in the game was found the next morning at Wormsley Cricket Club, as I say, on a length. And that was the mystery. That was the mystery. It was all filmed at Wormsley. It all looked rather lovely at Wormsley. Now
what's going on here?
Ball. We're having a chat about ball, are we here? Or are we talking about something? Rory Burns and Tom Abel have been called across to have a word with the umpires. And this at the moment is a long old chat out there in the middle. And maybe some words have been exchanged. But it's all fine. It's again, they do talk. Sometimes I have to say the umpires. It does look like school teachers berating small children, doesn't it? And they're all big boys, and just get on with it. All you really need is fellas, calm down. But at times it does look a little bit like when you were at school, and you've got school teachers telling you off. I think, and they're all grown ups, and yes, if it's gone over the top, a couple of words and get on with it. Siddle is in and driving down the ground is Ryan Patel and checks that one down towards long on. That's a lovely shot from Ryan Patel, and that'll run away for 4 runs. So nicely played by Ryan Patel. But it's my one thing. I know the umpires have to go and have a quiet word, but at times when you see it, it is like school children. And as I say, they're all big boys. And okay, maybe it's all gone a bit over the top, but does it really need a lecture?
Well, you get the odd troublemaker, don't you? That you kind of have to.
It was a bit like the Six Nations, that, calling both captains over, wasn't it? As in round the wicket once again goes Peter Siddle, and that's a beauty. Just back of a length, and that just beats the edge of Ryan Patel's bat. And into the gloves it goes of Stephen Davis, moving away to his left-hand side. As I say, if it's gone over the top, fine. But that was a long old chat about that, wasn't it? And it's, as I say, I sort of half expected them to be given lines.
Yeah, I don't think they're allowed to cane
play.
them, are they, these days? That went out with the arc.
Round the wicket again comes Siddle. Let this one go outside the offside. The other thing I always find quite ironic is a lot of these umpires weren't as pure as driven snow themselves, were they? When they were out there in the middle. So
We'll have
I
to
always
check out
find
their
that,
records, won't we?
I always find that quite interesting.
In the old days.
But, all fine.
There are no stump mics or anything in Championship cricket,
No, there
are
aren't.
there?
Thank
So we're not going to
goodness
pick
for
up
that. God, dear.
any naughty words.
Yes. I had to apologise on the old IPL coverage the other day for a naughty word
Did
that was
you?
uttered by Matthew Wade. As forward goes Ryan Patel. Good looking shot again. Just pushing this one down the ground, and he'll get a single, and it'll mean the batters will change ends. Because Rory Burns has just seen Craig Overton so far, and Ryan Patel has just seen the bowling of Peter Siddle. So now Rory Burns comes on to strike.
Well, soap and water, and washing your mouth out with soap and water. So when I was at school, I was at a prep school, and the girls had to wash their mouth out with soap and water as a punishment.
Genuinely?
Yeah, for any bad language. What do you think? At under 12, you shouldn't have too many bad words.
I always thought that was just an
in your locker.
expression. I didn't know you actually had to do it.
That happened to us.
Me.
I've had a lot of counselling since, obviously, and
Absolutely.
therapy.
I can't imagine that you were one of the instigators of that, Isabel Duncan.
I didn't know what any of those words
Absolutely
meant, of course.
not. Of course, as waiting is Rory Burns. As round the wicket goes Siddle, and forward goes Burns, pushes this one out into the offside. Shows they both want to win, though, as well, doesn't it? This old championship cricket, and it's not getting people ready for international cricket, all that good stuff. Well, they're going head-to-head out there at the moment.
Well, he's my danger man. Always will be Siddle here for Somerset. He's the one who's... I'm Overton at the other end, of course, but Siddle's the man who's been picking up the wickets. And he's very up for it, together with his peroxide.
Excellent. It's round the wicket once again comes Siddle, and that's on the hip of Burns. He'll feel he's missed out there. He likes it there. There's Rory Burns. End of the over. 19 without loss then Surrey, needing 237 to win. And Burns has 9 and Ryan Patel's on 10. Back
to Midsummer Murders. So we had lovely Graham Seed in the other day from the Archers. He's been in lots of things. He's been in Bergerac and he's been in a number of episodes of Midsummer Murders. I switched it on one day and there was Graham. I think it was the number 9 bunker. And he was being bludgeoned to death with a club. It was probably a driver, I should think, if you actually want to kill somebody. There's a lot of screaming. He's very good at screaming, because we talked about him falling off
when he fell off the
Lower
roof.
Loxley roof as Nigel Pargeter to his death, and he just screamed a lot. And that was the end of
He's
poor
made
old
a career out of it, though.
Nigel.
Good career out of it.
AKA
screaming.
Graham. He has. Here we are, Overton once more. Pounds in, right arm around to the left-hander as Patel just bobs out of the way of that one. That was seen nice and early. 19 for no loss here at Surrey on this glorious day. Somerset all out for 207 this morning. Only one wicket needed this morning, that of Davey for 12, with a lead of 236 when they were all out. And they now require, I think it is 218 to win.
A cracking episode, though. It really was. All filmed at the beautiful Wormsley Cricket Club as well.
A body on a length. Coming wide of the crease here. Oh, it's really gone for that, Patel. That's gone a long way. In the air. It's gone for 4 runs. It must have... I actually lost that in the sky.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? It sort of mentioned it when he tried that hook shot off Siddle. He loves that shot, Ryan Patel. More often than not, he gets hold of it, and that's a proper hook shot. And that is
there we go, watching
nicely
the
put
replay
away.
now.
Nicely put away by Ryan Patel. The first day of the season, he was hooking Ollie Hannon-Dalby into the Hollies stand. Wind behind, but he plays that shot extremely well. But no, what I'd forgotten about that episode was it was the man who took the catch in the controversy, and I rather liked it. It was so controversial, the end of the game.
Once again, Overton's in and bowls, and Patel, almost sneaks through. As Patel just has a late dab at it, but it misses the stumps. 23 for no loss here.
Better length that from Craig Overton. And he took the catch, but it was whether his foot had gone over the boundary rope or not. Now, obviously, they didn't have DRS in that episode of Midsummer Murders.
That's a big expense, extra expense.
It all got very heated, but Nettles was umpiring and refused to get involved. But then the next morning, the man who'd taken the catch, you see,
he was
found on a length.
Oh, gosh. Once again, Overton bowling wide of the crease and has a big go at that, Patel. He's on fire today, the left-hander, and he has drilled that just wide of mid-off, and no one got anywhere near it. That was absolutely leathered. 27 for no loss, and Patel will go on to 18 with another boundary.
Well, Ryan Patel, positive by nature, but this won't happen very often to Craig Overton this season. Gone length, it's a little bit wide. He's just stood there and smashed it off the bat for over mid-off for 4. Heck of a shot that from Ryan Patel.
I think he's got a hot date this afternoon. I mean, he wants to get on with it, doesn't he? He's got something going on this afternoon that's important for him. 2 slips and a gully. Patel facing. He's got his sweater on, bobbing at the crease. Overton again, angry Overton, is in and bowls and just slices that backward off point around his pads. Better ball there from Overton. It's angled into the left-hander. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for that aggression. 27 for no loss now, and Patel will go on to 20 when the scoreboard catches up. 28 for no loss. As Surrey will be eyeing up victory. Still a long way off, of course. They need 237 to win. Overton. He'll have steam coming out of his ears by now. He's going to come back over the wicket now to Burns. He bowls, and that is turned off the toe end of the bat from Burns. I'll come back for the second as the ball just rolls gently down towards fine leg, and 2 more added to the total. So 30 for no loss, and Burns will go on to 11 with that.
Apologies to Tracy. I don't think Tracy's too happy that me saying about the umpires, their unacceptable behaviour, and James as well saying that Burns and Overton going at each other. What I'm saying is, as long as it's not anything over the top, and we've seen that happen before, that's two international cricketers going head to head. They're teammates, those two, in international cricket, and it's part of the game. It's what it's all about, and I read a lot about it's not competitive enough in county championship cricket. These two sides want to win, and you've got Craig Overton trying to take Rory Burns' head off, as here is Peter Siddle to Ryan Patel, and Patel thick edge, and that runs off down towards the third man boundary rope for 4. And Patel will move on to 23, 34 without loss. Now, don't get me wrong, if it's over the top, fine. Absolutely fine. But it's all part of it.
Well, it probably was over the top, I think. Otherwise, the umpires wouldn't have called both captains across and had that discussion. I mean, I don't know how strict umpires Saggers and Pollard are. Hard taskmasters or not, but they certainly had that conversation. Depends on the language and how offensive it is.
Didn't it? Long old conversation. As round the wicket again comes Siddle, and this is turned into the leg side by Ryan Patel. But what Tracy's saying, it's a good point as well. The thing I hadn't thought on that front, and we haven't got stump mics and everything, but now with live streaming and everything, then also there are eyes sort of, and if kids are watching. So yes, Tracy, absolutely. But I'm just saying, from a cricketing point of view, sort of you want these boys going head to head and no damage done. And as I say, I always find it quite interesting as well when it's two England teammates who are going head to head as well. As round the wicket goes Siddle, and forward comes Rory Burns, just trying to play this leg side, and it rolls back up the pitch and there's no run. That's what I always find absolutely fascinating, is they get on really well, get out in the middle, and all that goes right out the window. And it doesn't matter who it is at the other end. If a word is had, then you tend to come back with one. But as I say, Tracy, apologies if you, and James mentioned that as well. But,
you might take back your Easter eggs after that.
Well, I don't know. This is whipped by Burns into the leg side. He'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to the total. I'm sure the old match referee will be filling out a form if needs be at the end. I think it's Peter Such who's in charge of filling out forms for this game.
Well, of course, there's a whole disciplinary panel in place at the ECB. I used to sit on the MCC disciplinary panel and dish it out. I think the members quite enjoyed it, actually. I don't think it was much of a punishment.
No, excellent. Very nice indeed. Did slightly remind me, though, of a Six Nations game. Calling both captains over just for a quiet word. As round the wicket again comes Siddle. Short ball, and again he's hooking here Ryan Patel. And that whistles out towards deep backward square, and they'll pick up another single. But yes, and the other thing there is, of course, with the old live streaming and everything, lots of eyes on it, but all done now, and no damage done. And I'm sure Rory Burns and Craig Overton will be all right. 37 without loss.
I think they'll survive, yeah.
They'll be all right.
Not too many sleepless nights over it, yeah.
Burns waits over his bat once more, as in round the wicket comes Peter Siddle, and forward goes Burns, playing this one into the offside. And that's how it all started in Midsummer Murders, you see. It was all a controversial moment with the gentleman. Did he step over the boundary rope or not when he took the catch?
Well, he paid the price for it, didn't he?
He certainly did.
Yeah.
And what I did like was that Nettles, whilst umpiring, was having nothing to do with it whatsoever. He just walked off. Bang. Done. Going home. He was going home to his good lady wife for his Saturday night tea.
So he wasn't going home to Jersey then?
No, not like that. But then next morning, of course, he had to solve the case.
He did.
And he'd been umpiring in the game.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's a witness, really, isn't he?
Well, I think
to all the shenanigans.
The first major suspect was the batter.
A bit of bludgeoning. Was it a jumbo? As here is Overton, and that's a forward defensive there. Gingerly comes forward to that Patel and nudges it into the offside. Yes, I saw you watch that and popped it up on Twitter.
I was delighted last night. There wasn't much on the telly as usual. Sort of flicking around trying to find something interesting, which wasn't either a quiz show, people on stage without huge amounts of talent, trying to get through the winning stages of that.
2 slips and a gully here. Patel facing, shuffles across his crease and nearly cut in half there as that comes off a thickish outside edge and just trickles backward of point. But he does get a single for it off Overton. 37 for no loss, and Patel on to 25.
Couldn't find a good documentary last night.
There's lots of good things on. The guy who went missing. What's it called?
Oh, that
drama.
was
The Thief,
excellent.
His Wife and the Canoe. Just been watching it with my dad every night. Plus the documentary.
Unbelievable.
The Real People.
Absolutely
Documentary's good.
Yep.
We all remember that story back in 2007 or whenever it was.
Yeah, it was a very good drama series, that.
Here we go. It comes steaming in. Craig Overton, right arm over. And that is played off an edge, but along the ground, safely along the ground there, to Gully, where it's fielded for no run.
Yes, the only other thing was celebrities watching TV programmes and me watching them watch the TV programme.
What's that, Celebrity Gogglebox? Never seen it.
But then I flicked it and there it was. That episode of Midsummer Murders.
Perfect, the cricket scene.
Ideal. For a Saturday night as well. Lovely.
Overton once more. Here he is thundering in and bowling. A late extraction of the bat there from Burns, but he gets it out of the way, knows where his off stump is. Burns on 12, and Surrey requiring 199 runs now to win. Have just broken the back of 200, 38 for no loss, as these Somerset bowlers will toil away. Of course, they've got other bowlers up their sleeve. We'll see a bit of Jack Leach later on, see if this pitch takes any spin. But it's this newish ball now into its 9th over where Somerset really need to cash in on it. At the moment, these 2 batsmen are looking aggressive, going it over 4 and over. As Overton's in and bowls, there's not going to be a run here as that ball is just nurdled into the leg side to a wideish mid-on.
Yeah, it's a quiet, solid start this for Surrey at the moment. No great ruptions as yet.
They're rattling along though, aren't they? 4.38. At one point they were up to 4.7 and over. Enjoying themselves out there, Burns and Patel.
Well, I think they'll just play their way. I don't think you change it at all. I think you just play what's in front of you as much as anything.
Overton again, 6'5" of him. The Hulk, he's in and bowls, and that is just tucked into the leg side to square leg.
I'm off to sit outside and have a watch from behind the bowler's arm, and you'll be joined by Anthony Gibson.
Excellent. Anthony's just getting hold of all of his wires and his microphone. End of the over. So 38 for no loss. Surrey needing 199 to win. Earlier on, Somerset were all out for 207. With a lead of 236 runs. The batsmen to score runs out of the Somerset innings of that second innings were Abel on 53. He's back in form again, following his 150 not out in that first innings. Put on a lovely partnership with Banton, who's eventually out for 52. That third wicket partnership worth 89 between those two. And the Surrey bowlers did all the work, really, with Topley 3 for 55 and Clark 4 for 52 and Overton 2 for 39. That is Jay Overton. Now we have Siddle. Here he is, the hostile man. He bowls, and that's defended well. Just on the off stump there by Patel. Gets everything behind that. 38 for no loss. As Siddle, the Victorian champion wood chopper of his youth.
Have you seen, talking of Peter Siddle, have you seen this on Twitter?
No.
It's a photograph of him presenting
his
the ball the match ball for taking 5 wickets, which he signed. I'll come back to that after this.
Here he is, Siddle again, pounds in and bowls. That's played off the hip, clipped off the hip there of Patel. He'll get a single for it out into the deep. 39 for no loss. Surrey. He
signed it and he presented it to Arthur from Peckham, who is, by the look of him, about 2.5, 3 years old, something like that. It's a really nice photograph of Peter Siddle
cute.
Presenting Arthur with the match ball. Well done, Peter Siddle, and well done, Surrey Cricket as well, who tweeted the photograph saying world class from Peter Siddle yesterday.
Absolutely, 6 for 51 were his figures in that innings. As he's in and bowls, it's very much on the stump, making Rory Burns play in his quirky manner. It shows us the maker's name. It's a defensive shot.
And it was, and young Arthur is a Surrey fan apparently, but perhaps he'll be a Somerset fan from now on.
It's a long way away, Taunton. But yeah, I mean, following that, goodness me, to hang on to that ball. with his signature on it. He's a class act, Siddle. Played an awful lot of international cricket, retired in 2019. This is his 200th first-class game. So a big occasion for him. Right arm around, and that's played very late there by Burns. It just spills out into towards Gully, who cuts it off. So currently need 198 runs to win here, Surrey.
Yep, target down below 200, and not much happening out there for these two Somerset opening bowlers. Hardly past the outside edge so far. It's looking ominous.
And it's the 10th over as well of this new ball. Oh, that's a lovely looking, that's a corker of a ball there from Siddle. Beats the outside edge of Rory Burns, just short of a length. Rory Burns goes onto the back foot, has a little nibble at it, and it's quick as well. And a difficult bounce. Looking sharp from time to time here, Siddle. He's a danger man for me against Surrey. Bowled so well in that first innings. He's just mopping his brow. 64 on his back as he runs away from us. Right arm around, looking for that angle into the left-hander. That was on leg stump, and that's easily clipped away there by Rory Burns. And they will saunter through for 1, and Burns goes on to 13, and the score now 40 for no loss for Surrey in their second innings.
Yeah, they're going along in an untroubled fashion, these two. They bat very, very well together. Ryan Patel and Rory Burns, two left-handers, of course. And 5 overs from each of Somerset's opening bowlers. Don't know how long Tom Abel's going to persevere, but Overton's certainly going to bowl another over. Slip cordon is 2 slips and a gully, and we've got we have got a third man, a fairly wide third man. Craig Overton then from the pavilion end into bowl to Rory Burns. Burns plays that up to mid-off. It's a beautiful day here at the Oval, quite a stiff breeze, but if you're on the eastern side of the ground, western side.
Just thinking where the river is, thinking about where the river is. There.
It's you're sheltered from the breeze, and it's beautifully sunny, and not surprised that Mark Church is basking out there in the sunshine. Overton in, bowls to Burns, who goes for a pull shot and gets it over the top of the wicketkeeper off a top edge, and it wasn't far over the head of a leaping Stephen Davis, but far enough. He's prepared to play the pull shot and the hook shot to anything short from Overton. That's in his area is Rory Burns, but he was fortunate to get away with that one. 44 without loss. He moves on to 27.
That reared up on him a bit, didn't it?
17, I beg your pardon.
It's a cracking day for batting, you would think. I mean, it is day 4, of course. You've got to think about that and the wear and tear to the pitch. But with the sunshine out, the wind's not quite as strong as it has been over the last 3 days.
I don't think Craig Overton's very impressed with that last shot from Rory Burns, judging by the double teapot that he's got on at the moment. Here's Overton again in the bowls, and this is again outside the off stump. There's no James Hildreth out there. He would normally be at first slip, unless that's him at square leg. Perhaps he's damaged a finger. It's Tom Abel at first slip, and Craig and Matt Renshaw at second. Craig Overton bowling from the pavilion end. Somerset need a breakthrough. He's in and bowls to Burns, who lets that go through outside the off stump. 44 without loss. Surrey needing 237, so 193 more required, and not much happening for the Somerset bowlers. Somerset lost control of this game. When they were 130 for 2 yesterday afternoon, they were very much in control, but that slump in mid-innings cost them dearly. This is pushed into the offside by Rory Burns, picked up by Jack Brooks.
Yes, that trio of wickets taken by Topley were interesting, weren't they? 3 wickets in the space of 7 balls, of his balls. Just took out that cluster of wickets at that point.
Well, two poor shots, one from James Hildreth and an even worse one from Stephen Davis, chasing a wide delivery. Had absolutely no need to play out at all. Here's Overton in bowls to Burns, who untangles himself and just plays that firmly up to mid-off, end of that over, 44 without loss. Surrey with 17 to Burns and 27 to Patel.
Oh, we were very pleased to see Ben Foakes back on the pitch this morning, following that sickening blow yesterday when he was keeping wicket. Dived to his right and took an incredible catch to get out. I think it was Banton, wasn't it, who was the batsman at the time, and collided with Overton at first slip. I think went into his shoulder and was on the ground for about 10 minutes, but got back onto his feet and has been observed overnight.
James Hildreth is back on the field at first slip.
Aha! James Hildreth, who must have been playing for Somerset for at least 20 years, am I right in saying that?
This is his 20th season.
20th season.
He made his debut
Remarkable.
in 2003. Yeah.
I know you discussed stands or gates or whatever to be named after him. Something must be done at Taunton when he eventually does retire. I mean, I'm not saying he is going to retire, but this is his final year of a contract, of a 3-year contract probably, isn't it? So he'll be playing to extend that, no doubt.
Well, I don't know. I think if he doesn't get any runs, I think he may very well call it a day.
Well, here's another veteran we've got. Jack Brooks. The headband warrior is in and bowls. That was on leg stump, and that's just played nicely off the hip of Patel, who'll go through for a single where it's fielded at deep square leg. The score will go on to 45 for no loss, and Patel on to 28. Burns now facing, just change of bowling here at the Vauxhall end. And Jack Brooks, who somewhat redeemed himself yesterday.
He bowled much better yesterday.
He did. A tighter line from him. He was pretty loose, wasn't he, in that first innings? He was given a bit of tap, got hit around. It's a slight adjustment to the field here as Point just drops out onto the ropes in front of the scoreboard. Brooks again, short run up for him. He's in and bowls, and that's quite full but defended there by Burns, just trying to bowl it across the body of the left-hander. He's right arm over, he's coming. Jack Brooks. He's all heart. He likes to pitch it up on the hole, doesn't he, Jack Brooks?
Yeah,
he wants the ball to swing.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's early days as well, of course. That's what you've got to do. I mean, it's a crucial time here for Somerset, this passage of play. With that ball still hard, it's into the 12th over. This is the time for Somerset, and that's left well alone outside the off stump by Rory Burns.
What he can't afford to do, Jack Brooks, is to bowl one loose delivery per over, and that's what he was doing back on Friday.
So it's a blur. It's a blur. That's what it is.
It was on Friday. He didn't bowl very well. He bowled much better yesterday morning when the last 5 Surrey wickets were polished off.
Here he is again, Brooks, always loved by the crowds. He bowls and squares up nicely to that Rory Burns and defends it into the offside. 45 for no loss, requiring 192 runs to win here. That is the crucial figure that we're focusing on today on day 4 here at the Oval.
Somerset had 2 very good sessions yesterday in the morning when they bowled Surrey out, and then in the afternoon when the 2 Toms batted well together, but then rather lost it in the last session.
Brooks bowls. Oh, that's short, and it's on a top edge. Will it be caught? There are 2 fielders out there. Yes, it has been caught. It was a top edge, and Josh Abel takes a lovely catch. He's on the full run. Sorry, Josh Davey. Josh Davey takes that on the full run over there at square leg. He's had a bit of a swipe at it and gets another top edge. That's the second top edge that Rory Burns has got today, but this time off the bowling of Brooks. And it's Brooks who makes the breakthrough here for Somerset with that relatively new ball. And they were desperate for it, Somerset. This is the time to take wickets, and they've removed Rory Burns. It's a big wicket to take. 45 for 1 now, Surrey, in their chase.
Yeah, he didn't really need to do that, Rory Burns. I mean, I know he's been trying to assert himself, but I think he'd be chastising himself as he's walking back to the pavilion. He can't fear his captain's wrath because he is the captain. As captain, he might be saying to himself, as batsman, that wasn't a very clever thing to do, Rory. And well-judged catch from Josh Davey. Out at, well, he moved round from long leg to take the catch in front of the MAR Galadari stand. And did so very nicely. And Somerset needed that breakthrough. 45 for 1 it is. And Somerset will be hoping that 1 brings 2 or 3, but the man walking out to bat will have other thoughts in mind. The prolific Hashim Amla.
Yeah, the cool customer that is Hashim Amla. We got so used to seeing it with his floppy sun hat in the field. He just glides around the place and seems to be unflustered by almost everything. Born in Durban. We know he's a class act. We've seen a lot of him in international cricket. Very wristy off the legs. And likes to absorb pressure, doesn't have a problem with that. He scored a triple century here in a test match at the Oval. So he's rather fond of the Oval, it might be said. 45 for 1. Hashim Amla, the great man, is coming out. He'll face, I think it's the last ball of this Brooks over. 1 ball to face.
Bonus wicket that for Somerset, really. They did have the 2 men back, so arguably Brooks could say he was bowling for it, deep backward square leg as well as the long leg. So they set the trap, and Rory Burns obligingly walked straight into it.
Yeah, it was in the air a long time, that ball, wasn't it? And Davey did a good job there, keeping his eye on it. I was slightly concerned when both fielders were going for it at one point, but it was Davey who shouted for it. Brooks is in and bowls to Amla, who just gets on top of the ball there and keeps it out. 45 for 1, so that'll be the end of an inspired bowling change. Jack Brooks takes that first Surrey wicket in this second innings, and his figure's now 1 for 1 off his 1 over.
Yeah, he gets a congratulatory low 5 from his captain, and well deserved. He's getting on a bit, Jack Brooks. It hasn't been the force that he was with first Northants and then even more so with Yorkshire. But if he can get amongst the wickets here today, he'll be doing his county a great service. We're going to have a double bowling change. Josh Davey is coming into the attack from the pavilion end. With he'll have 2 slips and a gully. Hildreth, Renshaw, Overton. Just going through some practice deliveries with Tom Lammonby, who's fielding at mid-on. He's ready now to go. 45 for 1. He's bowling to Ryan Patel, who's on 28. Davies in and bowls, and Patel plays that up to mid-off. There's just a hint of Rory Burns about Ryan Patel's stance, isn't there? It's not as exaggerated as Rory Burns, but he does have the bat raised and turned towards the bowler.
Well, Rory Burns has that very dominant left eye, doesn't he? He likes to be open, with an open stance, and quite a big trigger movement.
Josh Davey bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Burns. He's in and bowls, and Burns drives this back. It's fielded by the bowler, and Hashim Amla falls over backwards as he looks to retreat, just in case Josh Davey got a finger on it and ran onto the stumps. And Hashim Amla, understandably anxious not to get himself, unfortunately, run out at the non-striker's end.
So Patel continues.
Yes, he's been batting very nicely for Surrey this season, as Davey is in and bowls and takes him on the pad. Appeal for LBW. It looked a bit high to me and probably outside the off stump as well. Josh Davey didn't seem very interested in it. The appeals really came from wicketkeeper and slips. Just have another look at that. I think he got outside off stump and put in a pretty good stride. Here's Davey again. It's a loping approach. He's there wide of the crease. Bowls, and this is turned into the onside, but only as far as Tom Abel at mid-wicket, who is quickly onto the ball. Abel, his spirits lifted by the wicket of Rory Burns. Rory Burns last season averaged 47.5 for Surrey in first-class cricket. Hashim Amla averages 50.74 for Surrey. He's been a tremendous acquisition since he retired from Test cricket. Davey to Patel down the leg side, and Davey thinks that Patel was close to getting an edge to that with his hands on his head, but
he's the only one who thought that.
Yeah, nobody else seemed very excited by it, did they? Just a few more clouds drifting across above the oval. No, but a very pleasant day for watching cricket, and potentially an exciting day's play in prospect. But for that to happen, Somerset will need to pick up another couple of wickets before lunch. If Surrey go in just one down or even two down, they'll be in a very strong position given the length and strength of their batting lineup. Davies in and bowls to Patel and comes across his stumps, covers up, plays it up to Lammonby at mid-on. Another over ticks by. 45 for 1 is the score. That was the 13th over. So they've been going along at just 3.5 runs and over. Steady rate of progress.
Yeah, well, Somerset have calmed Surrey down a little with the fall of that Burns wicket. At one point they're going on at 4.7 and over when Burns and Patel were really slapping it around the place. They're playing their natural game, but scoring runs quite rapidly. But Somerset are just getting a bit more control back now as the field comes in. And Brooks back again. Vauxhall End bowls, and that's shortish. Likes to go up onto his toes. Amler always likes to play it late as well, right under his eyes. And there's no run there. 45 for 1. And using 192 for wins, Surrey. Always a delight to watch Hashim Amla bat. Just looking to see what he scored in that first innings. 15. He was caught by Overton, wasn't he, in second slip, I think, and bowled by Brooks. It was Brooks that got him in that first innings. Didn't see too much of him. Brooks again, right arm over. Amla leaves that well alone outside the off stump. Shoulder arms. Do tweet us. We haven't heard much from people today. I'm Isabel Duncan at Fine Glance. We've got Anthony Gibson next door to me, and he's at Ant Gibb. And we also have at Back and Across. We all know that is Mark Church. So do get in touch with your news and views, moans and groans. Once again, Jack Brooks. Here he is. And bowls very much on the stumps, forcing Amla to play.
John Hayes has tweeted us. He's not impressed with the Somerset bowling thus far. Something that we have not done at all. We've criticised the batting, and yes, it's a good day for batting. Yes, the odd edge has not gone to hand, but the bowling has been erratically inconsistent.
A little harsh, I think, when we look at Siddle's figures, possibly in this match.
I think
he's the exception, maybe. Brooks bowls, and that was going down the leg side, and he's helped it on its way there, Amla. That's easy runs for him. That's just clipped off the hip of Hashim Amla. So thank you very much. I'll have those runs.
I think that rather, John Hayes would say that rather reinforces
it does, doesn't it? I know.
Last delivery from
Brooks. Yeah, 49 for 1 now, Surrey, and Amla's off the mark with that. A bit of a gift for him. He'll be grateful. There is a long leg down there, but he's pretty wide. Couldn't get anywhere near that. 2 slips in the gully. Brooks thunders in and bowls. It's a better ball, a better length. It's on off stump this time, and Amla comes forward to play a defensive shot. No run. Plenty of time, of course. There's not the pressure on Surrey here in terms of overs. We've got 77 remaining in the day. They require 188 runs to win. So there's no need to go at a gallop here, go at a trot and win it if they can keep wickets in hand. Brooks again. Here he is. That's full, and that's driven by Amler. He finds the gap. He knows where the gaps are. Will they come back from the second? No, they won't. He goes through for a single. That's very well fielded out there at deep extra cover to keep it to 1. And the 50 is up. Tom Lammonby. Good piece of youthful fielding, let's call it. 50 for 1. And Amler goes on to 5.
Yep, Somerset would have hoped to have picked up 2 or maybe 3 wickets in these opening 14 overs, but there's not much in this pitch for the quicker bowlers. We haven't really seen the exaggerated bounce that both Reece Topley and Jamie Overton managed to extract yesterday afternoon, and indeed Jordan Clark. All 3 of the Surrey seamers stuck to their guns very effectively and reaped their rewards once that stand between Tom Banton and Tom Abel was broken. Away they went. It's Josh Davey to Hashim Amla, bowling over the wicket from the pavilion end. Amla's up on his toes, punching that into the offside. Abel moving quickly to his left. Does the fielding. Most of the Somerset fielders wearing short-sleeved cable knit Somerset jumpers. Steve Davis in his shirt, but I expect he's got something on underneath that to keep him warm.
He's probably got a very nice shirt on, because he's very well dressed, isn't he, Stephen Davies, on the whole? A dapper dresser. Bit of sartorial elegance.
His place in the side must be in question then, as Davey is in and bowls to Amler, who thinks about playing at a ball that did lift rather more than some others from that spot just outside the right-hander's off stump, just a fraction short of the length, and it sort of tennis ball bounce on that occasion, and if Amler had a little dabble at that and got an edge, he would have been absolutely furious with himself. Yes, various people on Twitter suggesting that Tom Banton should be given the gloves and an extra batsman played in place of Stephen Davis. This is a good ball from Josh Davey, which comes back into the right-handed Amler, who defends. Don't think we've quite reached that situation yet. Tom Banton is a very capable wicketkeeper, keeps wicket for Somerset in T20 cricket.
He scored some runs last match, didn't he?
He got 50.
Stephen Davies,
yeah,
and
but he's
the only man actually to get a half century in the Tar match, I think, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, Alistair Cook got.
Sorry, I mean for Somerset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he got out to 2 dreadful shots in this game. And it's Davey in and bowls outside the off stump and goes through, taken low down this time by Stephen Davis. Slowing, it's easy paced and getting slower, this pitch.
We've had a bit of action on Twitter. This is a question really for you, Anthony Gibson. If you could only have one of the Overton twins in your side, which would it be? For me, it has to be Jamie, as he is a better all-rounder, bowls quicker and more aggressively, and is a more destructive white ball player to boot. This is from Surrey legend.
Well, Craig has got the better career averages, and it's Craig who's playing for England. Craig, admittedly, is out of form with the bat at the moment, as Davey is in and bowls, and this is just dropped down into the offside by Hashim Amla. I think Jamie would have been quite a long way behind his twin brother on the form of last season, and he's certainly getting better, and he has looked a better batsman than his twin in this game. Batted nicely for, what did he get, 27 not out in the Surrey innings?
Correct.
And bowled with real pace and hostility yesterday afternoon. Here's Davey in and bowls to Amler outside the off stump. Amler just lifts his bat out of the way. Mark Church has returned.
We'll have him in just a moment. Yeah, I will. I'll just read out this tweet. I've been encouraging people to get in touch. County Championship Cricket Draft has been in touch. Do you think folks will be fit to bat today? I think he will. Yes. I mean, he's been keeping wicket. He looks like he's fully recovered. We don't know every detail, but he's observed overnight and he's done all the correct tests and the protocol for a bash to the bonds. So all that has gone on, and he's back on the field. We're mightily relieved to see him and heartened by that. How early do you think we will see Leach, as he is potentially the key to any Somerset success today, is the second question. And I suppose it just depends on how the pitch plays. Perhaps before lunch, just before lunch, is the usual.
Exactly. I think that's absolutely spot on.
The obligatory spin. Well, here we got Jack Brooks, the crowd pleaser. Here he is. Let's hope he can please Somerset here. He's the warrior. He's in and he bowls, and it's on off stump and defended there by Patel. Patel and Amla out there in the middle at the moment. Patel on 28 and Amla on 5. Patel going along nicely, actually. Hasn't really given any chances.
The runs have rather dried up in recent overs, though, since the fall of Rory Burns.
That's right. Brooks again, Vauxhall end, bowls, and it's just outside off stump. It's an inside edge there as the ball just pops into the leg side for no run. It attempts a bit of keepy-uppy there, Jack Brooks, and fails.
What's Jack Brooks done to himself? I think
he's just playing around with the ball.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's fine. We don't want any more bowlers down in this match. It's Surrey who've suffered from losing bowlers. That of Sam Curran, who's only allowed to bowl 15 overs in the match. And of course, poor old James Taylor, who's had back spasms, and we didn't see him for the entirety of an innings. As Brooks is in, that's short. He's gone for the pull shot, and it will. Oh, that's a huge, magnificent shot there. It's 4 runs. It was in the air to begin with, but manages to find the gap and bisects the fielders at deep square leg. It's a lovely shot from Patel, and it was safe. It landed safely. 54 for 1.
I was rather hopeful there. We played that shot. I thought we might get another top edge and catch down to long leg, but he, as you said, Isabel, he really middled it.
So Brooks again. Here he is, 70 on his back, up to the crease and bowls, and that's full and that's driven. That's a beautiful shot from Patel. He does look in fine form here, out towards the deep extra cover boundary, and again has found the gap. Timed that crisply. No chance for any fielder to get close to it. 58 for 1. Patel goes on to 36 now.
No sooner do I say the runs have rather dried up than consecutive boundaries.
Here we go. And Brooks is now giving it the double teapot down there, and so he should.
Peter Siddle got a little bit of limp. No, I think he's okay.
I think he's just conserving energy, isn't he?
No, he's just flexing his right leg.
Brooks again. And that's clipped off the hip there of Patel down towards fine leg, and they will just jog through for 1. Patel goes on to 37 now, and the score 59 for 1. This over, it's a good looking over here for Surrey. 9 off it so far, and 1 ball to go now in this over for Brooks. His figures 1 for 15 off nearly 3 overs. There's a deep point out there. Deep backward square leg, 2 slips and a gully. As Brooks steams in and bowls. That was on leg stump and has just helped around the corner, but straight to the fielder there at deep square leg. So Amla gets 1 more to his total. He goes on to 6. And the score's 60 for 1. That's the end of a Jack Brooks over. And an expensive one too. 10 off it. We're going to play musical chairs here, and we're going to allow Mark Church back in. Churchy.
Yeah, 60 on the board for Surrey, making good inroads into the target of 237 in the morning session. Just the 1 wicket for Somerset. Rory Burns caught down at long leg, top edging a pull shot off the bowling of Jack Brooks, and well caught by Josh Davey. It's Josh Davey who'll be bowling from the pavilion end. Somerset persisting with 2 slips and a gully as Davey bowls to Amla, who gets looking for a back cut there and gets a bottom edge on it, and down into the crease and bobbles up to mid-on. Did you enjoy your sojourn in the sun?
I did, yeah. It's always fun to sit outside and hear the crowd and all that good stuff.
Yes, it's a wonderful commentary position, but we are rather hermetically sealed off.
Absolutely, from the outside world.
It's Davey then to Amla, and Amla runs this down to Craig Overton, who makes rather a meal of stopping it in the gully. For preference, I like a commentary box where you can open the window. As at Lord's, of course, in the TMS box.
Well, it wasn't there when they started,
No,
was it?
What did it cost them? 10,000 quid?
Something like that to put a window in. But
Peter Baxter insisted.
Yeah. Dangle. Well, A, for fresh air, and B, for us, it helps because we can dangle an effects mic out of it.
Yeah, quite. But it's you feel more sort of part of what's happening if you can open the window. It's Davy and bowls to Amla outside the off stump. Amla just 6 runs to his name. Ryan Patel on 37. Do you think Ryan Patel in his stance is unconsciously possibly influenced by Rory Burns?
Well, last year he started doing the little look towards mid-wicket, which Rory Burns isn't doing now, ironically. But no, the innings that changed Ryan Patel was we were talking about it outside actually, it was a 50-over game at Guildford, and he just smashed 100.
Davy is bowling to Amla. Amla drives and gets this past Jack Leach at backward point, just for 2 runs.
Yeah, and it was he was, I think from memory, he was batting at 3 and it rained, and the game got shortened. Basically, he had to go out there and play his shots, and he played brilliantly and got 130 and not looked back since. He's an attractive player to watch as well.
Yeah. Davy, it's quite a long approach for a bowler in the sort of high 70s miles per hour. That's outside the off stump, no shot from Amla. Did you see the Burns dismissal?
I did indeed.
What did you make of it?
Not the best of shots.
No, it wasn't.
Short back. You see why I took it on. Short boundary, but it went very high. It sort of went. It was a good catch from Davy because it was up there a long time, and it was well taken. A good bit of bowling as well from Jack Brooks as well to sort of bustle in and then get it up at that height. He was sort of reaching for it really, Rory Burns.
Good thinking as well, because he'd seen that Burns was prepared to play the pull shot or the hook shot off Craig Overton. As Davies in and bowls, and Amla gets right in behind this and plays it down into the offside. Tom Abel does the fielding end of that over, which was the 17th of the innings, 62 for 1, 175 more Surrey need to win.
And just a good luck to the Surrey women today. Back-to-back double-header of T20 down at Canterbury against Kent today. So Surrey women back in action, and their new captain Ailish Cranston. So good luck to them, and 2 2020 games today. Yeah, and it's a tempter as well. As a left-hander with the bowler coming from this Vauxhall end, it's a shorter boundary out there. So you can see why he took it on. But what Brooks did particularly well with that delivery was he was sort of reaching for it, got it up above his eye line, and he wasn't in control of it. But good catch from Davey because it was up there a long time. Here is Brooks coming round the wicket to Ryan Patel. Short, that'll be pulled for 4, I would have thought, by Ryan Patel. It will be, because he plays that shot particularly well. Anything short that he thinks he can have a hooker or pull at, and he gets that in front of square, and that's off to the boundary rope for 4 more. So Ryan Patel moves on to 41, and it's 66 for 1 Surrey. That target for them 237. Brooks is round the wicket again, goes fuller of length this time, and forward goes Ryan Patel, plays that one up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Had James has been in touch, saying another nail biter. Oh, here we go. I'm getting the cheap nitrogen on farm for at Palmer's Brewery, first game of the season. 4, here we are. North Perrott Cricket Club on a Wednesday evening.
Yeah.
Well done.
Lovely ground at North Perrott.
As this is turned leg side by Ryan Patel out towards deep backward square. They'll take a single, and that's 1 more to the total, and 1 more to Ryan Patel. He moves on to 42, 67 for 1. Surrey. That looks very nice. And also, just to mention, had a terrific tweet while I was outside, and I'll just find it now, but here we are. David is peeling his potatoes, ready for incoming parents, whilst listening and watching on the live stream. Short ball, up on his toes goes Amler, plays this one out into the offside. So there's David preparing Sunday lunch, waiting for, I like the description of incoming parents, and getting his Sunday lunch ready with this game. And Nathan, our dear friend Nathan, Ben Folkes is fine, Nathan. Yep, he was out there keeping this morning, watched him have a bat this morning, so he's fine to go. As in over the wicket comes Jack Brooks, forward goes Hashim Amla, plays that one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
I think James Bowditch was being ironic when he was talking about cheap nitrogen, because it's hideously expensive.
Is it? Yes. No. Not quite sure. I know everything's going up in price, but I wasn't sure about nitrogen.
Yeah, nitrogen fertiliser.
Indeed. Good for growing. As over the wicket once again is Brooks, and up on his toes goes Amler. A lovely looking shot, just punches up to mid-off, has to get his skates on with the throw though, because he took a little while to get going. It's Lammonby there with the left hand, and it was to his left hand. If that had hit, that could have been tight, I think.
Yeah. Ambling Amler.
Indeed. I think his throw may have hit Martin Saggers, because everybody's sort of apologising to Martin Saggers at the moment. But Lammonby had whistled the ball at the stumps, and I wonder if it just struck Martin Saggers. End of the over, 68 for 1, and Amler 9, and Ryan Patel's on 42.
Yes, going along nicely is Ryan Patel. Somerset would like to see the back in 42 from just 46 deliveries with 8 fours. He had the better of the opening partnership of 45 with Rory Burns. Burns contributing 17 to Patel's 28. Haven't had any extras yet. Josh Davey to bowl another over from the pavilion end. He's in to bowl to Hashim Amla outside the off stump. I was amazed at how many different counties Amla has played for in England.
He's played for a few.
Essex, Notts, Surrey twice, because he was here back in 2013, Derbyshire and Hampshire.
Yes.
And now he's back at Surrey again.
Yep.
So he obviously enjoys batting in English conditions.
He just enjoys batting, I think.
I came into the ground alongside him this morning. And here comes Davey, in and bowls. And this is driven back and nicely plucked out of the air, one-handed by Josh Davey on the bounce.
You could have sold a copy of West Countryman to him.
If I'd had one,
with him, yes.
I'm not sure he'd be terribly interested
in the
trials and tribulations of West Country farming.
Well, I don't know. He's a very learned man, is Hashim. He likes a read of a book. He didn't read typical Surrey either. So, yeah. It's in the library now.
Copies still available?
Loads of them. Absolutely.
It's Josh Davey in a bowls to Amler, who comes half forward defensively and just pushes it out into the offside with Ben Green, who's on as a sub. I'm not entirely sure who he's on as a sub for. Craig Overton, I would guess, because Craig Overton would normally be fielding in the gully, and it's Tom Abel in the gully.
Gary just saying it's Eltham's first game of the season today, so go well from Gary. So good luck to Eltham, good luck to everybody who's getting their club seasons underway.
Yeah, good luck to Palmer's Brewery as well at North Perrott. Davies in and bowls, and this is a defensive back foot shot back up the pitch. North Perrott, which is in South Somerset, almost on the Dorset border. And it's a lovely ground, and Somerset Seconds play games there sometimes.
Lovely, very nice. I've got the great honour tomorrow night of asking Graham Gooch some questions.
Oh, I see.
So that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Poor chap, the last time we meant to do it wasn't very well, in that
context.
I ended up having to stand there for an hour and a half instead of Graham Gooch.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Bad luck for the audience as well. This is turned into the onside by Amler.
It's a little harsh, isn't it? Little harsh there from Anthony Gibson. I may not have.
I'm sure you were.
I may not have a triple hundred at Lords against India. I was so embarrassed, actually. I really was. But we got through it. But I think tomorrow will be better having Mr. Gooch there.
What's the context?
It's the Cricket Society.
Oh yeah.
The Cricket Society. So it was meant to be myself and Mr. Gooch, but he wasn't very well. And I did start by saying I do apologise, everybody, but obviously I don't have a triple hundred at Lords, etc., etc.
So did you interview yourself?
I did. I asked myself some hard-hitting questions.
Josh Davey coming around the wicket to Ryan Patel, who tucks this into the onside. It'll just be a single as Tom Lammonby puts in a nice slide. Takes the score on to 70 for 1.
Yeah, rather looking forward to that tomorrow because one of my great heroes as well.
We have the West of England Cricket Society meets during the winter months on the second Tuesday of every month in Bath. We haven't had Graham Gooch. We've had all sorts of other eminent cricketers, including his Mike Gatting, who was very good. We had Gunnar Gould.
Brilliant.
Who told a lot of
his autobiography. Gunnar is fantastic.
Well, he was there really to promote that because Bruce Talbot, who was here on Thursday,
absolutely
helped him write it.
Yep. Pitch Publishing, very, very fine publishing house. And well, Kenny, thank you for this, sir. He says I've got a copy of Typical Surrey signed. Thank you, Kenny.
Are there any unsigned ones?
They're about 4,000. As in over the wicket comes Jack Brooks then from the Vauxhall end, and driving is Ryan Patel. Out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, he'll pick up a single. Patel moves on to 44, 71 for 1. You know, there's always that story about you get your book in your hand for the first time. And you know where I got my book in my hand for the first time?
No.
The gents' toilets down just beyond the stand to our right, because all the boxes have been put in there. As over the wicket comes Brooks, Amler forward, just pushes this one out into the offside, rolls out there towards cover, and there's no run. So I think he can still be found. He can still
It is a special moment, though, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
When you finally see the fruit of your labours.
Indeed, absolutely. Well, I wrote the book with Kevin Webber last year, and that was a great moment because that was in hardback as well, which is West Countryman. He's in hardback. It's short delivery, up on his toes goes Brooks, punches this one.
So what was the book with Kevin Webber?
Well, Kevin was diagnosed with terminal cancer 6 years ago and just runs ultramarathons and has raised an awful lot of money for prostate cancer, and it was his story.
All right.
Yeah, so it was I sort of wrote it during lockdown, and it's done pretty well, understandably, because it's an amazing story. As in over the wicket again comes Brooks, and up on his toes goes Amler, and just slips there as he was about to think about taking off for a single, just lost his back foot for a second and ended up kneeling down.
The most successful publishing venture I've been involved in was Gentlemen, Gypsies and Jesters, the wonderful world of wandering cricket, which was Simon Dyson's idea.
Right, absolutely. Simon Dyson, yep, absolutely.
Involved here, and Simon covered all of the production costs through sponsorship.
As Brooks is over the wicket to Amler, lets him go outside his off stump.
And we printed 2,000 and we sold every single one of them, and so all of the proceeds went to Chance to Shine.
Brilliant.
Which was nearly £50,000.
Brilliant. Well done, Anthony.
And we had a wonderful launch in the city with all of these jazz hat cricketers, you know, with their.
I probably know most of them. As over the wicket comes Brooks, short ball, that's too short. Punch by Amler. Oh, it's a great stop from Lammonby. It really is. He's saved 4 there. And he's dived full length, chasing after the ball. Only a young man can do that. And that was a brilliant bit of work from Lammonby. He saved a couple of runs there, definitely. And it's the end of the over. And Surrey 73 for 1. Need another 164 for victory. Amler has 12 and Ryan Patel has 44.
They say Simon Dyson's the best cricketer never to have played first class cricket, both fast leg breaks. Cheshire he played for. Lovely man.
No, that's fantastic. To raise that sort of money as well is absolutely brilliant.
And for very good cause.
Absolutely, do some amazing work.
There's problems with cricket education aren't really in the primary section. It's older age groups where it's more difficult to provide the facilities for cricket. We're going to have some left arm spin. Jack Leach is going to see if he can extract something from this 3.5-day-old pitch. He's going to have Craig Overton at slip, and Tom Banton is coming in under the helmet at forward short leg. Those are the only two close catches. We've got a shortish mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, backward square leg, James Hildreth there, and a man out in the deep at deep mid-wicket, and a wide third man. And Tom Lallenby is being sent back to the long-on boundary. So it's Leach to Patel. Patel punches this back to Leach. Patel on 44. Amla on 12. 73 for 1. Deficit has been reduced. The target, rather, now is been reduced to 164. Leach bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Abel fields. Hard to see so far if there's been any sign of turn. Don't think Somerset were really pinning their hopes on Jack Leach. He's in now and bowls to Patel, and he's played again more firmly this time into the onside.
I suppose what he will do as well is that even if it's not turning, he can tie up one end, can't he, Jack Leach?
He can. He's in now and bowls. Gives us a good tweak. At Patel again playing it with the spin into the onside. Patel, of course, a left-hander, so Leach is turning the ball into him. He's there and bowls, and that's hit up to long on for a single. 73 for 1. Patel moves on. 74 for 1. Patel moves on to 45. Leach is going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Hashim Amla. Still just the slip and the short leg. The field is a sort of mirror image of the one for Ryan Patel. Captain Tom at short extra cover, marshalling his troops.
Nice lad. I was walking back last night and just said well batted to him.
He is a nice, very nice young man. And well, if he keeps scoring runs as he has done in this match, he might come into contention for an England place, although there are lots and lots of batsmen all around the country who are scoring big runs at the moment. Leach is in and bowls to Amla, who watchfully comes forward and kills the spin, and that's the end of that over, which was the 21st over of the innings. 74 for 1. Oh, Surrey, they need another 163 runs to win.
They do indeed, and we have got 8 minutes until the lunch break as well here. And during lunch, the ACE programme documentary will be shown again on the Surrey live stream. The brainchild, of course, of Ebony Rainford Brint, and they are doing some absolutely wonderful work. And a very, very good afternoon to our dear friend Zach Tomarzi, who's listening in. Zach Copel's well, sir. And he says the sound of the lawnmowers and power washers near him will not get in the way of his enjoyment. It's well Sunday, isn't it? That's when you whip the old power washer out, do the patio, maybe use it on the car. As over the wicket comes Leach, that's too short, and that's cut by Ryan Patel out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Oh dear, bit of a misfield. So this might enable them to get back for 3. Amla will get back for the 3rd, and that is 3 more to the total as the throw comes in.
Jack Leach, the guilty party down there.
Over the top of the stumps, 3 more to the total, and Patel moves on to 48, 77 for 1. As I found to my cost, though, you can actually take the paint off your car with a power hose.
Oh dear.
Yes.
not often that I wash my car. As over the wicket comes Jack Brooks, and forward comes Ambler and pushes this one out into the offside.
I'm being taken to task on Twitter.
Oh dear.
By Mark Church's fans.
Are you? Oh
yeah.
Mum's in touch again, is she? Oh dear.
Suggesting I was being most unfair by saying it was bad luck for, the audience.
It was harsh from you, that, Anthony Gibson.
I retract it, I'm reserved.
I felt sorry for them. As in over the wicket again comes Brooks, and this one's left alone outside the off stump.
I'm sure you were brilliant.
No. But it's a bit like turning up. It was a little bit like if you go to a West End show, and I don't know, when Philip Schofield was playing Jason, and you turn up the night the understudy's doing it, and you've never heard of them. It was a bit like that with me. As in over the wicket once more comes Brooks, and Ambler's forward and just pushing down towards backward point, and there is no run.
It's interesting because our contingency plan, if one of our speakers at the West of England Cricket Society doesn't turn up, is for Stephen Chalk to interview me, or possibly me to interview Stephen Chalk.
Yes, no, well, actually, to be fair, it's interesting, but it's not quite, when I'm there, Graham Gooch, is it? As in over the wicket again comes Brooks, and this is punched back down the ground by Ambler, and Brooks does the fielding off his own body. So I'm looking forward to it, especially at the moment with everything that's going on in English cricket. It'd be quite interesting to get his thoughts on that, won't it?
Yeah.
And I do want to talk to him about Kieran Moray and Manoj Prabhakar. Because do you remember, Moray dropped an absolute sitter off Prabhakar when he was on about 30 at Lord's. And then he obviously went on to get 333. Now Ambler's had a flash at a wideish delivery. Looking to go through cover point there. And that's just gone past his outside edge. That would have been a bonus for Somerset at this stage. End of the over, 77 for 1. Ambler 12, Patel 48. That was an extraordinary test match, that one, because he made 100 in the second innings as well. Then Azharuddin made one of the great hundreds at Lord's. Then Kapil Dev hit 4 straight sixes off Eddie Hemmings to avoid the follow-on. And do you remember Sachin Tendulkar took that extraordinary catch of Alan Lamb running around in front of the pavilion, one-handed?
Yes, I remember.
It was a test match that had just about everything.
Well, you've got plenty to talk about, haven't you?
Yeah, there's all that we can talk about.
Yeah.
What else?
And you've obviously done your homework, which is
the
key.
I'll be blathering on about his 154 not out against the West Indies at Headingley as well.
Here we got Jack Leach bowling to Ryan Patel, who's on 48, and just plays that quietly again into the onside. Surrey nearly a third of their way to the target, 77 for 160 more runs required. Somerset desperate for another wicket before lunch, and that's down the leg side. A little bit of bounce there and turn from Jack Leach, but misdirected. And in response to it, Patel goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. I think he was being a bit generous there in terms of where that ball pitched, but it'll lift Leach's spirits, and this time he just plays it again quietly into the onside. Little bit of bounce and turn there.
Yeah, that was that one just went down the leg side, didn't it? Encouraging.
Leach is in again and bowls, and defensive shot from Patel, who's being very respectful of Jack Leach, not taking him on, not trying to hit him off his length or out of the attack. Leach bowls. This is a slightly quicker one.
Bowled.
Gets it past the outside edge, not taken cleanly by Stephen Davis. That was the one that goes straight on with the arm.
Nicely bowled, wasn't it, by Jack Leach?
He gives this one a bigger tweak, and it comes off a thick outside edge. Peter Siddle is in pursuit. They'll come back for 2 runs, and that will be Ryan Patel's 50. Well batted. And warmly appreciated by this crowd. He has reached his 50 off 60 deliveries. 60 deliveries with 8 fours. Just the innings that the circumstances demanded. leading the way for Surrey and chasing down this target of 237.
Yeah, and he's looked in good nick all season, really. Ryan Patel, without actually going on yet. Sort of got starts in 3 of his 4 innings so far this season. That's his 3rd 50 of the summer already. Brooks, he's into Amler and just nipping this one back a touch at him. That rolls away into the offside. This will be our last over before lunch, without a doubt. And at the moment, Surrey in a nice solid position on this run chase of 237, 79 for 1, another 158 required by Surrey with 2 sessions to go. Over the wicket comes Brooks again to Amler. Amler's forward, prods this one away into the offside, and there's no run. So after this one, on the board, 66 to bowl. So it's a lot of overs to get the remaining 158. So no time constraint really on Surrey here, and weather's good. A few more clouds about the place, but sun's out. Nice temperature, I'd have thought, out there. As in comes Brooks again to Amler. He's up on his toes, whipping into the leg side. Good tumbling stop.
Tumbling Tom.
Yep, the captain in there again, leading from the front.
The name of a variety of tomatoes.
Is it really? I didn't know that.
Tom, you grow them in hanging baskets.
Ooh. And does that make them more juicy or something?
No, it's just they have this sort of like bushy habit. I mean, they look attractive in a hanging basket.
Yeah. As in over the wicket comes Brooks. This one's left alone outside the offside. So edible,
cherry.
But they also look nice.
Yeah, they're cherry tomatoes, not.
I do like a hanging basket. Some of the nicest ones you see are at Grace Road, on the pavilion. They've got some lovely hanging baskets there.
It's a very. Are they calling it Grace Road again?
No, it's
still
the
the
Upton Steel County Ground. I've got to get ready for the new name of Bristol next week.
Something seat, isn't it?
As this one's left alone outside the off stump by Hashim Amler.
Well, Surrey will be getting lots of warm good wishes at Bristol from Somerset followers, because the next best thing to a Somerset win for most Somerset cricket supporters is a Gloucestershire defeat.
There you are. Well, the other thing we've got is Mohammed Amir, of course.
Indeed.
Signed for Gloucestershire. I wonder if Dan Worrell will be with the squad for that one for Surrey. As in over the wicket comes Brooks. Amler's driving. Thickish edge. That's going to run away down towards third man. It won't get to the fence. They'll get a couple.
Josh Davey down there.
And the good throw from Josh Davey means it's just 2 more to the total. That will be lunch, and pretty solid start to this run chase for Surrey. Anthony Gibson, 81 for 1. That wicket to go. Rory Burns caught by Davey off Brooks for 17, but Ryan Patel's looked very good for his 50. Amler's on 14, and Surrey will need another 156.
Yeah, very definitely Surrey's morning, taking the last Somerset wicket for the addition of just 11 runs, and Amler and Burns making a good start. Burns rather giving it away, top edging a hook, well caught by Josh Davey, but Ryan Patel looking both watchful and secure, and he's been taking his chances with 50 from just 60 deliveries. So Somerset will come out in the afternoon for the afternoon session knowing that they need 2 or 3 minimum quick wickets to get themselves back into this game. At the moment it's looking pretty comfortable for Surrey.
Thank you, Anthony. Anthony and Isabel will be back with you after lunch here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Somerset. But as I was saying, as the players make their way back up the steps on the Surrey live stream, you're going to be taken through your lunch break with a wonderful documentary about the wonderful ACE programme.
The love and passion that the Caribbean community had for the game when they first came to the UK was just taken for granted, that it would always be there. And actually, if you don't do anything to support it and to feed it, then you end up where we are today.
I think at times we can be a bit lazy, not looking outside that small independent school bubble sometimes for some of our better cricketers.
I think there's a lot of beauty in that system, you know, so this is not me sort of saying change that. What it made me realise is we need to design new systems from the ground up to support everybody else getting in.
You know, any way we can help to encourage or just let other black kids know that, you know, it's possible, you know, it's not impossible, it's very possible. That's why we're here, to pretty much fly the flag, you know, let them know that it can be done.
Hello and welcome to the press launch of the ACE Programme charity. My name is Ebony Rainford-Brent and I'll be hosting proceedings today, so I'm absolutely delighted to be here.
Now, Surrey have announced that their ACE programme, designed to increase opportunities for the African Caribbean community, is to become an independent charity following more than £500,000 worth of support from Sport England.
Well, now what we're going to do is build the programmes from the bottom up, look at the grassroots, build school programmes, community programmes and link that all the way through. This is a serious programme that can make a difference.
You must once again stay at home, protect the NHS and save lives.
In January 2020, an initiative was launched aiming to re-engage the Black British community with cricket in London. 25 scholarships were handed out to players in 2 age groups, all with the chance to play and train at the Oval.
For black players playing cricket, it's decreasing, and not just at the county level, at the recreational level as well.
It was really shocking to me when I found out the figures about like a 75% decline. Again, it's not something that was on the forefront of my mind, but now when I think about it, you know, that's so shocking, and a programme like this is really going to change that.
Good. Cricket is one of the sports that you need facilities, you need the resources, and it's quite hard. It's quite hard for a lot of players, and especially without being in a private school or a pathway within a county. Access to facilities just by itself, just for recreational purposes, is quite hard to get.
We've had 2 training days here for the boys and girls. We selected from the winter pre-COVID. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we've had to cut our summer short. But it was still a good summer for them to have 2 training days here at the Kia Oval, to have a game at our outground LSC, and then also to have a game here. I think they all went away really proud players.
The pitch here is amazing. It's a different level, completely different to club cricket. It's like one of my dreams to play on an international cricket ground. It's amazing.
I found out through an email that I got the ACE scholarship, and I can tell you that it was one of the happiest moments of my life. I remember I just jumped up, shouted, screamed all over the house, called my mum and dad, and we definitely got to celebrate a special achievement.
I especially like the social aspect, you know, being around my friends who also enjoy the game too, and I love bowling, especially like bowling aggressively at the opponents and trying to get them out.
We've taken big strides to get 24 young people that we didn't really know about, and they've had a chance to play here and train at the Oval, and we've seen them develop over a short period of time. And you know, thankfully, we've had one player in particular who's come through and now is being seen by our academy performance managers and is going to get opportunities to play for the under-18s. Now, that wouldn't have happened without this programme.
The thing that's great about it is I believe that anyone can do it. You know, if you can't think you can't pick up a bat, I'm sure you can run. You know, you've got to run in the field, you've got to run between the wickets, everyone can throw. There's so many different elements to it that can make like so many different people enjoy the sport.
You're going to come and stand here. We're looking and finding anybody out there that wants to play cricket. But also with that comes, we can help you access not just playing at county level, but we hopefully could get you to access playing at, you know, first team club level, or becoming a scorer, or getting involved with being a physio, or an S&C guy. So there's so many angles that you can be within the game that their taste of cricket will help them explore where they want to go.
After a successful first summer, Ace continued making national headlines as autumn brought some thrilling news.
Today we're going to announce this exciting partnership with Sport England, who have invested over £500,000 over the next 3 years to support us reaching these communities and to make a difference. They've set us the exciting challenge of taking the insight, the learning and the passion, and we can look to have a wider and maybe more national impact. So the ACE programme charity has been born. Yeah, it's big, isn't it? It's one of those where, I remember when we were speaking, should we go big to Sport England? Will they match that? And they did.
The thing that's missing for so many of them is opportunity. If you give them the opportunity to get involved, many of them will grab it. And this is such a brilliant example of a programme and now a fledgling organisation that's going to help many more young people have those opportunities. Good ideas are great, but people who've tested them, and what Surrey County Cricket Club have done here is they've given this an opportunity to prove its worth, and that's why we can now with confidence get behind it.
It's a talent ID program, so hopefully we'll have them playing at the highest level, but also if we can just make them better cricketers, better people. It's important that we're realistic in that we might not get 20 county cricket players. It's not just about that, it's about helping these players on their journey, developing as individuals.
It's a great scheme, it's a great programme, but are we playing catch-up in reality after years of complacency and neglect?
Long overdue, long overdue. You know, how many other industries or sporting establishments would allow one demographic that you knew had a 75% interest and drops nearly to 0%, and for 20, 30, 40 years and not allow anything to happen? That's a clear problem.
There are going to be many people to say thank you to today.
Ebony Rainford-Brent, who's at the heart of this and the leader of this, the work that she did with Michael Holding on Sky in the early days was absolutely central, not only to getting people's attention but to keeping it going. Black Lives Matter has been picked up by the athletes and the retired athletes, and they're not going to let this go away until they see real change.
West Indian clubs or the black clubs that tried to get established never got homes. You know, there's a lot of wandering clubs. I really want to work towards building more homes or places that the clubs can go, that the prices aren't going to shoot up on them, that they know that they can get fixtures on set days, that they know that they can do fundraisers and build around that. So that home, that infrastructure is massively important for making sure the community can thrive in 5 to 10 to 20 years' time.
Behind the scenes, what we're hopefully going to help with is just making sure that they're clear about how they can measure their success. We can connect them to other parts of the country where they might be able to take their model. And hopefully, at the end of the day, what we can do is turn this into a programme which runs everywhere.
With more restrictions and lockdowns throughout the winter, training opportunities were limited. To keep the kids engaged, ACE sought help from a few familiar faces to inspire the scholars.
I was just wondering, do you have any advice to give for us, to boost our cricket skills?
As a batsman, I think good practice is a massive thing, especially at your age. You don't want to be practicing bad habits and doing things without thinking about it. You want to make sure every ball you're hitting, there's a purpose behind it.
It's all about you guys. If you guys are willing to put in the hard work, it can take you anywhere. It can take you anywhere, trust me.
Sport's about mistakes, and we're all going to make that mistake. But if you start looking negatively at things, if you see failure, you fail. It happens, and the more relaxed you are, the better you are at playing. So I teach and get people to adopt that principle and the thought of it from young.
Your mindset is going to be switched on. You have to be able to block out any sort of distraction, whether that be your form, whether that be the flat wicket, whether that be the media, whether that be an injury, or whether that be whatever it may be. You have to block that out and be able to purely focus on what you're there to do.
As a community, we need to stand up, support ourselves, and then people will then come on board with us.
With support from the ECB and Warwickshire, Birmingham became the first city to run the ACE programme outside of London. Inner City Club Handsworth hosted the launch and have strong roots in the Afro-Caribbean community.
Hi guys.
The ACE programme launching in Birmingham is really important because cricket in Birmingham, for the black community, for me, has completely sort of like been kind of wiped out through various reasons over the past few years.
Who likes batting? Let's get in action, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
We've got a real passion to try and reflect the communities that we serve around Birmingham. And I think over the last 2 or 3 years, the ECB and the council have done a great job building cricket for women and South Asian communities. We just felt there needed to be a focus on other areas of the community as well to bring them up. And so when we saw the ACES programme in Surrey, we spoke to Ebony and said, could we be the first people to bring it out of London and bring it to Birmingham?
Hands together, catch, good.
I can only commend Ebony on what she's done. It's taken a lot of courage for her to use her platform to actually come out, stand up and say something about the lack of engagement, and for her hard work she's done up until this stage has been fantastic, because the ACE programme that we see today isn't the ACE programme that started, so she's had to do a lot of groundwork. That's the message I think as a community we need to do. We need to stand up, support ourselves, and then people will then come on board with us.
The identity with Birmingham black youngsters in cricket has been sort of like, is not there. We just want to bring that back to them, to be fair. So we're starting from scratch. I think the ACE programme started in Surrey, where there's a lot more sort of black youngsters playing cricket in Surrey. There's no black youngsters play cricket in Birmingham. So our aim is to just get them back in love with the game and try and enjoy it a bit more. So we're not really looking at guys that can really play the game to a different standard at this moment in Birmingham. I just want us to be able to say there's black kids in Birmingham that like and can relate to cricket. Simple as that.
As hard as you can, Jean. Good throw, Jean. Ready, DJ? Good swing. One at a time, son. Yeah.
This is my home club. I was telling a few of the guys today about a little bit of how I got started here. I didn't play, and then I came down here, and we always have the Malcolm Marshall Day, and I got to see Sir Viv walk out, and I would say there's about a couple of thousands of people in the park, and it was just amazing to be here. And then that's when I knew even more that, you know what, one day I want to be able to walk out to a crowd like that.
We do know there's a strong West Indian community. We do know that they love the cricket. That's waned a bit over recent years. So our job is to think, how can we try and get that going again? And it's not just for the cricket in terms of finding youngsters and getting them playing, but also the benefit of the social side of things as well. We can see here today there's a barbecue going, the music's on. It starts to bring the community together again.
We're doing a schools project to start off with. So in the last half term we were in 5 schools over the 6 weeks of the half term, which is a school a day. So we just go in and we just coach the kids in the skills of cricket, the bowling, the batting, a little bit of fielding, a little bit of catching, stuff like that. Just get them invigorated with the game again. And then from that, we're going to start our community hubs, which will start next week. So we'll have a community hub here at Handsworth Cricket Club and another community hub at Holford Drive, which is just down the road, Perry Bar. And then that just sort of brings it, you can do it at school, but one in the community as well. So we're just trying to cover all aspects of trying to get to those kids and get the game to those kids.
I think short term, I think we've got 3 years to ensure that we can actually stand up on our own 2 feet with something such as the ACE programme. And then from there, long-term goal would be, you know what, it's not just one Ricardo Gordon, but many more from the community, a wider community from Wolverhampton, you know, from Dudley, from south of Birmingham, West Bromwich, to come and see that, you know what, there is a space where I can be who I am and develop with my cricket.
Just relax a bit more. Well done.
That's it. Oh, brilliant. Well done.
How many kids can we get playing cricket? And the reality is that 95% of those won't progress any further in the game, but they've been introduced to cricket, they're playing it, and they might take it up recreationally. Out of that, can we find some talent? and that goes into our county age group, and hopefully 5, 6, 7, 8 years' time we have an academy that's representative of the communities that we serve. So if you think most of our academy this year is from the Pakistani and Indian community in Birmingham, it'd be great to be able to say, right, we've now got that diverse mix from the Afro-Caribbean community, the Pakistani community, the Indian community, the Afghan community. And what I really want is to get to a point where the squad that walks out at Edgbaston represents all of those communities, and the people sitting in the stands represent those as well. And I think then we've started to achieve something really interesting.
One such player is Davina Perrin. The 14-year-old from Staffordshire might just be a future England star.
All right, Davina, so plan, I think we'll start on the front foot, and then as you feel comfortable, if you want to crank it up or change the length, you just let me know. So what are your favourite shots?
I'm quite confident with pull shots. Good shots.
Okay, so yeah, like the short ball. Ready?
It's just how at ease I feel when I'm playing it. There's that adrenaline rush and everything about it makes me feel happy.
Loving the attacking play. What I think we're going to do is pretend we're opening the inning. We'll go V first, then occasionally I'll throw in one.
One person I love to watch is Michael Holding. From the first time my dad showed me a clip of him bowling, I want to bowl like that.
You've got 6 balls, and I want 3 boundaries. That is over. Extra's got, yeah, boundary.
Outside of cricket, say Serena Williams, she's such a great advocate for everything I stand for, really, and I aspire to be like her.
Everything's going to be traditional pool, and then when I say offside, then I go into the favourite.
I really want to inspire other young black girls in particular. I just want to be the best I can be, go all the way, hopefully.
Davina's first steps on that journey began just 2 days after her 15th birthday, as she made her debut for Central Sparks in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
And that'll be 4, lovely shot.
Young Ibrahim from Ebony Rainford Brent's ACE programme, which is going great guns here at the Oval. And Ibrahim on that programme got the honour of ringing the bell this morning.
I believe they've just secured another £1,000 worth of sponsorship, which means that they're going to be able to open up in Bristol following the opening in Birmingham a month or so ago.
Well, now to a new initiative that's aiming to see more young black people take up cricket in Bristol. It involves a partnership with Gloucestershire Cricket, the charity ACE, and sponsors as well.
So we set up ACE about 18 months ago and created academies. We started in London, got out to Birmingham, but we really wanted to get to Bristol because it's a big community down there where we know there's a lot of talent and a lot of need. So in partnership with Gloucester County Cricket Club, we're going to be going out there now to find ideally the next generation of players. You know, talent that can come through. Boys and girls is vital. And we're working all the way from the ages around 8 up to 18, trying to find talent and get it into the system.
This is the third city that this initiative's been launched in, following on from London and Birmingham. So why Bristol?
Yeah, when we started out, we kind of started with the big picture vision, and we really mapped out the key communities, key areas where there's a high density of the black community. So Bristol was key to us because there's a big community. You just go back to Edward Colston and, you know, us seeing a statue being overturned. There's a big history in that city. And I think going to the black community there will help to strengthen, you know, future community ties as well.
With a new partnership and significant funding provided by the ECB, ACE will become a national programme and expand to 3 more cities this year. A whole community now re-engaging with the sport due to the hard work of Ebony and her team. And with players like Jofra Archer and Sophia Dunkley to inspire them, perhaps a future England star will emerge too.
Sky Sports Cricket. Feel it all.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London. BBC Radio Somerset. Lunch break is over on this final day of this First Division match between Surrey and Somerset. And welcome if you're watching on the Surrey live stream. Lovely afternoon, and Surrey at lunch on this final day. 81 for 1 they are, needing 237 to win after bowling Somerset out this morning for 207. The 1 wicket to go for Surrey. That of Rory Burns, caught on the hook off the bowling of Jack Brooks by Josh Davey. Good catch and going for 17, but Ryan Patel's looked very good for 50. Hashim Amla has looked like Hashim Amla for 14. And Somerset need some wickets after lunch, Anthony Gibson.
They do. I just tweeted during the luncheon interval that batting has been looking ominously straightforward on a placid pitch. But a post-lunch burst from Messrs Overton and Sybil could put a very different complexion on things. But I have to say I wrote that more in hope than expectation.
Well, we will see. Strange things happen in cricket. They really do. You just need one inspirational over from somewhere if you're Somerset. And, well, Craig Overton it will be to try and perform an inspirational over straight away after lunch. It'll be Ryan Patel on strike. So it's another 156 for Surrey from this point. And, as I say, weather's perfect for a bat. And we saw everybody out there again on the outfield during the lunch break, which was very nice. Some games of cricket being played down there in front of the pavilion. I always love it with cricket when they allow the spectators to do that, which I think is great. But then there are first-class cricketers practising. As in round the wicket then comes Craig Overton. First ball after lunch, just bounces on Ryan Patel. Is Craig Overton okay here? I'm not sure he is. On his follow-through, big blow of air, as if to say something's hurt, and he's got hands on his knees, and it seems to be his foot, poor chap. So fingers crossed for Craig Overton, but that's obviously hurt. He's sort of hobbling back a touch, but as he followed through, he just slowed down and ended up right in front of Ryan Patel, and he is hobbling, poor lad.
Both the twins have had problems with footholds and ankles and feet over the years.
I'm not surprised with that size going through them as well.
Exactly. But I think he's all right.
Oh, here we go. We'll find out with this delivery. As in round the wicket he comes to Ryan Patel, and forward goes Patel. And he's looking a little ginger as he comes through.
Jarred it probably. I mean, you can. I'm sure when you come charging through the crease,
yes,
bowling your 90 mile an hour.
Absolutely. Bullets. When I really bend my back and bowl my rockets. No, on a serious point, they're both big fellas, and it doesn't take a huge amount.
They do come down. They don't glide through the crease. They come down with a great thump in their left feet.
He looks okay now, though, as in round the wicket he comes to Ryan Patel, and Patel's chipping this one uppishly, but through the leg side. There were cries of catch it. I'm not surprised, but Lammonby will go sprinting back to do the fielding, and those are the first 2 runs after the lunch break, and Ryan Patel moves on to 52, and Surrey move on to 83 for 1. But no, what I love is, I love seeing spectators out there, because that's what I used to do when I was little, and B, I love it. Last week we had Sam Curran doing laps of the ground, and then a few of the bowlers out there having a bowl as well. So you got sort of members of the public having their own impromptu games of cricket on the outfield. You got the pros all going through their bowling routines. It's terrific, really. As in round the wicket comes Craig Overton, and up on his toes goes Patel, pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary route. They'll pick up one more.
Well, there is a campaign, isn't there, to persuade all counties to allow...
is there?
Yeah. Well, I can get... Because I tweeted a photograph yesterday of all the spectators out on the ground at lunchtime, and saying, Somerset, please note, because it's been
lovely, isn't it?
It's been a bone of contention at Somerset for some years now that spectators are not allowed on the outfield during the intervals, which I can't see what possible harm spectators are going to do. And I agree, if they're practising, then you need to cordon off the practice area.
In over the wicket comes Craig Overton. Oh, now that's a good length delivery, and Amla's just having a little search for that outside his off stump, and that goes past the edge, and Craig Overton still just doesn't look quite himself after that delivery, but he's a strong boy, continuing, and just got Hashim Amla there fishing a touch outside his off stump. Bit of swing as well.
A little bit of swing, wasn't it?
Seeing that again on the replay.
That'll encourage him.
Turns again. 2 slips and a gully. As Overton is into Amla, and Amla, that's too wide outside the off stump, and again he's struggling after that delivery. Is Craig Overton? He may go off here and just get the physio to have a little look. Yep, he's signalling up to the dressing room, so that's a shame for Somerset. He's going to jog off though, and I think the physio's come out with another boot. So maybe that's the problem. Maybe he's got something in the boot, but I don't think it was that. I think he's going to go up and get a bit of work done here.
He's jarred his left foot coming down hard in his delivery stride. Well, this is what I predicted would happen, in the sense that it's Overton and Siddle opening up after lunch. It's not a last throw of the dice or anything like that for Somerset, but they do need a breakthrough, and these two are the most likely to provide it for them. 84 for 1, 152 more Surrey need. Siddle is in and bowls to Patel, who plays it back to the bowler. Ben Green has come on as the substitute fielder. He's at extra cover.
Yeah, Overton's getting some running repairs done by the dugouts. He hasn't actually gone up to the dressing room. The physio came to meet him.
I don't think it's anything serious like hamstring or Achilles or anything like that. I think he's just jarred it, and maybe a bit of painkilling spray or something like that. Siddle is in, bowls to Patel, and Patel leaves that not far outside the off stump, but far enough.
No, I think it's lovely, but it always, because of the strange brain I have, whenever I see the players playing football in the mornings, I always think it would be lovely to see Chelsea or Man City warm up with a game of cricket. And then I was thinking, wouldn't that be amazing if the crowd during a Premiership match were sort of players of multi-million-pound footballers out there while there's a game of 3 inning going on as well.
It's Siddle in the bowls, and that's a good delivery, nicely played by Patel, in swinger to the left-hander. But it is an important part of the day, isn't it? The ability to go out onto the outfield.
Oh, I think it's lovely, and
you know, in the past at Somerset, I've had picnics on the outfield during the lunch interval on a nice day. Sit down, open a bottle of wine, get out the sandwiches and pork pies.
It might take a while to get you off though after the lunch break. That's the only thing, I think.
Is Siddle in bowls, and this is pulled away, but there's a fielder out there, Tom Banton. Sends in the return, so it's just a single. 85 for 1. Patel moves on to 54.
No, I remember having some very competitive games with the old man, sort of in tea breaks down at Hove. It was lovely. Take your bat and your ball and have a bit of a go. And also being again the sad old man that I am these days, I do like going out and sort of in my own head imagining that I'm making my Test match debut, having a look what it looks like.
Siddle in bowls. Oh, and there's an edge, and it's caught at the rebound. It rebounded off Renshaw, and Stephen Davis takes the catch, and that's the end of Hashim Amla. Siddle takes the wicket. 85 for 2. Caught on the rebound by Stephen Davis after being parried by Matt Renshaw. Very grateful Stephen Davis was to take that catch. It fortunately for Renshaw and Davis and Somerset, it could not have dollied up to Stephen Davis more conveniently. And well, that's a big wicket, because Hashim Amla more than capable of batting all day.
Absolutely. Maybe a bit of luck that they need there, Somerset, because Renshaw, the captain's been fantastic in this game in the slips, but that one, it just hit his hands and then looped back, and Stephen Davis gleefully hung on to it. He didn't have to move, Stephen Davis, it just lobbed straight into his hands.
More by happy accident than design, I think. It was a pretty straightforward catch, in fact, to Renshaw. He should really have taken it at the first attempt. But
lovely bit of bowling again, though, from Peterson, with that perfect length to Hashim Amla. Just had to try and get forward to it, found the edge and Lovely piece of bowling again from Siddle. That's exactly what Somerset would have been looking for after lunch, an early one, and it brings Ollie Pope out to join Ryan Patel in the middle.
Trouble is, these top-class Surrey batsmen just keep coming. Ollie Pope now and Ben Foakes next.
Got about there early though after lunch. Give Siddle a bit of a lift as well. Give Somerset a bit of a lift as well.
Yes, it will. So it's Siddle to Pope in a short sleeve shirt, and he pushes out, drives that square of the wicket. Confident start from Ollie Pope. Report comes in, the return comes in from Josh Davey out there on the deep cover boundary, 86 for 2.
It's not a bad shot first ball, is it?
Yeah.
Peter Siddle hit that length again, and Pope fully forward and just drives it through cover point for a single. Even Siddle walked back with a grin on his face there, because I think that's exactly where he was trying to put it, to Ollie Pope. But Pope, that foot movement was very decisive there, wasn't it? That's the end of the over. I think we lost count in that over, so that is the end of the over. And I think the message has come from the scorers on the old walkie-talkies to Messrs Saggers and Pollard. So a successful over from Peter Siddle, the wicket of Hashim Amla for 14, 85 for 2 then Surrey. Another 151 runs required by Surrey. The good news is Craig Overton's okay to continue for Somerset. Had some running repairs done. Might have been a change of tyre as well there, I think, for him. And 2 slips and a gully are in there for Ollie Pope as Overton is into him, and Pope drives again. Handsome looking shot from Ollie Pope. They'll look for 2 here. They've got the sweeper out there giving a little bit of protection to Craig Overton, but 2 handsome shots to get started from Ollie Pope. He moves on to 3, 88 for 2 now. Surrey, but that was a cracking delivery to get rid of Hashim Amla. Great length from Siddle. He has been outstanding in this game. Peter Siddle. Craig Overton in once more to Pope and just digs him out, pushes him into the offside. Ollie Pope. And Pope will move on to 4 from 3 balls. And
he's a man in a hurry by the look of it.
Well, he's always busy, isn't he? 89 for 2. And Ryan Patel comes back onto strike on 54. Good crowd in today on this Sunday in April. Good number in today. Then next round of games starting on Thursday. Trip to Bristol for Surrey next week as round the wicket comes Overton to Ryan Patel, who's punching off the back foot in front of square through the covers for 4. It's a nice shot from Ryan Patel. Just waited for it, made sure he got it in front of square, and that races off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. And for Somerset next week, Anthony Gibson?
For Somerset next week, Warwickshire.
Championship, Warwickshire at Taunton.
At Taunton,
lovely.
I mean, it's been a really tough start to the season for Somerset. Hampshire away, Essex at home, Surrey away, and then Warwickshire at home.
Waits again as Ryan Patel is round the wicket again, comes Craig Overton to him, and Ryan Patel is forward and pushing this delivery out into the offside. Patel just rehearses letting that one go. So if you're just back with us after lunch here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset and the Surrey live stream, Hashim Amla has gone, caught eventually by Stephen Davis. He'll be caught behind that.
But not, yes, exactly. People look at the scorecard and think, oh, he's nicked off to Stephen Davis, but he didn't. He nicked off to Matt Renshaw.
I think that's an assist, isn't it, as much as anything. As forward goes Patel, another lovely shot, just checks this. Overton doesn't look happy to me, and that's away through the covers for 4. He's gone off, he's had the repairs done. I think, as I say, he's changed the tyre, but he still doesn't look comfy, and that's nicely put away again by Ryan Patel. Just check drive, whistles through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, I just wonder how he's bowling round the wicket to Ryan Patel. I wonder if it might be better for him to go back to over the wicket, maybe just a little bit more comfortable, and try and angle it across. Ryan Patel, he's bowling wide of the crease to swing it into Patel and then hoping to move it away off the seam, bowling around the wicket.
He's had a bit of trouble as well from over the wicket with those footholds as Craig Overton, as round the wicket he comes now to Patel, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump, and just watching him on his follow through. It just doesn't look
gingerly,
but yeah, absolutely, understandably. End of the over, 97 for 2, excuse me. Pope has 4, Patel has 62. Remember Derek Pring, or was it Bob Willis? One of the two. They used to cut a hole in the front of their boot so their big toe could stick out. Remember that? Absolutely. These days, though, you can take your trainers to the boot shop, and there's a famous gentleman in Taunton, the sort of shoe shop near the ground. That's the gentleman that players take their boots to, because he's absolute genius. So you can take a pair of trainers in there, I think, and he can stud them up for you. Absolutely, the people. So I've seen so many players arrive with sort of bags of boots to take to him. Yeah, it's just I don't know the name of the shop, but it's just outside the ground, basically.
Yes, I know where it is. Yeah. Here is Siddle then to Pope. And Pope, busy little cricketer that he is, looking for a single there as he plays it out to the offside, but it's not there. He's come out with a real sense of purpose, has Ollie Pope. That square drive off the very first ball he received from Peter Siddle. 97 for 2. Surrey needing 237. Siddle is into Pope. And Pope again, at this time looking for the single, and gets it as plays it into the offside, and Tom Banton moving to his left, can't do anything to prevent the single. 98 for 2. Pope on to 5. Well, it's a fairly modest total that Surrey are chasing now, 139. They do say if you've got a smallish total to chase, the best way of doing it is to go hard at it.
And just get it done. You know, that's the thing. And Ollie Pope, if that's what he's come out, just look busy.
Siddle to Patel, who's defending that into the offside, and Tom Abel does the fielding. I fancy there are a few more people in here this afternoon.
There are, definitely. I had to look up, and there's a few more in. Modern sporting footwear is amazing, though. I took my daughter out. She's really into her netball, and we were looking at trainers and whatever else, and I was looking at the football boots because I got a bit bored. And these days, you know, there's football boots now that don't have laces.
Really? Yeah.
You just slip them on,
yeah.
And they're amazing. And it's the same with the cricket boots now. Are beautiful things.
Siddle is in and bowls, and this is off a thick inside edge from Patel out into the onside for a single. 99 for 2. Yes, golf shoes are very, very well. You can pay a small fortune for a pair of golf shoes. Yeah.
I was amazed by it because Isabel was off trying on the most impractical pair of trainers of all time, but they look lovely. You know, that was the conversation. It's not what they look like, Isabel, it's whether you can play in them. No, Daddy.
Is that your daughter?
Yes, no. I haven't taken Isabel Duncan shopping for trainers as yet, although we were talking about going to Specsavers together, so...
This Siddle in and bowls to Pope, and lets that go through outside the off stump. My golf shoes, the ones I use most often, haven't got any laces. They've got sort of wires, and
you see, this is what it's clever, isn't it? Yeah, you see. And the football boots were gorgeous and so light as well. Remember those heavy old things with you put your studs in? Now they're they're lovely, work of art. They're expensive, but they are very nice.
Siddle in the sunshine into Pope, who plays a firm defensive shot to another good ball from Peter Siddle, who's come out after lunch full of intent. He's already taken the wicket of Hashim Amla, and feel that if Somerset are going to get back into this contest, Siddle is the man to do it, especially as Craig Overton is stalking off in the direction of the changing rooms with a slight limp. Well, I hope it's nothing too serious, because Somerset have got a home game against Warwickshire starting on Thursday, and they can ill afford to be without one of their 2 best bowlers. 3 best bowlers if you include Jack Leach, although Leach isn't such a force on early season pitches. It's Roloff van der Merwe, I think, who's coming on to do the fielding.
to a hero's welcome down below us. Yeah, that's a shame for Craig Overton. Fingers crossed nothing too serious at all. Jack Brooks will come into the attack from that pavilion end, and on strike will be Ryan Patel. So yes, the boots these days are absolutely magnificent. And as I say, I think you can take your trainers in and they'll turn those into cricket boots for you. Very clever, isn't it? So Jack Brooks comes in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and that's too short, and that's cut by Ryan Patel in front of square, and that's going to race away off towards the cover boundary rope. Bit of a loosener from Jack Brooks, and Ryan Patel has jumped all over that. Peter Siddle's on his knees retrieving the ball off the covers, and the 100 comes up for Surrey, and Patel 67 and 103 for 2.
I don't think top class bowlers ought to indulge in looseners. I think they need to be on it right from the very first ball. I'm sure Steve Kirby, as the Somerset bowling coach, would agree.
As Brooks is in and forward goes Patel, punches this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I wonder whether, I'm not making any excuses for it, I wonder whether he got a shout though, because obviously Overton, normally you got a couple of overs to get ready to go, and Overton's just gone off. So whether it's a sort of late call for Jack Brooks, and he's just sort of getting into it, and that first ball was a bit short and a bit wide, and punched away. But normally it's sort of get that wave from the captain, don't you? Get yourself warmed up, get ready. As in over the wicket again comes Brooks, and short delivery, which Ryan Patel is in behind, and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. It's normally like sort of signal and whirling of the arms, isn't it? It sort of gives it away.
It does.
Or next over that end is normally a pretty good indicator that whoever that's just been shouted at is coming on for a bowl.
They quite often have plans for the entire session, don't they?
They do.
It's worked out by captain and coach beforehand.
Jack Brooks is in. Short ball pulled away by Ryan Patel off his hip down towards long leg. He'll take a single. Jack Leach does the fielding below us. Of course, in the old T20 and stuff now, it's all these match-ups, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And all the old match-ups. Harbhajan played one game, I believe, in the IPO. But was it last year? And he played that particular game because he had a particularly good match-up against two batters. And he only bowled one over, I think, against those two. And that was it. So it's all these stats and match-ups and all that good stuff. As Ollie Pope stands with that bat raised. In comes Jack Brooks to him, and Pope, just back of a length delivery, gets in behind this, pushes it out into the offside, so another 133 required.
Umpire Pollard just having a word with Jack Brooks about his follow-through.
Ah, yes, he sort of hit the danger area there.
Yep.
As Jack Brooks, it's not what Tom Abel needs to see. He's just lost Craig Overton.
Yeah, he can't afford to lose another bowler.
Not at all. This is what we saw with Surrey, wasn't it? No, James Taylor and Sam Curran didn't have a bowl yesterday. It does make the captain's job that more difficult. Brooks is in once again to Pope, and Pope is forward, and Brooks does the fielding off his own bowling, then throws at the stumps, but it was very wide of the stumps. Hurried up Ollie Pope. End of the over. Pope 5, Patel 68, and Surrey 104 for 2, require another 133 for victory.
With all the time in the world, another 61 overs in the day's play. They're getting close to halfway towards their target. Surrey and Somerset will need to take wickets, well, preferably in clumps, but I think that's a bit optimistic. At regular intervals, I think Tom Abel would probably settle for. But they don't want Surrey to establish partnerships, lengthy partnerships. Can't afford to. Siddle's in and bowls, and this is just dropped down into the gully where it's very well fielded there by the skipper, Tom Abel. It's more sort of fly gully, backward point.
The breeze has got up a touch, just looking at the flag now from this morning.
Still a very pleasant day though.
It's lovely out there.
Perfect conditions for playing and watching cricket. Siddle in and bowls outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump. Patel has nothing whatever to do with it.
Yes, I wandered out there at lunchtime. Very nice indeed. And when I fell asleep this morning, it was very nice indeed, out on the balcony. I do like that.
Here we are. It's the shoe doctor.
The shoe doctor.
Gropples.
Thank you very much. He's an absolute magician when it comes to boots and things. But as I've seen so many players arrive at Taunton with bags of boots.
Siddle to Patel. Patel looking for a single into the onside, but it's not there as Lammonby is quickly onto it.
I may have to take my £5 suede boots I found the other day from the charity shop into him when we come to Taunton in June.
Indeed.
They'll have seen better days by then, I think. Yeah. 3 pairs for £10 I purchased the other day. Very pleased with those.
Siddle. He's in and bowls. And Patel shaping to hit that into the onside. Changes his mind, plays a defensive shot. Robert Blackwell says Davies out for the next match, and Banton keeps wicket. Goldsworthy in. If Gregory is fit, he replaces Brooks. If not, then Casey Aldridge. Well, I think there's an argument for that. I'd be surprised if Stephen Davis is dropped after he made 50 against Essex. I think he deserves one more game. This is driven away through the offside. A good half stop by Ben Green. Saves his side 2 runs. They will come back for the second run as Jack Brooks retrieves it. But good piece of fielding by substitute fielder for Somerset. 106 for 2. Patel moves on to 70. He seems to be scoring runs almost by stealth. Ryan Patel. I mean, he doesn't give the impression of batting quickly. He just treats every ball on its merits, and if it's there for the drive or the pull shot, he plays it. Siddle is in and bowls to him, and this time he plays that one on its merits and lets it go through to Stephen Davis. End of that over. The 30th of the innings, 106 for 2, so Surrey going along at just over about 3 1/3 runs per over, which is a comfortable rate of progress, and they've reduced the target to 131 more.
Yes, indeed, and it's going to be Brooks to continue down there in the distance from the pavilion end. Ollie Pope will be the man on strike. 2 slips in there, gully, sweeper on the cover rope, extra cover mid-off. A mid-on, man at deep mid-wicket, and the long leg for Jack Brooks. Over the wicket he comes to Ollie Pope, and it's a short ball, Pope's gone! He's looked to cut this down to third man, and he's actually just cut it straight to gully. And Ollie Pope goes, and Tom Abel with the catch. And that's a big, big wicket, because it wasn't the best delivery Jack Brooks is ever going to bowl. The shot was on, but Ollie Pope has just guided it straight to Tom Abel. In the gully, Pope has to drag himself off. Somerset have a couple after lunch, and Surrey are 106 for 3.
Well, it takes another twist, doesn't it? That Ollie Pope was looking so positive and fluent, but a little bit too positive there for his own good. And you don't want to give Tom Abel a chance anywhere on the field. He's got a fantastic pair of hands, and made that catch look very easy. And, well...
Never easy a run chase on the last day. Said that this morning.
131 runs required. 7 wickets Somerset need.
So, Ollie Pope on his way back. And Ben Folkes, who of course we were all a bit concerned about yesterday, but he's fine to bat today. So Ben Folkes makes his way out into the middle. And
he looks alarmingly fit.
He does look good,
running on the
he?
spot,
bouncing
up and down.
He looks fine. And 63 he made in the first innings. Ben Folkes has got a nice warm round of applause there from the crowd. End of this over, I'll vacate, and we bring Isabel Duncan in with Mr. Gibson. But yeah, I'll be annoyed with that, Ollie Pope. But a good catch from Abel. Not, as I say, the best delivery Jack Brooks is ever going to bowl, but he's picked up the wicket. That's the key thing. That's 2 now for Jack Brooks in this innings. And there's a chat between Ryan Patel and Ben Folkes.
Well, of the 3 wickets that have fallen, two of them really have been batsman error, haven't they?
Yes, well, the Burns hook shot and the Ollie Pope cut shot.
Yeah, two, a couple of not particularly special deliveries from Jack Brooks, but he's picked up the wickets.
Yeah, and the other thing, of course, he's on at the moment because Craig Overton's off the field of play. So he's done a good job for his skipper here so far, Jack Brooks. So, Ben Folkes out there in the middle, taking his guard from umpire Pollard. So that was the first ball of the over. Surrey, of course, lots of batting, but every time that Somerset pick up a wicket, they'll start believing even more they can pull this one out the fire. 131 more needed by Surrey. Ben Folkes, first delivery from Jack Brooks. It's on his hip, and Folkes is turning this into the leg side. Won't get a run there because Roelof van der Merwe comes round to do the fielding. But yeah, Tom Abel made that look pretty easy, but Ollie Pope was on for that shot, timed it really nicely, but just didn't get on top of it. And Tom Abel went to his left in the gully, took a very safe catch as Jack Brooks is into Ben Folkes, and Folkes whipping this one into the leg side. There's van der Merwe again. Tumbling stop as always from Roelof.
Bulldog.
Yep. Dives away to his right hand side to do the fielding. Tom Abel shining the ball up there. 3 deliveries of this over to go from Jack Brooks.
2 wickets in the half hour since lunch, just what the doctor ordered for Somerset.
Brooks is in again. That's back of a length, just climbing on Ben Folkes, but just pulls the bat inside the line of that one as Folkes lets it go past him. Gloucestershire hanging on in there against Lancashire, still in trouble though. 128 for 7 they are. So trailing by 178, but they're
hard to see them getting out of that.
Absolutely. They've hung on in there today. And Leicestershire are 233 for 8 against Derbyshire, still trailing by 95. Brooks is into Folkes, that's wide outside. Ben Folkes is off stump. Warwickshire 75 without loss.
Well, they're on their way to
a comprehensive victory. Yep, they need 32 more runs against Essex to win that one. Yorkshire and Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire are 149 for 3.
Good partnership there.
Yep, batting away there. As forward comes Folkes, turns this one into the leg side. There is no run. That's the end of the over. That's the end of me for the time being. And in a few moments' time, Isabel Duncan will join Anthony Gibson.
And just to finish the other First Division scores, Kent 206 for 5, which means that they are 511, still 141 runs short of making Hampshire bat again. So Hampshire looking warm favourites there. Surrey were warm favourites here, and they're still favourites because they've still got plenty of batting to come. But 2 wickets since lunch has just got Somerset back in this game. After lunch, 81 for 1 with Patel on 50 and Amler on 14. It was looking ominous for Somerset. Here's Sidlin and Bowles, and that's driven by Patel out to the sweeper, Jack Leach, and they take a comfortable single. 107, I think it is, for 3. Patel moving on to 71. Did you enjoy your lunch, Isabel?
Well, I did. We had a bit of lamb kebab, didn't we? And there were 1 or 2 items on the plate I couldn't identify, but they tasted okay. And then there was the problem of getting stuck in your teeth because there was spinach and little black bits. And thank goodness we're not on telly. Wouldn't have, rather unattractive sight, I think.
The spinach wasn't cooked either. It wasn't
fresh.
Wilted. It was, yeah.
It was quite tasty though. I mean, I enjoyed it, but
lamb was tough as old boots. Was the bit I had was.
Well, Churchy's got dodgy teeth, hasn't he? Having been attacked by a teddy bear earlier on, and part of his tooth fell out.
But all very healthy. They're very into healthy eating here at Surrey, as indeed they are down at Somerset. Although we do tend to get pasta and curries more at Somerset. This is Siddle in and Bowles to Folkes, who lets that go through to Stephen Davis. Good crowd in now, particularly on the Peter May stand side of the ground. The gasometer, gasworks side of the ground. Massive new development there. They're actually going to build a block of flats inside the casing for the old gasometer.
That'd be interesting.
Yes.
Don't light a cigarette.
Siddle in and bowls. I don't think there's any. It's outside the Ostrom. Don't think there's any gas.
You hope. Yeah. Lingering around.
The cylinder that held the gas that used to go up and down depending on how much gas was in there. That's gone. So it's just the framework that surrounded it. And they're going to build a block of flats inside the framework as
Amazing.
part of a massive new development called the Oval Village.
Wow, that'll excite architects. A bit like the Battersea Power Station. I think they've done quite well with that.
Yeah, it's
looks
looking very
magnificent.
smart, doesn't it? It's Siddle to Folks in and bowls, full of length, and Folks tempted into a drive at that. And luckily for him, he didn't take an edge. Wouldn't have surprised me at all had he done so. It was floated up there by Siddle for precisely that shot, and Folks going for it. Fortunately for him, made no contact. 107 for 3. 129 more runs are required by Surrey. 7 wickets for Somerset. Here's Peter Siddle and beats a defensive shot this time. Well, Folks shapes as if he's taken the ball inside the line of that. I'm not sure he did. Good piece of bowling by Peter Siddle.
He's been fired up, hasn't he, Siddle, particularly after he got Amla out, caught by Davies behind, has buoyed him and perked him up a bit here, and it's just leaping off a length a bit, isn't it?
Yep. Somerset's problem, or what probably their biggest problem at the moment, is there's no Craig Overton out there. Oh yes, there is. There he is. He's back in the gully. There he is. The unmistakable figure. Siddle is in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Again, another good delivery, which is really flying through at shoulder height to Stephen Davis. Craig Overton with the ball. Is he going to have a bowl? We wonder. He seemed to jar his foot in the opening over after lunch. And I think Jack Brooks rather is going to continue from the pavilion end. But it's good to see Craig Overton out there, and he doesn't seem to be walking with a hint of a limp.
Well, you've always got Josh Davey also to turn to, haven't you? If Overton does
Josh
want
Davey
a bit of a break,
he needs a bit more match practice. He's coming back from injury.
It's been quite economical though. Hasn't been hit around too much.
He doesn't look much like taking wickets.
So Brooks, here he is with his headband on, looking mean. Short run up for him. And he's bowling to Patel. He's in and pops in the bouncer there for Patel, but that doesn't trouble the young Patel at all as he just bobs out of the way of it. He's been looking very comfortable, Patel, and going along at a canter as well for his 71 off 85 balls with 11 fours and a strike rate of 83.5. We don't really talk about strike rates much in 4-day cricket, but when it's as high as that, I think it deserves a mention. 2 slips in the gully. Brooks, pavilion end, bowls, and that's driven crisply there, but cut off at mid-off off the bat of Patel. He's denied a run. 107 for 3 here, Surrey, in their second innings, and need 130 runs for victory, but have lost 2 quick wickets after lunch. I nipped to the loo and a wicket fell. Perhaps for Somerset's sake, I should go to the loo more often. Brooks again. Right arm around, here he is, angling into the body of Patel, and it's come off the body of Patel this time and just rather cramped him for style with that angle. And there is no run. Sunshine's out again. Quite a nice day today. We've just had that constant wind across the ground though, which has rather put the bowlers off in the past, particularly Reece Topley, but they're coping a lot better today. Been dropping like flies, the bowlers. We've lost James Taylor to back spasms, and now Overton looks a bit out of sorts. Brooks bowls, and he just comes forward to that Patel. Plays a lovely looking forward defensive, no run. Yeah, Somerset not perkier in the field, having taken the scalps of Amla and Pope. They're big wickets, and Pope was looking, I think Anthony, you mentioned, he came out looking like he was playing with real intent, looking busy as he always does, and dangerous. Again, here comes Brooks, and that's a drive there with an open face And that has been sliced out towards deep point from Patel, the left-hander, and they go through for a single 108 for 3 now, and Patel on to 72. Brooks has swapped ends. Abels is being inventive here, experimenting with his bowlers. See if he has better luck here from the pavilion end. He's going to come over the wicket to the right-handed folks, and we're all greatly relieved to see folks out there batting. As Brooks is in and bowls, and he's going to get a quick single here. He's got to hurry on it there, folks, as he's hit it to the fielder there at mid-off, who has a shy at the stumps, but he is safely in. In fact, it was a good single in the end, 109 for 3. So folks off the mark with 1, and that is the end of another Jack Brooks over. So that's 10 overs, 2 for 36.
Slightly risky Brooks. Single there, because he was, ball was going to Lammonby's good hand, his left hand. And he is very quick, Tom Lammonby, but folks home safely enough. 109 for 3. Another over coming up from Peter Siddle. It'll be his 10th, 1 for 25. So far he's in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside, and there'll be runs here. Jack Leach is coming across from long leg, but he won't cut it off. That's gone to the boundary. Siddle just straying down the onside and picked off by Ben Folkes, who moves on to 113 for 3.
Yes, Anthony, we were talking about, or we were talking privately about James Smith, weren't we? Or Jamie Smith, I think he's known as. And you were saying that you wouldn't like to meet him as a Somerset fan. You wouldn't want him out there because he's pretty classy with the bat.
He is, and this is a play and a miss from Ben Folkes. Really good delivery from Peter Siddle. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought as much to choose between Jamie Smith and Ben Folkes as a batsman, but Jamie Smith he'll play for England, I'm sure. Play Test cricket for England. He's only 21, very, very promising.
Well, the reason why I mention him, of course, to listeners, is that he would have been the like-for-like replacement, concussion replacement. So there was talk of him coming in today if Folkes wasn't able to play.
Siddle in and bowls outside the off stump. A little bit of movement away off the seam. I'm reminded by various people. Ben Warren actually reminded me at lunchtime. I clearly forgot that there is a Somerset Women's T20 double header at the county ground in Taunton. Today they are playing the Birmingham Bears, and admission is free. So if you want to watch some top-class women's cricket, get along to the Cooper Associates County Ground this afternoon and enjoy the sunshine and enjoy the cricket. Siddle is in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and Folkes looks to help it on its way down to the fine leg boundary, because Jack Leach is quite square at long leg. He's almost a deep backward square leg, but Folkes can make no contact. 113 for 3. Mike Unwin, who is a fellow trustee of the Somerset Cricket Museum. Outside the off stump this time from Siddle. No shot from Folkes, who is showing no ill effects whatsoever from actually quite concerning injury that he suffered yesterday when his head smashed into Jamie Overton's thigh as he took a brilliant catch to dismiss Tom Banton and was laid out for must have been the best part of 10 minutes with a stretcher coming on and goodness knows what else. This is Folkes playing that bat quite away from his body, but gets the middle of the bat onto it, out into the offside end of that over, the 34th of the innings. 113 for 3, 5 to Folkes, 72 to Patel, who hasn't had much of the strike since Ben Folkes came in, and 124 more runs Surrey need to win.
Yes, that collision between Ben Folkes and Overton. So it's his thigh now, is it? Because originally they said it was his shoulder. Might well have been his thigh, but you'd think the shoulder is a certainly harder impact. Some reports it was his shoulder.
I don't know.
But they were locking horns all the same. First slip and the wicket-keeper.
I thought for one awful moment it might have been a clash of heads, but it wasn't.
Both players out. Anyway, here's Brooks and bowls, and that's driven and fielded extremely well out there at extra cover. Is that the skipper out there at extra cover?
It is.
That's Tom Abel. He's dived onto that. That looked like it was going to go for 4 runs, but neatly cut off there. 113 for 4, and Patel is denied.
One of the best fielders in the country is Tom Abel.
He's leaping about all over the place. The gully is dropping back a bit now into more of a fly gully position. I think that's Overton there. Oh, and Jack Brooks has pulled out of his run. It might be a gust of wind. It has been in the past that has caused bowlers just to pull up a bit. Here is Brooks, arrow-like as he comes in wide of the crease. Right arm, a little nibble outside. The off stump there from Patel. Just brings the bat inside the line eventually, but I think that was an initial nibble.
Yeah, a little bit of extra bounce there for Jack Brooks. He's bowling well now, getting a little bit of swing.
113 for 3 now, Surrey in their second innings, chasing victory here. Needing 124 more runs as Brooks is in and bowls, and that's foolish. An attempted drive there by Patel, just hits it straight along the carpet. Back to the bowler Brooks, who cuts it off. We've got a deep square leg. This is to Patel. A long leg, 2 slips, a fly gully, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and a man out there in the covers on the rope, just patrolling in front of the PBH Maze stand. Old Carthusian. Here is Brooks once more, right arm around. Looking for that angle into the body of the left-hander, and making him play. As Patel comes forward and just defends that firmly.
Yeah, good over this from Jack Brooks so far. Just needs to finish it off.
He has somewhat redeemed himself again today. He's been doing this over the last couple of days. He's been a little bit wild and wayward. Picks up 2 wickets and is now tightening up. He's found the right angle here, right arm around to the left-handed Patel. He's in and bowls. Oh, there's a good-looking drive here. Will it be cut off? Yes, it will. Great piece of fielding out there in the covers, as that's hit just backward of point, and the full skid goes in there. Can we identify that fielder down there?
It's Peter Siddle.
It is Peter Siddle. He's looking a little bit worse for wear, having gone down. Actually, we're having a look at him on the screen now. It's zoomed in, and doesn't look very happy about that. But anyway, he cut it off, and he saved 4 runs. So 2 more to Patel's total. He goes on to 74, and the total 115 for 3 for Surrey. In their pursuit of glory, will they get there? That is the big question. Brooks bowls, pops in the bouncer. It's a good take from Stephen Davies, who flies to his right as that goes way down the leg side after it's pitched. 115 for 3, and the end of another Jack Brooks over. 2 for 39 off 11 overs for him.
Tom Abel just has a word with Peter Siddle. Might be saying, you okay for another one? Or possibly saying, have a spell. Going to give Big Craig a go. I think that's what the message was, that Siddle and Overton are in conversation. And it looks as if it is indeed going to be Craig Overton who's going to bowl from the Vauxhall end. I think for the first time in the match. I don't recall Craig Overton bowling from this end. I think he's bowled exclusively from the pavilion end, but I could be wrong about that.
Well, he hobbled off earlier, didn't he? Maybe he'll feel a bit more comfortable this end. He's experimenting, isn't he, really? He wasn't happy with the footholes. This was yesterday at the other end, and had that tumble earlier on.
It is Craig Overton to Ben Foakes. He's there and bowls outside the off stump. And no sign of any discomfort there from Craig Overton. I think he did just jar his left foot. And he's been off and probably had a bit of painkilling spray. He's had a change of footwear, change of tyre, as Mark Church puts it.
Can't go to the shoe doctor though at Taunton. I heard that conversation. The magical cobbler who sorts out players' boots.
Yeah. So Overton comes rocking in. He's up to the wicket now and bowls outside the off stump. They know that Ben Foakes is fond of that off drive. They've got a man out at deep backward point for the one that he plays square of the wicket. Presumably they're hoping to encourage him to play a little bit straighter through extra cover. and hope that induces the outside edge through to wicket keeper. 2 slips or a gully. Overton is in and bowls. This is full of length outside the off stump, and that's a very, very good stop. At extra cover by Tom Lammonby. That was full and wide from Overton, and folks took the bait, decided to have a go for it. Picks up a single, 116 for 3. Brings the left-handed Ryan Patel onto strike. Overton going around the wicket, and Patel just holds him up as he surveys the field. Overton bowls, and this is down the leg side. Appeal for LBW, only from Craig Overton. It's his leg buys. Didn't look a very convincing shout to me, and it's 4 leg buys.
Also, if you look at the keeper was diving to his right. Makes you think he was going down the leg side.
Yeah, quite. 120 for 3. It was an Overton appeal entirely unsupported. There wasn't the slightest gesture of support from wicketkeeper or slips. But a full-throated appeal from Craig Overton, who's in again to Patel, and Patel drives this, but it'll be cut off by Jack Brooks. Moving to his left at mid-off, didn't really time that. Ryan Patel. And, well, Surrey are past the halfway mark now with that 4 leg buys. 120 on the board, 117 more required. Somerset need a wicket. They need to break this partnership. Overton striding in and bowls, full of length, turned away into the onside. It'll just be a single as Lammonby comes off the boundary to do the fielding. 121 for 3 at the end of that. Well, sorry to have to say it, but it was a fairly unthreatening over from Craig Overton. He was rather running in and just putting it there. And Somerset need to be making something happen. They can't rely on mistakes from Surrey's batsmen, although 2 of them have indeed rather given their wickets away with loose shots, but the 2 being Rory Burns and Ollie Pope.
Yeah, 2 prize scalps there for Somerset. Here is Brooks again, the veteran. Here he is, formerly of Yorkshire. He's up to the crease and bowls, and that's defended neatly once again by Patel, who does look in fine form. Just having a look at Patel's figures here. Highest score in first-class cricket is 100 not out. He's played in 35 first-class matches and scored 1,405 runs with an average of 27. So this will be doing him an awful lot of good in cementing his place here as an opener for Surrey. He's just bobbing at the knees, the left-hander, as Brooks storms in. Brooks, and that is driven straight. There won't be a run for it. It's not really timed there by Patel, where it's cut off for no run. But he's been the most consistent batsman, certainly for Surrey, in this second innings, keeping it all together out there in pursuit of glory.
Well, he's, as I was saying earlier, he's gone along almost by stealth. It was 71 from just 87 deliveries. But he's never appeared to be in a hurry.
Here he is. Patel facing and Brooks bowling, and that was onto him a little bit quicker there, Patel, than he thought, and he plays it late, and the ball just spills out towards gully and is fielded by the other Overton. It's Craig Overton out there at a slip gully position for Patel.
Renshaw is embracing James Hildreth. I'm not quite sure what.
Very chummy there in the slips, aren't they? Brooks hurtles into action and bowls. It's thick inside edge here as the ball is worked into the leg side. Good piece of fielding. It's
champion
just cut off.
Slider is Tom Lammonby. He's the best slider.
Is he really?
Somerset fielding side. Yeah.
Oh, well, that was a decent slide on the greasy grass out there.
Well, yeah.
122 for 3. Talking of sliding, I was just thinking of Ben Folkes' other injury last year, when he slid on his socks in the dressing room, didn't he, at Surrey, and then he was out for about 4 months following that, and didn't play in that home test series against New Zealand. It's incredibly bad luck. As once again Brooks is in, right arm over to the right-handed Folkes, who just turns that off his legs neatly, and he'll get a single for it. And Folkes goes on to 7, and the score 123 for 3 now, with Surrey needing 114 runs for victory. Yeah, the wickets to have fallen today. We talked about Burns giving it away with the top edge, pulling it. Went down the throat of Davey. He was out for 17. First wicket to fall. Here's Brooks, who bowls again. Puff of dust as he bowls that. And that's defended there by Patel for no run. 123 for 3. We've had 37 overs in this Surrey innings, and they need 114 runs to win the match.
Yep, and they're heavily odds-on to do that with 7 good wickets in hand.
Oh, we've got Popper. Oh, he's taken his boot off as Don Topley is sitting next to us now. Lovely pink jumper on, powder pink.
I'd be surprised if Topley Jr.'s batting skills need to be called upon by Surrey, but you never know. Here's Craig Overton in and bowls to Folkes, who plays that away square of the wicket on the offside, be fielded by Josh Davey, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. They come through for another single. 124 for 3, Folkes on to 8. And of course it's left-hand, right-hand combination this, which makes it just that little bit more difficult for the bowlers. Means that Craig Overton will be going around the wicket to the left-handed Patel. 2 slips and a gully. Some criticism on Twitter of Tom Abel's field placings, but very difficult as this is punched into the offside. Jack Leach will cut it off. It's just a single. 125 for 3. He can't afford to over-attack and give away easy runs to Surrey. Equally, he knows that Somerset have got to take wickets. So it's a bit of a compromise, this field, with the 3 men out, deep cover, long leg, deep square leg, and 3 close catches, everybody else saving 1. Outside the off stump from Overton. Good carry through to Stephen Davis, who took the easiest catch he will probably ever have taken in his entire career, when it was fended off by Matt Renshaw, and all Stephen Davis had to do was just wait for it to drop into his gloves. It's Overton. Craig in bowls something. It's not.
Piece of equipment just went flying there.
Yeah.
Not sure what it wasn't. Don Topley's boot, because he's not wearing it today.
Nothing was done. Ball passing outside, passing harmlessly outside the off stump. 125 for 3.
His poor old Don Topley's had a rotten toe. I think it was a bit of blood poisoning, but he's taken his boot off. He's looking a bit perkier today. He's recovering well.
Here's Overton in bowls, full of length, driven back, hits the stumps. That's probably saved Somerset 4 runs, because that was hit very firmly by Ben Folkes, and Overton tried to get a hand down on it, failed to do so. It knocked if the bowling was from the pavilion end, the leg stump out of the ground, and I think it would have beaten Peter Siddle, who was coming across to try and cut it off from mid-off. Overton tries again. He's there now. Bowls another full-length delivery, which is driven nicely through the covers by Folkes. It's going to be pulled in by Siddle just inside the boundary rope. Good piece of fielding, and they'll come back for 2 runs. 127 for 3. Credit to Overton for pitching the ball up. But Folkes likes that off drive and plays it very well.
Yeah, just nibbling away, Surrey now, aren't they, at this deficit? And again, in no big hurry when you look at the number of overs remaining in the day, which I'm hoping the other scoreboard will tell us. Is that 52, it says? To bowl, yes, 52 overs remaining in the day, and they've got 7 wickets in hand, Surrey, so you'd say that I think they've got the advantage here.
Oh, definitely.
Over Somerset.
Josh Davey coming back into the attack. He's looked just a little bit short of pace, I think it'd be fair to say. Josh Davey coming back from injury.
He's got quite a long run up, hasn't he, for medium pace, or perhaps he's medium fast. I should give him a little bit more benefit
his run
there.
Up quite well though to build momentum.
You're right, he lumbers in, doesn't he? And it's quite rhythmical.
Lopes.
He lopes.
Lumbers a bit.
He's not a gazelle. Here he is, anyway. Right arm around. And that is slashed away off the back foot by Patel for 4 runs. It wasn't wide either. Just gave himself room and has drilled that off the back foot. And that is real class. He's done that twice now. He's played that shot, and it really does race away. We'll have a look at the replay.
Well, the other one was off Jack Brooks, which was also a loosener, and it's not good enough, I don't think. First Division county cricket, you shouldn't be bowling looseners. You've got to be on it from the very first ball. That was short and wide. It was a pie.
Here we are. Davey again. Rhythmical as he runs in, right arm around to Patel, and Patel drills him again through the covers. He'll get 1 for it. There's a man out there in the deep who will retrieve, and they scuttle through for a single. So that's 132 when the scoreboard wakes up after lunch. For 3, and Patel goes on to 82 now.
I must say I've been very impressed by Ryan Patel in this innings. I think he's gone about his business in a really classy way. He's playing them every ball on its merits. He's offered no chance. He's played very, very few false shots.
Davey again with his medium fast, right arm over this time to the right-hander, and Folkes just trying to steer that down towards third man, but it's cut off by Overton C, who dives upon it and cuts it off. 1-3-2 for 3 now in the sunshine here at the Oval, and the wind continues to gust across the ground from the PBH May over towards the scoreboard. And Davey on his way back. So this is Davey's 5th over now, 0 for 9. And he's been fairly economical compared to other bowlers, but just doesn't look like he's going to take a wicket. Famous last words as he runs towards us. Here he is as he loops in and bowls, and that was on middle and leg and has gone around the corners. A very good stop out there at deep square leg. The full slide has gone in and it's cut off. Jack Brooks has cut that off. Another veteran out there who's throwing himself around. 1-3-3 for 3 now, and Folkes onto 11, and Patel 82 is currently facing as the field just readjusts itself to the left-hander with this left-hand right-hand combination. Josh Davey just needs to tighten up a bit here. They're just picking him off at the moment. 6 off the over so far. 2 balls to go of this over. Davey again is going to come round because it's bowling to the left-hander, right arm around. And Patel just comes forward, nudges that into the leg side, has seen the gap. I think that's cleverly played. The only man on the single on the leg side is at mid-on, where it is retrieved eventually by Lammonby. 1-3-4 for 3 now, and Surrey, who are nibbling away at the deficit, now need 104 runs to win this match on day 4 of the County Championship Division 1 at the Oval.
And cement their position at the top of the league.
Davey, this time to Folkes, the recovered Folkes, standing in his crease. And Davey bowls, and Folkes is going to steal a single here. There are singles to be had, there are holes in the field. There's a bit of tip and run there from Ben Folkes, just pushes it into the covers. And the man there, I think it's Abel, has to swoop around to retrieve that.
I'm going to love you and leave you, Isabel, and Mr. Church.
Churchy's
of that ilk.
Churchy's coming back.
The commentary from the Vauxhall end.
Well, cheerio to Anthony Gibson. You can tweet us, of course. It's at AntGib for Anthony Gibson, at Back and Across for Mark Church, and I'm Isabel Duncan. You can tweet me at FineGlance. We'd love to hear from you. I'll bring up the tweets in a moment. As we've now got Overton. I think it might be his 3rd over now from the Vauxhall end. It's the first time he's had a spell from this end. Here he is, right arm over, Overton. Craig Overton's in, and that's short, and that is pulled. They only get 1 for it, Ben Folkes, as he's just found the fielder out there at deep mid-wicket. But they do get a single, and that's 136 for 3 now, and Folkes on to 13. Patel facing, he's on 83. He's still going at quite a gallop there, Patel, for his 83. He's only faced 108 balls for that. Strike rate's dropped a bit, but he's in no particular hurry. I think we've got 51 overs remaining in the day, 7 wickets in hand, Surrey. And Somerset just desperate here to make a breakthrough and break these 2 up. As again, Overton, right arm around, Bowles, and that's driven. It's uppish, but there's nobody there on the single at point. It's gone backward a point. He'll only get a single for it, Patel, but he's hit it hard. It was just in the air momentarily, but not near any danger. So Patel goes on to 84, now 137 for 3, and we welcome Mark Church back into the driver's seat.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, I've been sat outside having a watch with young Mr. Matt Roller of Crick Info fame. We were both sort of slightly perplexed with why Jack Leach hasn't bowled a bit more today, really.
Overton again, here he is, loping in. Up to the crease and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by the recovered Ben Folkes.
Not that anybody's bowled badly at all, and then Siddle's been outstanding again. Brooks has picked up his wickets. Just Leach has only bowled a couple of overs, and he's not going to have much to play with if they do bring him into the attack now, because we're down to 100 required. So
that's right.
They've obviously gone with the pace.
It has been a seamers game, hasn't it? I mean, they have dominated the game, the seamers. When they've been able to bowl, that is. Not back in the pavilion. As Overton bowls, and that's gone down the leg side. That was a bit wayward there from Overton. It was a great stop from Stephen Davies. He really had to hurl himself to his left to cut that off. 137 for 3. Been quite busy on the old Twitter sphere here.
Oh, excellent.
Spicy golden duck. Is that where you went for dinner last night?
I had some very nice spicy golden duck myself last night, yes.
And some prawn crackers?
And some prawn crackers, indeed,
Hope
yes.
you brushed your teeth after all
yes,
that.
Yes.
Here we are. Thank you for all the commentary, Spicy Golden Duck says. It's been a very enjoyable match. What do you think would be the collective noun for a number of Overtons? Here is Overton. He bowls, and that's may well have come off a pad there, as the ball just scoots down. It's going to be 4 byes, actually.
That has gone then.
That's 4 byes. That's just beaten everything, including the wicket-keeper, wayward from Craig Overton. He looks a bit out of sorts, doesn't he, as he shuffles back to his mark at the Vauxhall end. Perhaps he's blaming the wind.
Well, I think as well, he had that when he went off, didn't he? And it looked like he may have bashed a toe or something, because he changed his boot. Had a bit of physio done. But yeah, it's also the first time we've seen him really from the Vauxhall end. He's bowled all his overs from the pavilion end.
That's right. As he feels more comfortable here, but here he is, Vauxhall end. He bowls again. It's on the stumps this time, and that's defended by Folkes down to gully for no run. 141 for 3 now. Folkes on 13, Patel on 84. And yeah, and in terms of runs needed to win, can I read that? Is it 100 now? No, it's not. It's 96. Is it 96?
Yep, down to double figures now.
96. They've broken the back of the 100 there, Surrey.
And yeah, they're going about this okay at the moment. And here we go. Jack Leach is coming into the attack now. I did think that they've got to bring him in at some point, and now they've decided now is the time for Mr. Leach to come and have a bowl from the pavilion end. But yeah, not Siddle's bowled beautifully in the entire game. Brooks has picked up his couple of wickets here. Craig Overton might be slightly under the weather, and Davies bowled nicely as he always does, but you just think here it's worth a go with Jack Leach. It really is. So Jack Leach into the attack from the pavilion end.
It's collective noun for a number of Overtons.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, what do you think?
The Over Twins, is that a collective noun?
The Over Twins, Overtons.
Yes.
You've got to think of something aggressive, haven't you? A bustle of Overtons.
A bustle of Overtons.
A busload.
Well,
that's not a busload, they're just twins, aren't they?
It's a bustle of Overton. Well, I was doing the Overton window theory.
Oh, you were?
Morning,
I like that.
Yes, very good.
Which Overton will open the window?
Yes, indeed.
What are your final words on that one?
It's actually a political sort of formula.
Theory?
Yeah, theory, the Overton window.
Never heard of it, but I believe
I hadn't until this morning, but I've looked it up.
Based on how the twins bowl, I would imagine.
Well, yes, it's your votes. It's your votes, you see. It's a voting
I'd rather
thing.
have them bowling than batting.
Yeah, they can
on
both
the whole.
bat. They can both bat. They can both bat. But I think Craig here, as I say, after lunch, definitely felt something toe-wise, I think it was. So, Jack Leach into the attack then to bowl his left arm spin. Bit of cloud comes over the ground. The sun hides for a few moments here, and he's going to have a short leg in there and a slip. Is Mr. Leach, sweeper on the cover rope, backward point, mid off, deepish mid on, straight mid wicket. He's Jack Leach going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Ryan Patel on 84, and Patel will move on to 85 as he just pushes his ball up to that deepish mid-on. And that's Josh Davey, I think, down there, and he stroll one more, and that'll bring Ben Folkes back onto strike. Folkes 13. Those 3 wickets to go. Rory Burns caught by Davey off Brooks for 17. Hashim Amla got a good one from Peter Siddle, and caught eventually by Stephen Davis at slip, behind the stumps. I mean, after it had hit Renshaw's hands at slip and ballooned to Davis, and then Ollie Pope cutting one into the gully off Brooks, and good catch from Tom Abel as Leach is in, round the wicket. Driving is Ben Folkes into the ground and up again, and there's no run.
Are we getting any turn? I've got the bins out, so I can get a closer look.
Get the binoculars out as Leach round the wicket once more. And that's short, and that bounces a touch on Ben Folkes. He wasn't quite in control of that cut shot. He just spotted it in enough time to just get the wrist down on it. Otherwise, that could have just looped to James Hildreth in there at backward point. Leach round the wicket he comes again, and Folkes lets this one go. Outside his off stump. Tidy start from Jack Leach. Good crowd in, sitting out on the balcony. There's a really good number of people in on the Sunday, having a bit of a watch. So very nice atmosphere around the place as well. As Leach is in once more, and Folkes is forward and punching in there to short extra cover. Lammonby doing the fielding in there.
Only a smidgen of turn, I would say, so far.
It's going to be slow turn as well, isn't it? That's the other. You saw that with Folkes was able to adjust on that shot he was cutting. As forward he comes here to Jack Leach and just smothers this one and plays it out into the offside. So tidy first over from Jack Leach. Gets a pat on the backside from Stephen Davis, and it will be Craig Overton to continue. Down below us at the Vauxhall end, drinks being brought out for Ben Folkes and Ryan Patel. Great game of cricket this, though. It's been a really good game of cricket.
Has a spinner taken a wicket in this match? Don't think they have. But we haven't seen that much spin either, have we? Will Jacks, don't think we saw him in the second innings, did we, in the field bowling? Can't recall exactly, but we haven't seen a lot of overs.
A couple of overs, I think.
Maybe a couple, but we haven't seen a lot of spin, have we? We like to see spin, especially early on. It's good to just experiment and see how the pitch takes it, especially on day 4. You know, we've lost a lot of that green tinginess now. Pitch is looking quite dry. Here's Overton. Right arm around. Oh, and that's swatted away there by Patel. He's really got hold of that. He should get 2 for it. As there's a man down there at third man.
What I really like about Ryan Patel's game at the moment is good ball, he'll either defend it or let it go. But if he thinks he's got any width or short, he really goes after it. So he's sort of got his game worked out at the moment, Ryan Patel. Solid defence, and then he's got, you know, a number of attacking shots.
Here he is on 87, which is a superstitious number if you're Australian. Luckily he's not. Patel, deep in his crease, just plays a defensive shot there. That's 13 short of 100. High score of 100 not out. Patel. Wonder if he'll get it today. Wonder if he'll carry his bat.
Ben Folkes is doing some calisthenics down there at the non-striker's end.
Sounds like a Greek dish.
Yes, well, he's on his back doing some stretching exercises.
Here we are. Looks like Overton needs to do some stretching exercises. He's up to the crease and bowls, and again that is slashed away. He wasn't quite in control of that, but it's gone over the slips and raced down to the boundary for 4 runs. He's rather enjoying himself in a flamboyant, extravagant way, Patel. He goes into the 90s now on 91. We'll have a look at the replay on this.
And this is what I mean. Again, bit of width. He has gone after it, Ryan Patel, and it's a very safe shot. You know, he's going up and over the top of the slips there, and down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So he's literally played that on where it's going away from him.
Overton again, plunders in and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump this time.
And then he's just letting the next one go outside his off stump. So it's good batting that from Ryan Patel, it really is.
And he hits it hard. So when he plays that shot over the slips, he hits it damn hard.
He does.
And he makes sure that it flies.
Davina McCall's into calisthenics.
How do you know that?
Well,
Have you had a
she's
session with
got
her?
a video out.
Has she? Is that what you do of an evening?
One of her many. And yeah, so she's, I think, with calisthenics as well.
As once again, Overton, that's very full on leg stump and is whipped away into the leg side off the bat of the left-handed Patel. He'll go through for a single with that, 149 for 3. Patel goes on to 92. And Surrey now 88 runs away from victory with 49 overs remaining in the day. So there's a lot of time to play with here. 2 slips in the gully. We've got the right-handed Folkes facing now. And Craig Overton from the Vauxhall end. Here he is, thundering in and bowling, and it's on the stumps. There's just a defensive shot here, but opens the face of the bat, and it goes down towards backward point, who's on the ropes, and Folkes gets a single for that. 150 is up for Surrey, 150 for 3. That is the ripple of appreciation from the goodish crowd we were talking about in the ground today on this Sunday in April. And Folkes goes on to 14 with that. Patel on 92 will be facing the next delivery from the next over.
He will indeed, and yeah, very nice ripple of applause around the ground. I'd say a nice atmosphere today around the place. I think the weather for next week's meant to be pretty good as well. Long range forecast.
Where are you next week, Church?
Bristol.
You're going
next
down
week,
to Bristol. You'll be missing Bob Hunt down in Bristol, won't you?
I will be.
Dearest Bob Hunt, the commentator down there for
absolutely.
BBC Radio Gloucestershire.
Jack Leach coming round the wicket to Ben Folkes, who checks this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. But I do get the joy of sitting with young Mr. Ed Seaborn, which I'm looking forward to seeing young Ed. So that'll be nice. And also Mohammed Amir, of course, who's signed for Gloucestershire. So that'll be fun. As quicker one from Leach, and well, he's played this off the back foot as Ben Folkes, trying to play it as late as possible, and that just hurried on to him a touch, and a thickish inside edge rolls down into the leg side. Bristol was Surrey's opening game last season, and it was so cold, and due to COVID we were sat outside in a marquee. As round the wicket comes Leach, driving is Ben Folkes, and I have to thank the great Shield Berry, basically, who came on the first day, and it was so cold that he then bought his patio heater on the second day on wheels. Brought it into the marquee. It was absolutely terrific. So we were all nice and warm. In comes Leach, forward goes Ben Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch.
Patio heater.
Yes, so it's one of those
Shield
ones
Berry
on a big sort of stand.
Yeah, oh, they're great.
Oh,
yeah,
it's brilliant. Wheeled it in, plugged it in, and
everyone's got one of those now, haven't they?
We were fine after that. As forward once again goes Ben Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Oh, it was so cold. It was sort of every bobble hat you could wear, and it was, yeah.
Then your mouth freezes up, doesn't it? You can't really speak properly.
Well, as in round the wicket again comes Leach, forward goes Folkes. So again, a tidy over from Jack Leach, maiden over it is, and Surrey 150 for 3 here on BBC Radio London, BBC Somerset, and on the Surrey live stream. It means they need a further 87 runs. And there are 47 overs on the board to bowl today.
Plenty of time here. So Twitter sphere again has leapt into action. So Mad Dadman has been in touch. He says, didn't Jats get Hildreth? Correct, he did.
Did he?
I think that was the only wicket taken by a spinner. I think that was in the first innings, wasn't it?
Yes, with the that's it. With the last delivery with the first ball. And he just drove it straight to Ambler at backward point, and then Surrey took the new ball. Very well remembered.
There we go. Thank you, Mad Dadman. Jason Hiscox has also been in touch. It's Siddle now. Change of bowling from the Vauxhall end. He's just doing his stretches, his routine out there. He is going to be bowling to Patel. Here he is, right arm around to Patel. And straight as you like to Patel on the stumps, and he's just defended that. Jason Hiscox, he says, regarding collected names for Overtons, given my nickname for them is the Slabs, aka Rock and Gravel, it'd have to be a rubble of Overtons. Quite nice, not bad, is it? That's inventive. That's inventive.
Very good, very good, very good.
Here we are. Teddy T. We'll read that out in a moment. He says, been fantastic listening to your wonderful commentary over the past few days, Isabel. Oh, I didn't mean to read that. It sounds like I'm...
No, I would agree. I'd agree wholeheartedly with that.
I'm embarrassed now. Siddle bowls, it's on off stump, and That is an inside edge. It's going to be a shy at the stumps, but it's not a clean pick-up there from Lammonby, and they do scoot through for 1. It's 151 for 3 now. And Patel goes on to 93. Doesn't look very nervous in those 90s. Here he goes on to say, I do hope you get a chance to come and join Ant Gibb down at Taunton at some point this season. It would be great to have my 2 favourite commentators together again.
Yeah, that's
and Ant Gibb isn't even here, Anthony
that's
Gibb,
lovely.
to listen to that. It's music to the ears, isn't it?
I like the way when he's with you, he says, I'll love and leave you now.
Does he?
Doesn't say that to me, does he?
That's nice, yeah. Here we are, Siddle again, and that's played forward there. Just comes tentatively forward, folks, and just pushes it into the offside for no run. Yeah, people are being very nice today. It's Sunday, isn't it? People are in a good mood, aren't they? And the sun's out and all the rest of it.
Also, just after Sunday lunch, of course. So
we haven't had too many grumbles.
Might have had
a couple of those, yeah. So it's easier to listen to us, isn't it?
Lunch,
yeah.
Yes.
Kind of bit of a blur in the background.
My dear old man, he used to say he used to like enjoy listening to me after Sunday lunch. Be asleep within 10 minutes. Which is
Siddle, right arm over. Ooh, and he has a go at that little fence outside off stump. Does Ben Folkes, but doesn't make contact with the bat and survives. It's always following up with gardening when you've had a little play and a miss. It's just one of those knee-jerk reactions, isn't it, that batsmen do.
I wonder if there's ever been, and I don't know if it's never been discussed, but with the amount of gardening they do, whether any of them are actually into gardening. But it's something I've never found out about any cricketer.
Gardening show.
Well, just are there any cricketers that are really into gardening?
In that. Put it out there. As Siddle bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump and is left alone by Folkes.
It'd be rather good, wouldn't it, if there was one of the world's great batsmen was really into gardening, and then you could have
Topley speaking.
Gardening
I think he knows
with
somebody.
Who toppers? Derek Randall was into gardening. There you are. Derek Randall loved growing tomatoes.
That's great, isn't he?
And David Lloyd introduced it. That doesn't surprise me.
Introduced gardening.
A gardening program.
Oh, a gardening program. Does he know anything about gardening? Though? Yeah. Anyway, Siddle, here we are. Right arm over, and that's on off stump, and he comes forward. A good stride forward from Ben Folkes. Defensive shot, 151 for 3 in Surrey here in pursuit of glory. They need 86 to win. Plenty of time to do it in the sunshine here at the Oval.
It'd be ideal, though, wouldn't it, to sort of, when you go into the meeting to get the programme commissioned, if one of the world's great players, batters, was always gardening, and then it turned out that they did like gardening, then you could have gardening with, and you could have some of their best innings, but interdispersed with them how to grow your rhododendrons.
Yeah.
They're changing the ball. They've had a discussion, they're changing the ball.
There we go. This is, in fact, is it the 3rd time they've done that? I think, changed the ball. It might even be the 4th time they've changed the ball. This time this ball is 44 overs old, and the box this is getting into a bit of deja vu with the ball changing, isn't it? The box has come out. 44 overs old, this ball, so they've got to find an equivalent in there.
Well, you see this a lot here, and I see that I think a lot of it is if the ball flies off to the boundary. Here especially, there is the guttering in front of the boundary board, and sometimes the ball ends up in there and takes a bit of damage. But I love this. Josh Davey, he's having a good old look to see which one they're going with, because he might have a bowl with it. Josh Davey, but just 86 more required by Surrey. I say just, they're not going to be easy to get, but you know you've got it down to double figures now if you're Surrey. So 86 more needed.
And of course Patel is still there, isn't he? And he's the man who's doing the damage at the moment. 93 off 117 deliveries with 13 fours and a strike rate of 79. That strike rate was up at 85 for quite a long time. So he's going at a gallop out there.
He's gone about it very well here as Ryan Patel so far. So there's a chat out there in the middle.
So tea's taken at 15:40 on the dot, isn't it?
On
the 4th day. Unless, say, they needed 5 or 10 runs to win, they'd probably delay tea or cancel tea and allow the runs to be reached.
Well, the way we're going here with Surrey at 3.43 and over, what have we got? Half an hour until that tea break, say 10 more overs, another 30 odd from here. Surrey could need round about 50 odd after the tea break. Somerset will be desperate though to pick up some more wickets before tea. It's going to be Jack Leach from the pavilion end, and the left-handed Ryan Patel will be the man on strike. There's a slip and a short leg, and there's a man at 45 on the sweep. There's the deep mid-wicket. There's an orthodox mid-wicket. There's the deepish mid-on, deepish mid-off, sweeper on the cover rope and the backward point. And Ryan Patel 93 not out as Jack Leach comes over the wicket to Ryan Patel. He's down the pitch, quicker one from Leach. He's just tucking this into the leg side, and Bantam's moving at short leg, but they'll get the single, and that'll be one more to the total.
Quick question for you on Twitter here, Churchy. Stevie Wint says, enjoying the commentary from you all, does Churchy think Surrey will sign an overseas replacement for Roach?
I think they will if there's one available, but there aren't many around at the moment who are available or aren't playing IPL stuff. So I'm sure if there is someone about, then they'll try and get them here. But there aren't many about that are available for, you know, Amir's sort of come out of left field for Gloucestershire, hasn't played any red ball since 2019. Now he'll still swing it, there's no doubt about that whatsoever, but as I say, it's who's available as much as anything. As spinning the ball in his fingers is Jack Leach. He'll come left arm round the wicket to Ben Folkes. That bounces for Jack Leach. Nicely left by Ben. The only name that jumped out at me, but I don't know what he's up to, is Carl Jamieson, in the fact that he obviously spent a bit of time at Surrey last season, and New Zealand have got a test series coming up here, but I don't know what he's doing, to be honest with you. As in round the wicket comes Leach. That's short, that's cut by Folkes for 4. He's tried to find that same spot again, Jack Leach, but a bit too wide on that occasion, and he's jumped all over it there, has Ben Folkes, and crashed that away through the covers for 4. Because Surrey have had to do it tough in these 2 games. They've been a bowler down in both these games, really. Kemar Roach out after 6.2 overs. And then, obviously, James Taylor hasn't bowled in this second innings, and Sam Curran with the 15 that he's allowed to bowl. Now, Dan Worrell's here now. But to say the others have stepped up would be an understatement, because if Surrey get over the line here, they've done it in both games, a bowler down, which is a hell of an effort from the others, really. As in round the wicket comes Jack Leach. Forward goes Ben Folkes and plays this one down into the leg side. So sort of Overton, Clark, Topley in this game, of course. They've all sort of put their hands up for their captain, which actually is a very good sign as well. But Roy Bruns would rather have his full contingent with him. As pushed off the back foot by Ben Folkes out into the offside. It's a tough old job bowling quick. Just talking about this here, but you know, finish today. I was saying at the back of the box, day off tomorrow, train Tuesday, travel Wednesday, or get ready for game on Wednesday. Forward goes Ben Folkes, and then do it all again. End of the over, 156 for 3, and 81 more required by Surrey. Folkes has 18, and Ryan Patel's on 94.
Yeah, here we go. So Surrey requiring 81 runs to win now, as the sun continues to shine here. Lovely day. Still a bit gusty. It's going to be still to continue here from the Vauxhall end.
And it's interesting with the overseas, isn't it? Because people sort of say, well, I remember when you could get a player over and whatever else. But with the amount of cricket that's out there now, and a lot of these guys are playing IPL, it's not easy to find someone.
Exactly. Just not available. Siddle, here he is, bustling in and bowling. And that almost creeps through. He plays that late. Patel, but manages to keep it out in the end. That was just leapt a bit of him into the chest. 156 for 3.
It's always quite a good idea, though, to keep an eye on international sides that are coming here to play Test series as well, for sort of replacements. And as I said, the one that sprung to mind for me was Carl Jamieson, in the fact that but I don't know what he's up to and whether he's available or not. But the fact he ironically got injured in his first championship game for Surrey last year.
Siddle in, 2 slips in place, bowling to Patel, just comes forward and defends. But you're right, with the touring sides that come over, you can start thinking about, you know, are there any Kiwis? But this is quite a long way off, isn't it? When you think about when New Zealand arrive.
Yep, it is.
That's into June, isn't it, by the time they're here?
We've got a batch of 7 championship games first up, haven't we? So we're 3 down now. I think Kemar was meant to play the first 5. So if you could find someone for a couple.
And he's back sunning himself in Barbados. He is from Barbados, isn't he? Siddle bowls, and they think about a run here. Patel, as he just nudges that into the leg side, but the fielder, I think that might be Lammonby, who's busy polishing it, is quickly onto it. Bit of youth there. Such
a shame for Kemar Roach as well, because such a top quality bowler, but such a top quality bloke as well. And you know, I've never known, genuinely, last year with an overseas, I've never known anybody sort of take to a county as quickly as Kemar did, really. And the sun had just come out, which he was delighted about.
It's as long as he's not cold. Right arm around comes Siddle, and that's clipped off the legs there of Patel. That's a great shot. He's just found the gap there at deep mid-wicket and has steered that and placed it beautifully. A man who has now gone on to 98 with that. That's 160 for 3. He's 2 away from his previous highest score of 100 not out.
Yeah,
so
that was against Essex back in 2019 in the opening game of the season, opening the batting. That 100
Church,
for
just
Ryan
a moment,
Patel.
can I interrupt and say, do you want to take over? Because you're the Surrey voice here.
No, I didn't know.
You don't want to steer him in?
You
okay,
do the job.
Siddle, here he is. Up to the crease, bowls. Defensive shot there, just popped up a bit at Patel. Defends well. He might have to if he continues defending in this over. 160 for 3.
Could you pass me my blue exercise book,
please, Isabel? You going to do your homework?
I am, because the interesting thing as well here is Mark Stoneman's gone to Middlesex, so there's an opening spot up for grabs. Ryan Patel finished the season last year very strongly, and he's gone 75, 16 not out, 58. Didn't make many in the first innings here, 5, and now he's 98 not out.
Siddle again to Patel, left-handed. He's going to get a single here. I don't think they'll come back for the second. No, that'll take him on to 99, Patel, which will give him the strike after this over. How far are we? That's the end of the over, it is, so it will give him the strike. He'll be facing Jack Leach. I'm going to take my leave here and allow Anthony Gibson to come and join you, Mark Church.
I bet you when Anthony Gibson leaves me next time, he won't say I'm loving and leaving you. That's what he said to you, Isabel Duncan. But yeah, so Ryan Patel here, and we were all talking about it outside. Nick Friend's here as well, and Matt Roller, and we were all saying, because we were all there that day at Guildford in that one-day game last season where he just came out and smashed it, Ryan Patel, and he's not looked back since. And this has been a lovely innings so far. 99 not out then, with Jack Leach getting ready to come in to him from the pavilion end, Ryan Patel. And there's a slip in there, and that man who was at short leg has now just gone to an orthodox mid-wicket with his helmet on and his pads. So Ryan Patel will just be hoping for something he can knock into a gap and take the single. So Patel settles over his bat on 99 as Jack Leach comes in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel's forward and playing this one straight back up the pitch. Leach does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Craig Overton stood in there at first slip, hands on his knees now as Jack Leach is in. Quicker this time, Patel just covers up, plays into the leg side. Good afternoon, Anthony Gibson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Church. I've been very impressed with Ryan Patel, I must say. I think he's batted really, really well, very sensibly. He's kept the scoreboard moving.
He's been positive in everything he's done. As he turns this one leg side, this will be the 100 for Ryan Patel. Gets through for the single. You can see what it means to him. He punches the air, signals back to that Surrey dressing room, and Ryan Patel, well batted. He's 100 not out with Surrey on the run chase in the second innings.
Nice to see the Somerset players applauding it as well.
And he has a hug from Ben Folkes, but he is cementing this opening spot down at the moment, is Ryan Patel. Very attractive innings, 14 fours, 127 deliveries. And as I say, he's just positive in everything he's doing at the moment. He's seeing out the good ones if he thinks it's there. He knows his shots now as well. And especially on a run chase on the last day, 100 not out, Ryan Patel. Very, very good innings this. As around the wicket goes Leach to Ben Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. so you could see what it meant to him as well. Big punch of the air, and then signalling back to the Surrey dressing room. He's a good lad, is Ryan Patel, lovely fella, and as I say, cementing this opening spot down at the moment. As forward comes Ben Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch.
He hasn't really put a foot wrong, has he?
Not at all. And it's so interesting. It's since that innings at Guildford last year, and I think he started to believe in himself. As this is whipped by Folkes for 4. It's just drifted onto his pad. Roll of the wrist from Ben Folkes, and that is racing off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. And Ben Folkes moves on to 22. It's 166 for 3.
And this game is racing away from Somerset at the moment. Just 71 runs more Surrey need to win, and not much happening out there. Hard though Somerset are trying. Peter Siddle from this end, and he's going to be replaced by Josh Davey, who, as I was saying earlier, has looked a little bit rusty. He's been quite economical, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12, but just hasn't looked like taking wickets. And it's wickets that Somerset increasingly desperately need. Just the 2 slips now. A gully has been dispensed with, gone to backward point. We've got a deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-arm, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. It's the field as Davey is into Patel. Patel lets that go through fairly gentle pace outside the off stump, but at least it wasn't the loosener, short and wide outside the off stump, that Davey produced at the start of his previous short spell.
Interesting with Ryan Patel as well. It's what's good about this is he looked nailed on for 100 at Edgbaston, then gave it away. A shot he wasn't happy with. Looked very good against Hampshire here as well. Got to 58. Got out here. He's gone on, and in the second innings as well.
Davey in bowls to him, and he goes for a flashing offside shot, and that is his highest score in first-class cricket for Ryan Patel, beating 100 not out, which was his previous best.
What he'll be desperate to do here, and what Gareth Batty will be keen for him to do, and Jim Troughton, is to be there at the end as well, with a Reading connects to his name as they describe it, and having taken Surrey over the finishing line. But he's played very nicely here, and as I say, he's just making this opening spot his own, and that's what you want. Mark Stoneman went to Middlesex, there was a spot open, and in he's come, and he's absolutely nailed it down.
Assuming Rory Burns gets back in the England camp, who will come into it?
Yeah, it's a really good question actually. That is an excellent question. Hashim Amla did a bit of it last season. Cameron Steele actually opened up at the end of last season.
Here's Davey then into Folkes. He's there in bowls. And Folkes is looking for a single into the offside. It's not there as Tom Banton picks up from extra cover. And you probably answered this already, but someone on Twitter was asking whether Surrey would acquire someone to replace.
Yeah, and I was saying to Isabel about that. It's just who's available, really. They're all off. I said to Isabel, the only name that sprung into my head, because he played for Surrey last year, was Carl Jamieson. But I'm not sure where Carl Jamieson is at the moment, to be honest with you. If he is in an IPL franchise, he hasn't played a game yet.
No. Davey is in to bowl to Folkes, who plays and misses. Pushes out with his bat quite a long way from his body to that ball from Josh Davey that just left him a little bit off the pitch, went through low to Stephen Davis. Presumably Cameron Green is in the IPL, is he? Australian all-rounder?
Yeah, that's a good shout. I don't know, to be honest. You'd think he probably would be, wouldn't you?
But I mean, he's quite sharp.
Yeah, he is. But again, that's down
quite
to
expensive,
and also
that wouldn't be a problem for Surrey.
Well, of course not. No, absolutely not.
It's Davey in and bowls to Folkes outside the off stump. No shot from Folkes.
And of course, there's a free copy of Typical Surrey for whoever comes. But no, Cameron Green's a good shout. But again, it is difficult, as Isabel and I were saying. They're off playing IPL. Obviously, their cricket boards all have a say in it as well, and how long they want them to play. But I always think it's worth having a look at who's coming touring this summer as well. And obviously New Zealand are, I know it's a bit of a way off, but they are around the place at some point this summer.
Neil Wagner?
Neil Wagner,
He's
a good bowler. He is a good bowler, isn't he? He's done it before in county cricket, of course.
I saw him bowl Essex to victory against Somerset a few seasons ago. This is outside the off stump from Josh Davey. He bowled sort of leg theory, went around the wicket.
Nice.
And
clever.
With a leg slip, forward short leg, and he was absolutely up into the...
That's a fascinating interview with him about this short stuff, because he was saying that when he got into the New Zealand side, he is a left arm swing bowler. You know, he wants to take his wickets bringing the ball, but he looked at the New Zealand attack and said, do you know what, I could be the point of difference here in the fact that on a flat one, which you can get in New Zealand obviously, if I can run in and bowl proper short balls, but he's not bowling absolute rockets.
He's not,
but he gets them in the right spot.
He's skiddy.
Exactly, but he keeps going as well. That's the other thing with him. He'll just keep going and going and going and going. So he's a terrific cricketer, Neil Wagner. But what I liked about it was the fact that he said, he looked at the attack and thought, well, that could be I'm going to be competing with other people. That is, I've already got Trent Boult to go against with the left arm stuff. Right, yeah. I've got to find a point of difference. Here's Jack Leach then from the pavilion, and 70 more needed by Surrey, and Leach is into Ryan Patel, and Patel's just up on his toes, pushing this one up towards mid-on. And there is no run. This partnership worth 61 after that wicket of Ollie Pope, cutting a ball into the gully, and a very good catch from Tom Abel. Leach is in again. Forward comes Patel, thick inside edge, he'll get a run. And Josh Davies slides across to do the fielding. What have we got, 20 minutes till the tea break? And that's down to 69 more needed by Surrey, but Surrey will have to look at it because Darren Worrell's here now. But we were just saying, with Kemar Roach having gone, James Taylor hasn't bowled in this second innings, back spasm, so they'll be keeping an eye on that, definitely. Sam, we know now, is what he's allowed to bowl. So, and the other thing is, the other three, boy, have they put some work in to cover up that, so to cover off the two that have been out. So if there was somebody about that could come in, pretty sure Surrey will be out there having a look. Mr. Stewart's probably been in his notebook. As short ball here is clubbed away by Ben Folkes. It was very short and wide, that from Jack Leach, and Ben Folkes has jumped all over it and whistles off to the boundary road for 4, and 26 to Folkes, 172 for 3. And I hear what people are saying about Surrey money, but there is another key thing with this, and that is Alex Stewart. And he does his homework. He's brilliant at it. Does his homework, and if he picks up the phone to you, says we want you, then you tend to have it. Mornay Morkel, he was always saying to Mornay, if you retire from international cricket, we'd love to have you here at Surrey, and the rest is history, really.
Indeed.
As Jack Leach comes bouncing in round the wicket to Ben Folkes, who's forward and playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Roland Pascoe on Twitter, oh no, the pain. Still, that's the lot of being a Somerset supporter. It's the hope that I find so difficult. I sympathise.
Leach is in again. Forward comes Folkes and plays this one out into the offside, rolls in there towards Silly Point. And there's no run. Sun's come out now as well. Patel wants something from the dressing room, a drink, I think, possibly, that signal. The international sign of, can I have a drink, please? The Silly Point's gone to short leg now, as Leach is in and Folkes is forward and pops this one into the offside. End of the over, 172 for 3 then. Surrey. Folkes has 26, Patel has 102, and it means Surrey requires 65 more, and there are the old minimum of, we'll say, 41 overs remaining in the day.
Not an issue.
No.
If Surrey do go on and win and inflict a 7th consecutive loss on Somerset, then it will be that mini collapse, that mid-innings slump yesterday afternoon, really, that will be to blame, because when the two Toms, Banton and Abel, were batting together, Somerset were controlling the game. The setting up a position where they could decide when to declare how much to set Surrey, whether to make the game safe. But the loss of all those wickets in mid-innings meant loss of control, and Surrey were in control from then on.
And Ryan Patel's had a good all-round game, because it was his. He got Tom Abel, didn't he, with his little outswingers.
Absolutely. But he has batted really well in this second Surrey innings. He's on 102, which is his highest first-class score. Will be on strike to Josh Davey in the sunshine from the Vauxhall end. Davies in and bowls, and Patel lets that go through to Stephen Davis, and we've just got the one slip now, just James Hildreth. Overton at sort of backward point, still got a slight limp on, as Craig Overton. I hope to goodness he's going to be fit for the Warwickshire game on Thursday. No guarantee that Lewis Gregory's going to be fit. Josh Davey still working his way back after injury. Davies in and bowls to Patel, who is edged and caught by Stephen Davis, tumbling down to his left. It was an indeterminate sort of shot from Ryan Patel after he'd been playing so positively. He chased after a ball outside the off stump, got an edge, and a good catch by Stephen Davis. At a fine innings from Ryan Patel, his highest in first-class cricket. He's gone for 102.
What a very fine innings that is from Ryan Patel. You can see his disappointment, but I just think he lost his off-stump there for a second, because he had a look back to see where his off-stump was, playing that, trying to force off the back foot, and outside edge, nicely taken by Davis, but he's played really well. He punches his bat in frustration, does Ryan Patel. Gets a very warm round of applause, because he would have wanted to have been there at the end and seen Surrey over the line, but he's done a pretty good job. He's got them to within 65 of victory. Somerset will say to themselves, now come on fellas, let's try and make something happen here, and Sam Curran makes his way down the steps and out into the middle.
Just a chink of light for Somerset. Admittedly, they've still got Sam Curran and Will Jacks to remove, not to mention Jordan Clark and Jamie Overton, but one wicket can often produce a couple more, and if Surrey are put under pressure, you never know. I still think they're pretty warm favourites, but well done Josh Davey for making the breakthrough.
Yeah, absolutely. And looked in good nick in the first innings. Sam Curran made 80. He wanders out there to join Ben Folkes, but it's just the way that Ryan Patel looked back to check where his off stump was. I think he just on that delivery slightly lost where his off stump was, and you could see how annoyed he was. But lovely innings, proper. What I would say is that was a senior batsman's innings, that wasn't it?
It was. Very well judged. He went out there with real intent, determined to play positively without really taking any risks.
No.
You know, it wasn't as if he was trying to drive good length balls on the up through the covers or anything like that. He just played every ball on its merits.
Well, as you can see, he's got three main shots: drive, cut shot, pull, and then he's solid in defence, and he let the ball go well today.
So he's replaced by another left-hander, Sam Curran, who's on strike now, to Josh Davey, who's in and bowls, and Curran is off the mark straight away, just pushing that into the offside, setting off for a quick single, which is successfully accomplished. 173 for 4. 64 more runs required by Surrey, 6 wickets required by Somerset, and another wicket before the tea interval might make things a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, positive start from Sam Curran. They've done that pretty well in this second innings as well. Surrey just picked up their singles and kept that rotation of the strike. Haven't really let the bowler settle at one batsman.
Slip in a gully for Davey to Folkes. Folkes defends solidly into the offside. Somerset came so close against Essex last weekend on a Saturday morning, and Essex have gone down with all hands against Warwickshire. Somerset are facing Warwickshire starting on Thursday, so the form line is not great, especially if we are without one or more first choice seam bowlers, as this is defended by Ben Folkes. The batting has come on a little bit in this game. Lammonby's looked good, Tom Banton's looked pretty good, Tom Abel has played superbly. But Messrs Davies and Hildreth haven't distinguished themselves. Well, Hildreth got 50 in the first innings, mustn't be unfair. It was the manner of his demise that cast a bit of a shadow over the runs that he scored in the first innings. It's Davy then to Folkes. He's in bowls. Folkes get an inside edge. Not far away from his off stump. He'll pick up a single as it runs down to Jack Leach at long leg. Moves on to 27, 174 for 4.
It's been a terrific game of cricket, this, though. It really has. Really enjoyed. Watching Peter Siddlewell was an absolute joy. And the batting of Tom Abel. And then from a Surrey perspective, well, the three quick men did a great job for Surrey, especially yesterday. They really did sort of step up when it was required. And that was a lovely innings from Ryan Patel today. So it's Jack Leach to continue from the pavilion end. 63 more needed. 10 minutes until the tea break on this, the final day here in South London. Back here in a couple of weeks, I think, against Northamptonshire after the trip to Bristol.
Gloucester's were hanging in there.
Yeah, they were. I saw that.
Lancashire last time I looked.
So Jack Leach ready to come round the wicket to Ben Folkes. Lets this one go outside his off stump. There's Ben Folkes, and it's neatly taken by Stephen Davis away to his right hand side.
They've lost another wicket. 208 for 8 now.
As forward goes Folkes, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, so looking like Lancashire will win that. They're playing some good cricket, Lancashire, at the moment as well.
Anderson making the breakthrough, getting Miles Hammond LBW.
As Leach is in, and Folkes steps onto the back foot looking to cut this, and actually just chops it away down towards backward point. And there is no run once again. Sam Curran on 1, Ben Folkes on 27, 174 for 4 as Leach is in, and Folkes is forward and just pushes this one away out into the offside. Kent getting on in their game against Hampshire.
They are, again, they're fighting a rear guard action, 280 for 7, still 67 runs behind Hampshire.
Folkes waits again, little survey of the field. Leach is into him, tosses this one up, and Folkes is forward and playing this one down into the offside.
Northants making a good fist of it against Yorkshire, 207 for 5.
That's a rear guard as well, isn't it?
It is.
As round the wicket again comes Leach, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Ben Folkes. End of the over, maiden one from Jack Leach, tidy over that. Sam Curran will wander down to have a word with Ben Folkes out there in the middle. We're seeing some good efforts on last days from sides. Leicestershire have managed it twice now, haven't they, in their opening games, batted through the last day. So okay, we've had one or two that have ended early, but quite a lot of the games so far this season have sort of gone into deep into last days.
As this one is.
Indeed it is.
So Josh Davies going to bowl another over from this Vauxhall end. Target now just 63 for Surrey. As Josh Davies in and bowls to Curran, who defends. And that will, reinforce Surrey's position at the top of the Division 1 table, I assume. Andrew Hooper on Twitter says, has the loss of Marcus Trescothick to England affected Somerset's batting performance? No, I don't think so. I think the Somerset's batting woes stretch back to the time when Marcus Trescothick was opening the innings for Somerset. Josh Davey into Sam Curran, just drops his bat on a really gentle medium pace delivery on his off stump. He's not really bending his back, Josh Davey, at the moment. He's floating it up there. It was really batsman error that accounted for Ryan Patel, as Mark Church was saying. He gave it every indication of not realising he didn't have to play a shot at that, and could have left it quite safely to go through to Stephen Davis. Is Davey in and bowls, and this is a drive off a thick edge from rather an expansive drive that from Sam Curran. He rehearses the shot, looking to drive Davey on the up through the offside. Got a thick inside edge, doesn't get a run. Sam Curran in his first class game for Surrey since the season of 2020, and I think he only played one then, didn't he?
Yep.
In the Bob Willis.
In the Bob Willis.
But he looked pretty good in the first innings. As Davey is in to bowl to him, is there and bowls, and he's punching this into the offside, but picked up at short extra cover by Matt Renshaw, who hurls it at Stephen Davis just to keep the wicketkeeper on his toes. We've got, what's the time? I certainly have one more over before tea, possibly two.
Be nice down there in the Peter May stand now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, lovely.
This on that time of the day, really.
We can see Mrs. Topley sitting down there.
Oh, is she? Where is she down there?
Just beyond the Green King advertising board in a pink jumper.
Yeah, like her husband.
Yes. Yeah. This is defended by Sam Curran back up the onside of the pitch. Surrey quite content just to settle for the position that they're in at the moment, going into tea, not trying to force things. They want to get a bit closer. The way of these things is usually that sides go steadily towards the target until they get within 20 or 30 runs.
And then try and get there quick.
Yep. And then the runs come pretty quickly. Davey in it is into Curran, it's shorter, and Curran defends back up the pitch. End of that over at least one more over. If it's Jack Leach, probably be 2 overs before tea. 174 for 4, 63 more runs Surrey need to win.
They do indeed, and this might well be our last one before the tea break. So it'll be Jack Leach to bowl it, although he gets through his overs very quickly, does Jack Leach, so never know. We might find we get another one after this. And Surrey at lunch were 81 for 1 at lunch, so nearly 100 runs in this session as well for Surrey, as Jack Leach will come left arm round the wicket to Ben Foakes, who's playing a late cut down to David. That's the fielding moving round to his right hand side. Yeah,
he's looking for anything slightly short, Ben Foakes, isn't he?
Well, he's cut 1 or 2 that he's just dropped in short and been a bit too wide. Jack Leach waits again, does Foakes on 27 as Leach is into him, and Foakes is forward and nudges this one out into the offside. He's had a good start to the summer though, Ben Foakes. 132 not out, 45, 63 in the first innings here, and he's 27 not out in the second innings. Leach is into him and he's letting this one go outside his off stump. So yeah, he's in nick. Yes, in fact, just good to see him out there after yesterday.
Showing
of course.
no ill effects.
No, none at all. Around the wicket again comes Leach. Forward goes Foakes, just again pushes this one out towards Tom Lammonby. Out there at extra cover. Lammonby moves like a fielder, natural fielder. As in round the wicket goes Leach to Folkes. Lets this quicker one go again outside his off stump. Taken by Davis. Just one of those natural athletes again. He looks like Tom Lammonby.
Yeah.
Out there at extra cover. Leach in once more. Folkes is forward. Plays this one back up the pitch. We might get another one in here at 3:39 on the digital clock.
Yep.
There was another maiden. 174 for 4.
Josh Davey will bowl it from the Vauxhall end. Very pleasant afternoon now.
Lovely.
Mixture of blue sky and white fluffy clouds.
I hope it's a bit like this tomorrow. Actually, I've got a bit of paperwork in the morning, admin to do tomorrow, and then of course off to ask Mr. Graham Gooch some questions in the evening.
Very nice too. I expect I shall go and have some lunch.
How nice. Bit of golf?
No, not tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. Not tomorrow.
It's Josh Davey then, last over before tea. He's bowling to Sam Curran. Curran's up on his toes, punching this out through the covers, but only as far as Jack Leach, who's patrolling the offside boundary. Picks up a single, 175 for 4. We'll probably go and have lunch at Jim's Cider Shack.
Ooh, very nice.
Yeah, which is essence of Somerset.
Lovely.
It's
what sort of food does Jim's Cider Shack do?
Sort of ploughman's.
Oh, I do like a ploughman's.
A beef casserole.
Ooh.
It's a good hearty country fare.
Oh, lovely. I do like a good ploughman's.
And he does make very good cider as well. Here's Davey in and bowls. Oh, and that's an outside edge. A really good delivery from Josh Davey, which bisected slip and gully. Went through there at catchable height. And 4 runs is the undeserved outcome.
It's a cracking ball, that, from Davey. Caught that bounce as well.
Yeah.
Just makes you think, another 100 on top of this. That'd have made it interesting.
It would. I think the alternative to this scenario, though, would probably have been Somerset batting on until lunchtime today and making the game safe. I can't. When you've lost 6 games on the bounce, you're not going to risk losing a 7th if you can possibly avoid it. But that's precisely the situation they find themselves in now. 179 for 4 after that fortuitous 4. This is driven into the offside. They're setting off for a quick single. Lammonby has the ball in his left hand, but decides not to throw it because there was no prospect of a run out. Sam Curran was comfortably home. No point in risking overthrows. 180 for 4.
I do like a good ploughman's.
Yeah, it's very good. And of course, Somerset, the home of cheddar cheese.
Indeed. I like it when you get sort of big old hunk of bread.
Yep.
And I do like a bit of Branston pickle in mine.
Yes.
Yeah, very much so.
A couple of pickled onions.
During COVID, during lockdown, I used to have cheese night, Anthony Gibson, once a week.
Excellent.
Where I allowed myself a big baguette, a slice of cheddar, slice of brie, and some of the Philadelphia cream cheese. Other cream cheeses are available, and Branston pickle.
Very nice.
Very nice it was.
Here's Josh Davey coming round the wicket to the left-handed Curran, who just milks that into the offside for a single. 181 for 4. The umpires signal to each other that 4 balls of the over have been bowled, just to make sure that they keeping up to speed with the number of balls. 2 remain before the tea interval. 56 more runs Surrey will need after it. Somerset will need 6 wickets, and those 6 wickets will take a bit of getting. It's not impossible, though. You never know. With cricket, here's Josh Davey in bowls to Folkes, who again is just a little bit suspicious. There's some late movement from Josh Davey. goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. Josh Davey can move the ball both ways off the seam. He swings it as well. He's been a bowler reborn in the last 2 or 3 seasons. Perfect foil for Craig Overton, who hits the pitch hard. Josh Davey a little bit skiddier, not as quick, but offers a real threat. Here he comes, in bowls to Folkes outside the off stump, and Folkes plays no shot, and that concludes proceedings for the afternoon session, which comes to a close with Surrey on 181 for 4. They need another 56 runs to win. Ben Folkes 32 and Sam Curran 3, and well, it's been in the same way it was Surrey's morning, it's certainly been Surrey's afternoon, and they'll be pretty confident of knocking off those 56 runs they need.
Anthony Gibson, thank you very much indeed. So that is the tea break on this final day. We'll be away from the commentary post for 20 minutes and get a cup of tea and have a mini egg, but at tea Surrey in a good position, obviously needing just 56 more to win. So we'll leave you here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset, but on the Surrey live feed we're going to see a video about the brilliant work that the Surrey Cricket Foundation are doing.
It's been a really nice day, really honoured and very thankful to be invited down, but it's great to see all the kids having lots of fun. Just hopefully they keep it up and it keeps blossoming really.
Pride Alliance programme is an all abilities course which teaches children between the age of 4 and 16 core cricket skills, whether that's front foot batting or learning to become a spin bowler or a budding young wicketkeeper. And this is done through 2 core programmes, one that's pre-Christmas between October and December, the second which is 10 weeks after Christmas, which is January to March. Those 2 programmes are at weekends, and then we run holiday courses during the rest of the year, such as February half term, Easter, May half term, and a couple of courses over the summer, one of which is on the outfield at the Oval.
Certainly recommend the programme, and it doesn't matter what ability the kids are at. Come into the programme, you notice that all the kids improve over 10 weeks. The individual coaching that they get is fantastic.
We've got our standard 10-week course, which works on a ratio of 1 to 7 and has children from the ages of 4 to 16, so school years reception to year 11. And then our pro package course, which offers a more personalised experience, better coach to player ratio of 1 to 4. And the advantage of that is they can offer a more personalised experience, which helps bridge the gap between group and one-to-one coaching. So the Pride Alliance programme runs at a number of different venues. 2 are our own venues. One's the Ken Browning Cricket Centre, which is the indoor centre at the Oval. Another is Surrey Cricket Centre in Guildford. And then we've got schools across Surrey, one of which is here, Felton Fleet School in Cobham. And we've got Downs End School in Leatherhead, Donatus School in Reigate, York Castle School in Epsom, Wallington County Grammar School and Waden School in Farnham.
Hi, I'm Tushar. I'm the coach for Saturn Chance to Shine Youth and Young Adult Sessions. I'm a casual coach with Surrey Cricket Foundation. I organize these sessions. These sessions is going on for 3 or 4 years. Different abilities of children with different community backgrounds. 60 to 70% they haven't taken the bat for the first time. So since I have started, they are even brothers and sisters, they feed into the next one and it goes up and up and up.
When I was growing up, the opportunities available at clubs like that weren't as big as some of the other clubs, more recognised clubs. So definitely platforms like this will really give that opportunity for kids that maybe don't feel comfortable to go to those bigger, more established clubs. But being at a system like this where they can still get the same opportunities and same opportunity to progress if that's what they want to do in the sport.
I started as my own community club's coaching sessions. With the Surrey's help, we transferred this one as a chance to shine. Then I spread the word within my community, my friends, their friends and friends. It just propagates all the time. So we have got, say, registered 140 kids. When they start early, we can have a talent ID program, so as an independent thing, rather than going through all these recommendation or club application session. From Chance to Shine directly to the trials or talent ID sessions, and they can have a look at it and see if there's a potential, and most likely that they can go up with the help of Surrey and further.
I think you've got to have trust in the system, and I think that you've got to be willing to put the hours in and do the bit of the hard graft with the travelling, getting to the training centres. But I think the main thing is you've got to invest that time to the training, and I think going to platforms like this and being in maybe county systems and things like that will really help push forward. A lot of my dreams were to play for Surrey. I think when I was growing up, being given that opportunity to play in the first team was really my big dream, and then kind of since I've been there now, it's like, okay, I want to play for England as well. So hopefully, getting a test place at some point in the future would be amazing. But I think for now, it's just doing my best I can for Surrey in the first team, especially in Red Ball and all the other formats as well.
There are more potential that there are few players, good potential to play further up. And I would see them in Surrey hit very soon. That's what my target as well, make sure that they play for Surrey and further up if they can.
Fantastic to be here at Scarrett Park School today. This is one of 9 Super Ones groups that we run across the county. The groups are aimed at 12 to 25-year-olds. This group here is largely young people in their teens. For a lot of young people with additional needs, Super Ones is the entry level. We will adapt the sessions to fit with the requirements of the people who come along. What we aim to do is use cricket as an end in itself, with the social benefits of getting back out there with some friends and also developing some other skills.
Sam and I have come down today just to play a bit of cricket with the kids. It was very interesting to see, and I had a lot of fun, and I hope the kids did as well.
This is a fantastic opportunity, having 2 Surrey players, one of whom plays for England, visiting the group today.
As soon as when we found out, me and Gus, that we were going to come down here, it was great. We jumped at the opportunity. We just popped in after training to see the Super Ones, these young kids with disabilities who, when they're growing up, might not have the opportunities that we did when we were young.
It was so nice having those role models coming in, like professional cricket players coming in to visit the kids was fantastic. Our children don't often get those opportunities, so it's so nice that's happened.
Nice bowling! The cricket is so awesome, and we had fun having a turn, bowling and batting. And we had fun playing with the mates and make sure they have fun with each other.
We were here for over an hour with the kids, just kind of learning, and you could see their confidence grow. One ball the guy would miss, and the next ball he'd smash it at the net.
There was some serious talent on the show. I was very surprised, some proper players.
The opportunities are there to play locally with your friends, but also to take it further forward and play representative cricket if that's what you want to do. Hopefully some of them will want to take it further and emulate their heroes.
Hopefully the kids can sort of look at us and take some inspiration from us and get more into cricket, and sort of brought me back to when I was their age, just having fun with your mates playing cricket. So that's what it's all about, really.
I was very touched by coming down and seeing these kids with disabilities and now having that access and opportunity to kind of get involved in cricket, which is a sport we all love. It's expanding around the country, and I think it's an amazing thing that needs to keep being emphasised and keep building.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset and the Surrey live stream. Tea break is over on this final day with Surrey against Somerset in a good position. 181 for 4. They require another 56 runs for victory. Ben Folkes on 32, Sam Curran on 3. Isabel Duncan is alongside as Curran and Folkes make their way out into the middle. 100 for Ryan Patel. Very fine innings of 102 from Ryan Patel. Surrey at lunch were 81 for 1. Lost Hashim Amla caught behind off Peter Siddle for 14, and then Ollie Pope caught by Abel off Brooks for 5, and Patel after his 100 caught behind off Davey for 102. But Isabel Duncan, Surrey in a very good position here, and Somerset are going to have to pull out something fairly spectacular after tea to get over the line in this one. The only thing I would say is it's got a little bit gloomy here at the Kia Oval, but Surrey should get these 56 runs after tea.
Yeah, I don't think Surrey want to come off a bad light.
That would not go down well.
That would be interesting,
with
wouldn't
2
it?
required, that wouldn't be ideal.
I think we'd all quite like to go home, in the next couple of hours anyway. We'll see if Surrey can finish this off, but there's always a chance, of course, of more wickets, and that with the wicket of Patel could have changed the complexity of things. They got a little bit bogged down once that wicket fell. But again, there's just plenty of overs left in this game, aren't there? Let me just check my eyes out again. Is that right? 36 to bowl?
36 to bowl.
Just about read that. It's a funny angle, that scoreboard. So you have the pavilion end.
I'll go
you
pavilion.
Own the pavilion end, don't you, Churchy?
I'll go pavilion.
You've got Leachy back on the
yes, indeed.
Jack
Mr. Leach. Mr. Leach is having a bowl, and Mr. Curran will be on strike. There's going to be a long on, a mid off, a sweeper on the cover rope, the backward point, the slip, the short leg, man just behind square at 45, and the deep mid wicket. So 56 more runs required by Surrey. Sam Curran in his short sleeve sweater settles himself down over his bat, and Jack Leach gets ready to bowl our first ball after the tea break. He'll come left arm over the wicket to Sam Curran, and Curran is forward to the first ball after tea and just turning it down into the leg side, and there is no runs. So yes, all very interestingly poised. It's been a terrific game of cricket over the last, nearly 4 days now, as Leach is in. Here goes Sam Curran straight away to Leach, down the ground, lofting it high into the pavilion for 6. So Sam Curran, second ball after tea, use of his feet, and then lofting the ball straight into the pavilion for 6. He did that in the first innings. Didn't quite get to the pitch of that, Sam Curran, but has gone through with the shot and got enough bat on it, and it's our first runs after tea. 187 now for 4. Crowd enjoying that. Get to retrieve the ball and lob it back. 50 more needed by Surrey as Leach is in again, and Sam Curran is punching off the back foot this time and won't get a run on that occasion.
Well, both of these players are busy players. They're fidgety at the crease. They want to score runs. They won't be bogged down.
Curran waits again. Leach is into him, and Sam Curran is forward and playing this one back up the pitch. Just looking to see who's getting himself warmed up. Is that Davey, I think, getting himself warmed up there behind square on the leg side? It might be Brooks actually getting himself warmed up behind square on the leg side. As forward comes Curran, wants a single, there isn't one there, so it looks as if it'll be Jack Brooks to get started after tea from the Vauxhall end of the ground. Get a bit more bowling in him. Craig Overton in there at slip as Leach bounces in once again. Over the wicket he comes to Curran, and Curran is forward and playing this one back down the pitch. 6 off it, that one shot from Sam Curran into the pavilion for 6. Sorry, 187 for 4 then. 50 more required by them. And Folkes has 32 and Sam Curran's on 9.
Always entertaining, Sam Curran.
Oh, absolutely.
Always ambitious with the bat out there. Great foot movement to get to the pitch of the ball and launch it out towards the pavilion, to the thrill of the members sitting out there. He managed to miss the sight screen this time. I think it was in the previous innings the sight screen was damaged, wasn't it? One of the slats, they had to be put back into place. It's hit with a flat 6. So, who are we going to have? Is it going to be Josh Davey or is it going to be Brooks?
Brooks,
It is going to be Brooks. Davey was on the Vauxhall end before tee, and it's going to be Brooks. There he is, striding out, putting his mark out there. I see all those previous marks where they put little smiley faces and signatures have all been scrubbed away. They've all vanished.
I think they're still there. I just think they
faded in the sun.
They fade in the sun.
Yeah.
But I think they're still there. I think if you go out and have a look at tea time, you see a lot of people sort of, we're not allowed to at this end, but at the other end at the pavilion, they're all having a look to see whose name it is and where they run in from.
It's quite fun. When we used to be allowed on the pitch as commentators, I used to go and take pictures of that. It's a bit of modern art, I think. Some of them is quite artistic.
Very good.
Creative. As Brooks, here he is, storms in and bowls, and that's a shortish ball there to Folkes, who just gets his head over the ball and defends.
Oh, they're very particular as well. Tape measures come out before the start of play and mark out their runs, and then the spray comes out. And as you say, some of them are very artistic.
Yeah, it's like graffiti, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like street art, bit of street art. But we're just back to the old disc here for Brooks. He's in, and that's short, and that's swatted away. That is pulled. It's just one run. There's a man out there, and deep mid wicket. He was onto that very quickly, folks, and rolled his wrist nicely over it. It was along the ground, 188 for 4. And Folkes ticks on to 33 now. Curran on 9. Curran facing the left-hander. Just having a fiddle with his gloves. He's made a full recovery from his injury. It looks like he has anyway. He's batted well in this game. He's a top scorer for Surrey in the previous inning. He scored 80. Here he is scratching away at the crease. He's getting his mark sorted out, his guard. Brooks is going to come over the wicket, right arm over to the left-handed Curran. Curran is onto that quickly. It's in the air, and it's another 6 by the looks of things. No, it's not. It's 4. There was one bounce, I think, before it got to the boundary. But again, he's just bisected the fielders beautifully. Knows exactly where the gaps are. He's got that 360 vision in his head. He knows where they are, and he's getting on with it at a pace here, Curran. He goes on to 13 now, and the score 192 for 4. It's going to be 45 runs now needed for victory here for Surrey. As Brooks again pounds in and bowls. This is full and defended by Curran this time. Just nudged into the offside.
A short boundary on that leg side for the left-hander. But made sure he rolled the wrists and bisected those two fielders out there. Didn't try and go up. Went down on it, did Sam Curran on that occasion. Whistled away for 4 runs.
Here is Brooks once more. Here he's up to the crease and bowls, and that's short again, and that has been pulled for 4 runs. This time it's gone out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that has gone all the way. Along the ground there this time, 196 for 4. We just have to look at the replay. Here we go. We've got the replay coming up. Sam Curran.
Too short from
It's
Jack
short
Brooks.
and it's pulled.
He'll know that.
Again.
It's just whistled
and that's
away.
4 more runs.
Yeah, in front of square, 3 mid-wicket. Positive stuff this from Sam Curran after tea.
He's on 17 now, Curran, as Brooks is in and bowls, and it's a better length ball, just short of a length there, and Curran goes onto his toes and defends it. 196 for 4, Curran on 17, and Folkes on 33. 2 boundaries off that over for young Sam Curran. 9 off the over in all.
Yeah, but Folkes will be pleased with this, because that just enables him to bat his way. The way that Sam Curran is playing, down to 41 more required for Surrey. 196 for 4 they find themselves, and all out Somerset this morning for 207. Took 15 minutes, and Josh Davey was the last to go, caught by Overton off Clark for 12, so that was all out for 207, meaning Surrey needed 236 to win, and they're 196 for 4. And it's Jack Leach getting ready to come left arm round the wicket to Ben Folkes, and this will be runs tucked into the leg side. No, good fielding. Thought that had got past the man in there at short mid wicket. Renshaw, that is, tumbles away to his right to do the fielding, and Ben Folkes stays where he is. Leach again just spinning the ball in his fingers, then comes left arm round the wicket to Folkes. Runs here for Ben Folkes. He just pushes this off the back foot and then makes sure he leaps across so he doesn't run up the middle of the pitch. And they'll take another single, and 197 for 4. 40 more required by Surrey, and plenty of overs. 33.4 left in the piece today. Sam Curran, the left-hander, 17 not out, a couple of boundaries and a 6 since tee as Leach is into him. He's down the pitch again. Cool, he's got hold of this one as Sam Curran. That has been launched straight over the groundsman's workshop and into the stand for 6 more. And as he hit that, you knew it was going for 6. Lovely sound off the bat of Sam Curran. Great feet, and he knew straight away that had gone. And that's soared away for 6 more. Sam Curran's doing this very well now. He's on to 23, and the 200 is up for Surrey. 203 for 4, 34 more runs required. But he's just walked out there after tee. Second ball after tee's gone into the pavilion for 6. Couple of boundaries off Jack Brooks pulling, and then that one again with Leach. Not going to let Leach just bowl to him. Down the pitch straight away, and he really did get hold of that one. As Leach is in again, and there are loads of gaps here with long off and long on, so he's just going to play this very sensibly. Sam Curran just pushes it down the ground for a single. He moves on to 33 more required. He moves on to 24, and Surrey move on to 204 for 4.
The Surrey crowd are loving this, aren't they? There's lots of cheering and clapping out in the stands.
Leach is round the wicket here to Folkes, and Folkes nudges leg side. Won't get a single on this occasion. Well, Sam Curran 80 in the first innings, 24 not out in the second. Got through 10 overs with the ball. Was charging around in the field, so it's been a good 4 days for Sam Curran. You'll be delighted to be back as Jack Leach is in and forward goes Ben Folkes. Plays this one back up the pitch. End of the over, 204 for 4. I'm always convinced with Sam that if he was wandering along and there was a game going on in the park, he'd want to have a bowl or a bat. Absolutely loves it.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah, and it's wonderful to see that as well with a kid of that much talent who absolutely loves playing cricket and loves the big stage and loves being sort of there at the end and in a lovely way.
And he may get his wish this time round. And he's been on the bench a long time with his injury, which must have been super frustrating for him, as he's a fidgety character, wants to get out there. Brooks, once again, right arm around, bowls, and that's slashed away. Oof. Was that a drop?
Yep.
It was. That was hit very, very hard to gully. Slashed away by Sam Curran. And that's Overton, isn't it? Hit very, very hard to him at about, I would say, waist height. We might see the replay now.
It's exactly, in a way, how Jack Brooks got Ollie Pope, if you remember, after lunch. But that just flew at Overton. He's got brilliant hands in there, but down it went. And it's a life for Sam Curran on 24.
So 205 for 4 now as Brooks is in. A little bit short there, but just rocks onto the back foot and plays defensively. Folkes, he's being the more conservative of the two out there, but that's fair enough. He's been there much longer, and he had a great 4th wicket partnership with Patel earlier for 66. Patel out for 102, surpassing his previous high score of 100 not out. He was there for 201 minutes, Patel. Very impressive. Brooks bowls. That's a good length ball outside of off stump. Didn't get up much, kept low and left alone by Ben Folkes. Who knows, he's got all the time in the world. 33 overs remaining. 6 wickets in hand here at Surrey, at the Oval for Surrey. 205 for 4. And they need 32 runs to win now, Surrey, on the 4th day. Jack Brooks just running away from us with his headband on, and he bowls, and again that keeps quite low outside the off stump, and folks showing no interest in that.
Yeah, just a little bit of swing there for Jack Brooks, but Surrey knocking these runs down in sort of very business-like fashion. Solid performance again this from Surrey.
Brooks once more with his shorter run-up, the veteran that he is. He bowls and goes onto the back foot this time. There's going to be runs from Ben Folkes. Will it go for 4? Oh, it's beautifully fielded out there in the covers and the deep covers. One-handed stop as they come back for the second. Has saved 4 runs out there on the ropes. You can have a closer look. Who is that out there with his sunglasses on? It's Matt Renshaw. It's a tall man, tall, strong man. Matt Renshaw. Really good effort from him. He certainly saved 2. Saved it going over the ropes. 207 for 4.
Well, that's great to see, isn't it? Jack Brooks will appreciate that from Renshaw. Sprinting round, saving a couple.
Here is Brooks, right arm over. That's left alone this time by Folkes outside the off stump. Folkes on 36 and Surrey requiring 32 runs now. Sorry, 30 runs to win. And they want to do it, well, certainly Sam Curran wants to do it in a blaze of glory, doesn't he? Swashbuckling his bat all over the place.
Yes, I remember when he made his debut for Surrey in Championship cricket, Sam Curran. And in his first over, he ran in from the pavilion and bowled Joe Denley with an absolute perler. Everybody we all knew what Sam could do, but it's like, wow. And yeah, of course, Tom as well. Tom coming back from a back injury, so fingers crossed Tom will be back sort of midsummer-ish, I would have thought. And I think the other thing here is he obviously didn't want to have an injury, Sam Curran, but sort of just having a little natter with him. He's never had a break from cricket since he left school. And actually, I suppose in a way, ideally it wouldn't have happened, but he's had a bit of a recharge of the old batteries and a bit of time away from cricket. He's done a bit of the old telly stuff as well. He's very good at that, sitting on the sofa. And he's come back, and he's always hungry to play anyway. He's always really hungry to play. But here you can just see how much he's enjoying being back out there. I think Renshaw's going to have a bowl here. Yeah, I think it's a late decision, this, because Leach was getting ready to have a bowl, but I think we're going to get Matt Renshaw into the attack to have a bit of a twirl. So Renshaw into the attack from that pavilion end. Or is it Banton? Apologies, it's young Banton. No, it is Renshaw. They put Banton up on the big screen, but it is Renshaw. He's having a bowl. They do look fairly similar from a distance, those two. When you see Renshaw
you're right,
having a bowl, it is definitely Renshaw. Definitely Renshaw, but they do look very similar, actually. I've never noticed that, Banton and Renshaw. But Banton will get the shock of his life because he's just looked up at the screen, seen he's bowling as Renshaw comes round the wicket with his off breaks then to Sam Curran, who's driving out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. I didn't think Banton bowled, actually, because obviously he keeps wicket. So there we are. So he would have got the absolute shock of his life there, will Mr. Banton. Stood wherever he is, looking up at the big screen, see his own face up there, coming on for a bowl. But it is Renshaw bowling. And Ben Folkes has a survey of the field, as Renshaw's round the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes is forward and plays this one out into the offside. So 29 more required by Surrey. Renshaw bounces in again, and Folkes will nudge this one into the leg side. They'll take the quick single. One more to the total. One more to Ben Folkes. He moves on to 36, 208. 9 for 4, apologies. 28 more needed by Surrey. It'll be interesting to see how Sam Curran goes about this against Renshaw. Renshaw is in, and flat delivery pushed off the back foot by Sam Curran out there towards extra cover, and there is no run. Bonus point wise, Somerset 6, Surrey 5. As round the wicket again goes Renshaw, and Curran's forcing off the back foot this time. We'll get a single. Just beats the dive at extra cover. And that'll be another single for Sam Curran. We'll move on to 27, and Surrey 210 for 4.
So Sam Curran's strike rate is currently 108. Was 113, just dropped to 108.
It's all right, isn't it, in terms of Championship cricket? As round the wicket again goes Renshaw, and nice opening up of his feet here by Ben Folkes, and then just whips that one out towards Jack Leach there at deep backward square. Throw comes in from Leach, end of Renshaw's over, and 211 for 4 then. Sorry, 26 more required. Brooks will continue. Popping on his headband is Jack Brooks, and there's a chat between Messrs Curran and Folkes. And yeah, Brooks has, I think he'll be better for this game, Jack Brooks, just to be back in the team and bowling again.
And picked up a couple of wickets, didn't he?
Two
for
he's got
53.
He got Amler in the first innings, didn't he? And then
That's
Burns and Pope, so he's picked up 3 good ones.
Here he is, Brooks. He's trundling in now from the Vauxhall end and bowls and goes onto the back foot, folks, here. They'll think about the second. They've run the first one quickly. You know, Sam Curran doesn't want it. I think the second run was unnecessary anyway, but they've gone through for a single. Good piece of fielding there from Matt Renshaw out in the covers, the deep covers. 212 for 4. Now we've got Sam Curran. We're all excited to see Sam Curran out there. He's whacked a couple of sixes so far. Just teed off. He obviously had a good tee, didn't he? Had a slice of cake, gave him a bit of energy.
Yeah, bit of Victoria Sponge or something along those lines.
212 for 4 now as Brooks loops in and bowls, and that's defended there just on the off stump by Curran. Haven't seen too many defensive shots from Curran.
Renshaw's been busy since tea, hasn't he? Sprinting around, diving, he's now bowling. A very busy post-tea session, Matt Renshaw.
Yeah, showing commitment out there as well on the ropes. Cutting off 4 runs earlier. Here is Brooks again, right arm around to Sam, who has a little nurdle at that outside the off stump. That's well bowled from Jack Brooks.
Little bit naughty, that shot from Sam Curran. See what he's trying to do, he's got that massive gap between slip and gully. He's just trying to open the face and guide it down towards third man. He'd been a bit annoyed with himself had he tickled that one through to Stephen Davis.
Bit of a sort of 20-20 shot really, nurdling it around. So Brooks again, right arm, has come off a thickish edge of the bat and has gone for 4 runs down there towards the pavilion from Sam Curran. Just came forward there and found the thickish outside edge. The ball has raced away. We'll have a look at the replay.
Yeah, this is why you enjoy watching Sam Curran. That's deliberate again.
Yeah, it's deliberate.
Yeah, but what I love about that is he's just played the shot the ball before, got it slightly wrong. That hasn't stopped him trying it again the next ball, and he's got it right this time, and that's whistled off down to the third man boundary rope for 4.
4 more to Curran. 21 required now, Surrey, to win as Brooks leaps into action and bowls and goes on the back foot, Curran, and just drills that into the offside backward of point, and they go through for 1. Curran on to 32 now, 217 for 4, Surrey.
It's fascinating with Sam because I've always thought Sam, in terms of his Surrey career, could end up batting 4 up that right up there in that 4 spot for Surrey, and bowling his overs. He's a terrific batsman. He really is.
Here's Brooks coming back over to Folkes, and Folkes gets on the back foot again. A lovely looking shot, just playing the ball on the up. And that's fielded out there by Matt Renshaw at deep cover. 218 for 4 now. Surrey need 19 to win.
Sort of broke into the side with his left arm. But those in the know said keep an eye on his batting as well. And you're seeing that now. And, you know, those left armers are so valuable as well. That's the all-round package with Sam Curran. Especially in the white ball stuff, but he is a really good batter these days. And the way he's sort of gone about this after tea as well, he's just sort of walked out there and gone, right, I'm going to just take any pressure out of this, as Renshaw is into Folkes, and Folkes is forward, just trying to work this leg side and gets a little leading edge, and that potters out towards cover. And there is no run. Tom, of course, good batter as well, as Renshaw's in at short, and this is whipped by Folkes, just stood up straight, whipped it out towards deep mid-wicket, a stroll the single. And Ben Folkes will move on to 41, 219 for 4.
Yeah, just staring the inevitable in the face at the moment, Somerset.
Renshaw round the wicket here to Sam Curran, and he's forward and pushing this one down into the leg side. It's tidy stuff from Matt Renshaw. I wonder if Tom Banton's still hoping for a bowl as his picture went up on the big screen. As I say, he'd got a bit of a shock, wouldn't he? Yes. He may be hoping that that's going to nudge the captain to let him turn his arm over as the picture's ready to go on the big screen. As round the wicket comes Renshaw again, and Sam Curran's whipping this one back down the pitch. Renshaw does the fielding off his own bowling. Ben Folkes just leans on his bat down there at the non-striker's end. Renshaw's in again, and Sam Curran, nicely played, just forces off the back foot, That one rolls out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll take another single. Sam Curran will move on to 17 and Surrey move on to 220 for 4. I'll do one more over with you, Isabel, then I'll vacate and bring Mr. Anthony Gibson in for the denouement of this game. Oh, no, absolutely. No, that's fine. No, that's absolutely fine, Mr. Gibson. I will come back at the end and wrap up. That's wrap up. That's that.
You can take my place at the end and wrap up then.
Has everybody noticed my wrapping up of the laptop at the back of the box there?
Yes, you've got an address now.
Yes, I have. Don't tell everybody what it is.
Didn't have an address before.
I think it's the right address. If it isn't, I'll make an apology now to whichever department at the BBC that does go to in Manchester. But,
it's not the neatest writing, is it? And you've scrubbed out a whole line as well.
I got the address wrong. What do you mean it's not?
And your black pen's running out.
There you. I was quite pleased with that.
So Brooks again from the Vauxhall end. Here he is, up onto his toes, swooping in and bowling. And that is Sam Curran. He's had a go at that and he's out. He just sort of hung the bat out there. Again, just trying to angle it and using that gap between slip and gully. But just finds an edge, and that's caught by the wicket-keeper, Davies. And that is the end of Sam Curran. The end of the entertainment, really, now that Sam Curran is gone. He's out for 33 off 33 deliveries. He hit 3 4s and 2 6s. And has entertained us all royally out there, Sam Curran.
He's got the shock of his life there. That bounced on him and hit the glove, I think, looking back at it. He played it as if it got big on him. He just hopped at him. And gloved it and goes for, well, lovely 33 from Sam Curran. He'll be a bit disappointed to go at this point. But lovely 33 runs. And actually what he's done there, as I say, is walked out after tea and sort of just taken the stuffing out of it as much as anything. So Will Jacks will make his way out to the middle. But Jack Brooks has another one. 3 in this innings now for Jack Brooks. Another catch for Stephen Davis behind the stumps, behind the timbers.
He will be disappointed though, of course, Sam Curran. Churchy, you were talking about him wanting to be there at the end and steering his team to victory with the bat. And he's now back in the pavilion, but a very quick and sharp 33 from him. We enjoyed those sixes as well, 2 of them in there.
As I say, sometimes what can happen is sort of you need 50 odd, 60 odd after tea, and you think, right, we've got 30 odd overs, and you're just knocking the ball around, and it can take a while. But he just walked out there and went second ball, bang, straight in the pavilion, and just sort of sets the tone for the afternoon, really, doesn't it? That from Sam Curran, and that was a massive 6, the second one. And he sort of held the pose. I think everybody knew that one was soaring away for 6, but still work to be done by Surrey. 17 more needed.
Will Jacks has come to the crease. Here he is, just scratching his guard. He's joined Ben Folkes out in the middle. Ben Folkes on 41. Scored 220 for 5 now, Surrey in their second innings. With the big chase, just requiring 17 to win. 2 slips in the gully here for the new batsman. Shortish mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, backward point and a long leg. As Brooks thunders in and bowls, it's on off stump. It's a good-looking drive off the back foot and a shy at the stumps. And he hits only one stump to aim at there, very square on. The ball was hit out to mid-off, and they scamper through for a quick single.
He hits. Jacks isn't even in the picture. Great, but I think again it's that Lammonby left hand. And he's a great fielder, Tom Lammonby. But I think if that had hit, Will Jacks wouldn't have even been in the shot. As it is, he gets a single, gets off the mark. That'd be interesting. 221 for 5.
Sketchy run there, and you have to say unnecessary as well.
Horrible run.
All of this time left. Brooks bowls. It's on off stump and defended there by Folkes. Gets everything behind that. No run. 221 for 5. And just 16 required now for Surrey for victory here at the Oval.
I just remember Laurie Evans was sat behind me at the 2009 Ashes Test match here on the last day.
Brooks again, bowling on the stumps, making folks play, defending beautifully there.
And this is why I love sort of professional sports people, and yet they spot things before anybody else does. And if you remember, Ponting and Hussey were batting beautifully, and then Hussey called Ponting through for a single. Flintoff picked up, and as Flintoff picked the ball up, no, it was before that, as Hussey played the shot lorry sitting behind me just went hit him, and he was run out by that far.
Wow.
And it's that whole thing of spotting things before they happen.
There it is. Brooks again up to the crease, bowls to Folkes. He's just trying to work that into the leg side, but it's cut off by mid-on. No run, 2-2-1 for 5. Surrey needing 16 more juicy runs for them to win this match.
Super stat from Mr. Gibson. That was Stephen Davis's 600th catch in first-class cricket.
Really?
Yeah.
600?
That's good, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah, very, very good.
A lot of them
that.
made here at Surrey as well,
and
of course.
Worcestershire, of course.
So 2 slips and a gully. Brooks storming in and bowling, and that's very full and drivable, but Folkes reaching for it and just finding Lammonby there at mid-off. There is no run, 2-2-1 for 5.
What we'll do is I'll vacate, bring Mr. Gibson in, and then I'll come back and wrap up.
You wrap
I'll
up.
come back and
Yeah.
wrap up, like
Do
I
that.
have done my books.
Wrap
which
it up with
you've
a ribbon.
been Very rude about my handwriting there, Isabel Duncan.
Yeah, I just worry about the poor old post office, if they can actually decipher what it says. And it's also a felt tip pen that's run out. But there we go. He probably needs his own PA, personal assistant, I think. Mark Church, book his dentist appointment, and needs to go to the optician as well. There's a lot of MOT that is needed in that department. So we're going to have a change of bowling, aren't we? It's going to be Craig Overton back there on the pavilion end. He's swapped ends again. It's back on the pavilion end. We've got 2 slips and a gully in place, and he's going to be bowling to the new batsman who's out there, Will Jacks.
Yeah, good news that he's bowling again, because he's been rather limping around as Craig Overton. He's in now and bowls, and this is not edged, nearly edged. With Will Jacks chasing a wide one from Craig Overton. Just a little bit of last-minute drama here with Sam Curran gloving one through to Stephen Davis for Stephen Davis's 600th catch in first-class cricket. Quite a milestone. But Surrey, well, they'd have to make a real mess of things to lose it from here. Overton is in to bowl to Jacks. He's there and bowls outside the off stump, and Jacks lets it go through. And we've reverted to a conventional field. 2 slips and a gully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, saving 1. And a long leg. No third man. And no boundary fielders. Somerset know that their only hope, and it's the faintest of faint hopes, is to take wickets. 5 of them. Overton is in and bowls to Jacks, who lifts his bat out of the way. Sam Curran looks as if he was going to get Surrey home by half past 4.
He was galloping along, wasn't he?
Has produced a rather more prudent and slightly less exhilarating approach. But I was sitting outside, and there's a great atmosphere out there. The crowd are really into this. They love those 6s. Here's Overton into Jacks, and Jacks just defends back up the offside.
Looking a little bit more settled now, Jacks. He was a bit sketchy to begin with. Took that almost suicidal run. If it had hit the stumps, he would have been out. And we've had a couple of flashes outside the off stump, but I think he's had a word with himself since then.
Overton, glad to see that he's bowling. It suggests he's going to be fit for the Warwickshire game on Thursday outside the off stump. No shot from Will Jacks. Interesting that Somerset brought Renshaw on to bowl his off breaks. He hasn't bowled them too badly, in fact.
So do you think the thinking behind that is just the surprise bowler? The thing that they least expect, the batsman, and just changing it up, change of pace, change of bowler. It's desperation, of course, at this stage.
Well, I suppose it was the other spin option of Jack Leach didn't seem to be making much headway, so worth a try. Oh, and this is edged and caught by Tom Abel. It's a 6th wicket for Somerset. Surrey 221 for 6. And this game takes another twist. It's still Surrey absolutely odds on, needing only another 16 runs, but they're making an awful meal of it since tee, and Will Jacks looks disgusted with himself. It wasn't a very good shot, and thick outside edge which flew quite high to Tom Abel at Gully, but he took it two-handed over his head, and Will Jacks departs crestfallen to the pavilion. 221 for 6. Well, if Craig Overton takes a hat-trick now, that really would put the cat among the pigeons.
It's all happening, isn't it? Entertaining day's cricket, and Somerset here still clinging on. It's more than a glimmer of hope now with the wicket of Jacks. He never looked very settled, Jacks. Just threw his bat at that, and
they should have sent Jamie Overton out. It's Jordan Clark who's coming out, but it should have been Jamie Overton. That really could have been some fun.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? It's not Jamie Overton. We like the clash of the Titans.
Jordan Clark's out first ball, and then Jamie Overton comes out on a hat trick. How about that? That would be fun. Well, Ben Folkes giving Jordan Clark good talking to. Just leave it to me. Keep it out.
Well, they certainly bat deep, don't they, Surrey? We know that. And of course, Jamie Overton will come in if required, if there's another wicket.
Of course, we don't know if James Taylor is going to be fit.
Well, someone's just asked that question on Twitter. Well, I'm afraid we don't know the answer to that, do we? I mean, if he is, he'll become a number 11 if he
I suspect
can play.
He would, if it came to that, I'm sure he would get himself out there somehow.
As Brooks bowls, and that's full on leg stump, and that's whipped away into the onside by Folkes. He'll get a run for it. He'll go on to 42, and the score now 222 for 6 with the fall of Jacks in the previous over. So 15 runs now required for Surrey, just having a little bit of a late wobble. Curran and Jacks are the two men back in the pavilion after tea. Curran with a very entertaining 33 with 2 sixes in there. He was really teeing off. Crowd loving it. Brooks kicks up his heels and bowls, and he's really sliced Clark in half there, as that was a difficult bounce, just leapt off a length, and Clark rather nails to the crease, and it's just cut him in half. We'll have a look at the replay. Very awkward. Here it is. Yeah, that's gone right through, hasn't it?
Yeah, between inside edge and pad, it certainly bounced.
Again, Brooks, here he is, looking for that trampoline bounce. Oh, and he's muscled that into the onside. To get 4 runs for it. That's rather an angry shot there from Jordan Clark. He will get 4 for it out towards deep mid-wicket. And, I mean, he's a brutish guy, and I mean that in the good sense.
Not the time to bowl a half volley, though, on leg stump.
Yeah, well, it was punished, certainly. And Clark...
That's being a bit unfair. It wasn't on leg stump, it was on off stump.
It's a nice shot. He worked it into the leg side there. Seal off the mark with a boundary there. Clark, 226 for 6 now, Surrey, requiring 11. More runs to win for glory here at the Oval. There's going to be a change in the field. This is for Clark, who's still facing. Just one slip in a gully. Second slip has come out.
Still hopping around.
He is, isn't he? He's been put into a shortish mid-wicket position now, and there's a deep square leg. And that long leg is wandering around at the moment. Brooks steaming in. Vauxhall End bowls, and that's very full and driven. Straight to Lammonby there at mid-off. And there's no run. And Clark will continue. The tall man, the powerful man. Big striker of the ball. There's a backward point in position. An extra cover mid-off, mid-on. And there is Overton at shortish mid-wicket, having a little chat with Ben Folkes. Brooks up onto his toes and bowls. Oh, that's short. And there's an attempted roll of the wrists and a pull shot there, but misses it. Just hits some fresh air, Jordan Clark, as it thuds into the gloves of the wicket keeper, Davies.
Jack Brooks is giving him some advice there, I think, on how to play the hook shot.
Yeah, no contact there from Jordan Clark. 226 for 6. 11 runs required now for Surrey. For glory. Here is Brooks running away from us, up to the umpire and bowls. Shortish, and there's another swat at it there from Jordan Clark. Again, doesn't make contact. I think he was working, trying to hit the ball, I would say, over gully there with that shot. Trying to elevate it, but doesn't make contact at all. 226 for 6 after that Jack Brooks over.
Well, I think Jordan Clark is taking a leaf out of Lady Macbeth's book. If 'twere done when 'tis done, 'twere well it were done quickly. He's not hanging around out there.
Yeah, he's been watching Sam Curran as well, hasn't he? It's probably quite contagious when you watch your fellow batsman play like that.
Ben Foakes is the... If Somerset could get the wicket of Ben Foakes and get Jamie Overton out there, that really would give a final, quite dramatic twist to the tale. It's Craig Overton, though, who's in to bowl to Foakes. He's there and bowls, and Foakes just plays that quietly up to mid-off. Just 11 more runs Surrey need with 4 wickets in hand, and under normal circumstances you would say, well, it's a piece of cake, but they've lost 2 wickets since tea, with Sam Curran going for 33 when the score was 220, and then just 1 run later Will Jacks nicking Craig Overton to Tom Abel in the gully. Here's Overton in and bowls, and Foakes is looking for a leg bye into the onside, but it's not there.
Foakes is in no hurry. He's faced 111 deliveries for his 42, and there certainly isn't any hurry. 26 overs remaining in today's play.
Yeah. Well, Foakes wants to avoid any further drama, I think, is what he's just going to play his normal game. Overton in and bowls to him outside the off stump. Somerset, no shot from Foakes. Somerset offering Foakes a single into the onside. We've got long leg and deep forward square leg, and we've got a sweeper on the deep backward point boundary. So there is a single to be had. Somerset will want to have a go at Jordan Clark. Overton in the sunshine, into bowl to Foakes. It beats him, the really good one. Beats the outside edge through to Stephen Davis. My goodness me, he could so easily have got a nick through to wicketkeeper, or slips off that delivery. And Craig Overton has still got a little bit of a limp, which is ominous, but he's keeping going. But Somerset will be hoping against hope that he's fit to take his place in the side to face Warwickshire, the reigning champions, in Taunton on Thursday. Overton is in to bowl to Foakes, who drives but doesn't really time it. It's not fielded cleanly by Tom Lammonby at mid-off, but gets enough behind it. Thank you, Jake. That's we've just heard it's a bruised toe that Craig Overton is suffering from, which is painful, especially for a big fast bowler who's bringing his whole weight down on that left foot in his delivery stride. He's in now and bowls to Foakes, who will pick up a single and reduce the target to 10. End of the over. Good over from Craig Overton, who was probably in quite a bit of pain if he's bruised his toe bowling that over, but he's keeping going for the sake of his side.
Yeah, there's some comments on Twitter about Overton and his toe. He says Craig Overton is clearly struggling. This is Surrey strut. Why is he bowling? Well, he's managing just about okay at the moment. And Small Mammal says yes, it's entirely pointless. Get him off the pitch and in the hands of the physio. Well, he hasn't got long to go till he does get off the pitch anyway, with only 11 more required, 10 more required to win. But we'll see if Somerset can get another wicket and just change the face of this game so far. So at the moment they're just strolling to victory, Surrey. Here is Brooks, he's in and bowls, and there's a bit of movement, away movement there from the right hand of Foakes, taken very low at the ankles of Stephen Davies. 227 for 6. And Yeah, with fast bowlers and bruised toes, in the old days they often would cut a hole in their boot and their landing stride. That's where they get the problems, and let the toe just sort of stick out so it doesn't have any pressure. But boots are made quite well these days. Brooks again up to the crease and bowls, and that's very full. He likes to bowl full. And there's a shy at the stumps as well.
Tom Lammonby, because Jordan Clark was loitering outside his crease.
He's sharp, Lammonby, he's sharp. That'll wake up Jordan Clark, who's wandering around a bit down there. So folks, here we go, one slip and a gully for him and a shortish mid-wicket. As again the headband warrior hurtles in and bowls, and there's a nice looking shot, that's been his shot, off the back foot with a straight bat, as it's just caressed into the offside there. And they get a single. So folks on to 44, 228 for 6 now, 9 required here for Surrey.
Mr. Shambolic's calling me the Bard of Langport. Well, I'm not the Bard of Langport, it was the Bard I was quoting. And Lady Macbeth giving her husband advice on what to do about Duncan and murdering him.
Here we go, Brooks leaps into action and bowls, and that's played into the offside there. Just plays it rather late and doesn't time it. Jordan Clark, and the ball just goes to backward point for no run. Still only 9 to win.
Come on, let's get a wicket. Let's get Jamie Overton out there. That's what we want.
Yes, we need a few more twists in this at the end of this game, don't we? Just to find it a little bit more intriguing. As Brooks again bowls. Oh, he's popped in a short one, and he has a go at that, Jordan Clark. We'll see if he got something. No, it's buys. It's buys. It's gone for 4 buys, which really does narrow that deficit now down to, I think it's 5, isn't it? Yes, it is. Surrey require 5 more runs to win with 4 buys. Going down there towards fine leg.
Can't blame Stephen Davis for that. It was a wild delivery from Jack Brooks.
It's always unfair on the keepers. With those sorts of deliveries, it's always unfair, isn't it? Okay, here comes Brooks again, busy polishing that ball. Don't think it's going to do much good though. Here he is, right arm over, and that was on leg stump, and that's clipped away. Backward of square. He's going to get a single for it, Jordan Clark. And he goes on to 5 with that, and the score 233, 4 more. Just takes a boundary now to win this match for Surrey. The writing's on the wall very much. We have quite a funny little cartoon here from Lee Hooper. There's a cartoon character, looks more like a Simpson character, clutching at straws. That's what he's doing. I'm literally grasping at straws, is the strap line on that. Yeah.
Well, Craig Overton, bruised toe or not, is going to continue from the pavilion end. The fat lady is clearing her throat even as we speak. This could be, I will wager this is going to be the last over. And I will have the privilege, I hope, of calling Surrey home. I'd much rather be calling Somerset home. Overton in and bowls, and a defensive shot from Jordan Clark back up the pitch. We've got an entirely conventional field. 2 slips and a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, short mid-wicket and a long leg. If Somerset can just pick up 1 more wicket and get Jamie Overton out there, we could have the prospect of Overton versus Overton. It's Craig Overton though, in to bowl to Jordan Clark, and he plays no shot to the ball outside off stump. Good crowd in here at the Overs, great atmosphere. It's must be, I don't know, 1,500, 2,000 people here, and they're certainly making their presence felt. It's been a terrific game of cricket, and there may yet still be one final twist in it. But Craig Overton then is into Jordan Clark, and he won't get a run here either, as that's just played into the onside, picked up by Tom Banton. I was distinctly alarmed when the public address announcer said that Tom Banton was going to bowl. I've never actually seen Tom Banton bowl. I'm not sure he can bowl, but
Well, his face came up on the screen and everything. It was a proper introduction.
It was Matt Renshaw, in fact, bowling his off breaks. Overton then, just 4 needed for Surrey. He's bowling to Clark, who's coming down the pitch towards him and gets in a bit of a tangle and can't do anything with it when he gets to it. So 2 more balls in this over.
Overton's making them wait for it here. Bowling tightly, Craig Overton.
Yeah, brave piece of bowling.
Hobbling a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah.
With that bruised toe. He's in quite a bit of pain.
Tom Banton being sent back to the deep mid-wicket boundary. So 4 needed. Overton to Clark. He's there and bowls. And Clark defends, pushes it into the offside, sets off for a very optimistic single. He wouldn't have got halfway, I think, before the stumps were thrown down at the non-striker's end. So just one ball left in this over. And
more cuddling going on.
4 runs needed, yeah.
You were talking about cuddling in the slip corner.
Yeah.
There's more cuddling going on.
So 4 required for Surrey. Overton to Jordan Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark will pick up a single. 234 for 6 at the end of that over, which means that it will probably be Jack Brooks who will bowl the final over.
Yeah, Jack Brooks has bowled 18 overs, 3 for 68. There's a little bit of dross chucked in there, but he's certainly redeemed himself in the end, picking up those 3 wickets on a losing cause, of course. I say losing cause, they haven't won yet, Surrey, but they're 3 away from victory, so it's inevitable. And they've got 4 wickets in hand as well. So here is Brooks. He is going to bowl this over from the Vauxhall end. He's going to continue. He's been a bit of a workhorse in this innings. Discussion there with his captain for field placements. He's going to be bowling to Clark. They'd prefer to bowl to Clark, of course, who's the newer batsman. So Brooks again up to the crease and bowls. Whoa, there's a big swipe and there's a catch. He's out. He's out. It's Jordan Clark has swiped across that and has hit it down the throat of Josh Davey there at mid-on. It was not a good shot. He didn't get hold of it. Wasn't quite short enough to pull. And that is a good catch there from Josh Davey. They are 7 down now, Surrey. 234 for 7, and that is the end of Jordan Clark. Rather unexpected, has to be said. Didn't have to do much, Jordan Clark. 3 runs required to win here, Surrey. And Jordan Clark is off. I think we're going to see an Overton, aren't we?
Well, I presume so. And
we're going to see a Jamie Overton.
Jamie Overton will have slightly mixed feelings about this, because under normal circumstances, I think he'd be only too delighted to hit the winning runs for Surrey, or to have the opportunity so to do. But against his old county, maybe a slightly bittersweet moment, assuming that he does indeed hit the winning runs, of which there is no guarantee.
Oh, Jordan Clark back in the pavilion. He scored 5 runs. He was caught by Davey at mid-on and bowled by Brooks. And Brooks has now picked up 4 for 68. That is a bonus wicket there. Don't think Brooks was expecting that either. He's probably feeling this is my last over of the
Jordan
day.
Clark going for glory and failing to clear deepish mid-on.
So, Jamie Overton. Here he is. He's arrived at the crease. He's going to face the next delivery from Brooks. That was Brooks's first delivery of his over, so there's 5 more to go in this over.
I don't know what's Brooks going to bowl here. I wonder if he might try the short ball at Jamie Overton. And Jamie Overton will certainly go for it. We haven't got a deep backward square leg, but we have got a long leg. We've got a short mid-wicket.
Slip in a gully. So they're having a good think about this. Always another discussion going on. This time it's involving Lammonby and Brooks. As Jamie Overton just withdraws a little bit, surveys the scene. Brooks taking his time. Now he's got his back to the batsman. He's having another polish of the ball. Some few mind games going on down there.
Just keeping Jamie waiting.
Winding up Jamie Overton. Is that a good idea? Brooks That's very full on off stump, and that's driven there by Overton. And he'll get a single for it. He's off the mark. Jamie Overton, 1 run. 2 runs to win now, Surrey. 235 for 7. Just need to get over the line here, Surrey. Plenty of time. No need to take any risks, and Folkes is the man who's really been the glue here to get Surrey over the line. He's still there. He's on 44. As Brooks is in and bowls, and that's shortish. And that's just defended into the offside this time by Folkes. And poor old Folkes, he won't be getting his half century if he survives. He's 44 of 118 deliveries. One slip in the gully.
He could hit Brooks.
He could, that's possible, yes, of course. I don't think he will, though. Brooks, once more, up to the crease, bowls. Is there going to be a single? No, there isn't. Just nudges forward. Pushes that into the offside for no run. Folkes, he's just taking his time. Brooks goes back to his mark. 2 more needed for victory here, south of the river at the Oval. For Surrey to win, 235 for 7. Just lost Jordan Clark, again using those muscles of his, and finds the hands of Davey at mid-on. As he's in again, Brooks, and that's whipped into the leg side. There will be runs. It'll be 4 runs. It'll be victory as well off the bat of Ben Folkes, and well deserved for him. It has gone for 4 out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Surrey have won the match, and they've won by 3 wickets, as both the batsmen congratulate each other, shake hands. And what an effort there from Surrey in that chase.
Well, some excitement at the end, but really the innings of Ryan Patel with 102 from 133 deliveries, his highest score in first-class cricket, which was the deciding factor in today's play. 237 was a tough but not impossible target for Surrey. They needed one of their mainline batsmen at least to stand up, and Ryan Patel was the man to do so. For Somerset, more bitter gall and wormwood. That's their 7th successive defeat in the county championship, the worst run they've had since 1960, and they will be bottom of Division 1 table with just 10 points in 3 games. Surrey, by contrast, Mark Church,
yeah,
will be
solid
top with 56.
Yeah, solid performance again by Surrey. Had a bit of a wobble there towards the end. Very good innings that from Ben Folkes, 48 not out, sort of held it all together. But yeah, I think it's been another solid performance that from Surrey. I think you look back at the game, Somerset 337, thought it was below par, batting first on a pretty good wicket. I thought Surrey did very well with the ball second time round, a couple of bowlers down. That 308 got them to within touching distance, and then they knocked the runs down today with a bit of a wobble at the end, but a fine innings from Ryan Patel. Well played Tom Abel as well. You know, Tom Abel comes off, obviously he'll be bitterly disappointed with another defeat, but he has, to say he's led from the front would be an understatement. 204 runs in the game. Thought Peter Siddle was outstanding. Tom Banton showed signs of being in pretty good nick as well. And I think probably what Somerset need is a bit of luck somewhere, actually. Just a little bit of luck somewhere. But they'll sort of look at this and think, well, they've scored runs, they've got over 300, the bowlers have done okay. But from a Surrey point of view, as I say, just another solid performance from Surrey. So next up for Somerset,
we're playing Warwickshire at Taunton, the reigning champions.
Lovely.
Just done and dusted Essex.
Lovely.
So it's that's going to be another very tough game. I hope Craig Overton's going to be fit to bowl with his bruised toe.
He looked all right there at the end.
Lewis Gregory will be back.
Good.
With his stiff back, but the game was lost by Somerset yesterday afternoon, when from a position of 132 for 2 with the 2 toms going well, they found themselves a few overs later at 158 for 7. They lost control of the game then. They didn't set Surrey a high enough target on this pitch with the bowling attack that they've got. And Surrey, strong and long batting lineup, and it was always likely they'd do the business, and so indeed they did.
Yep, and I think as I say, Surrey will take a lot of a lot of pride in the fact that they've had to do this again with a bowler down, basically, which is what they did against Hampshire. And next up for Surrey, it's a trip to Bristol next week, starting on Thursday against Gloucestershire. My thanks to Isabel Duncan. Thank you to Mark Worsley, who's been producing away at the back of the box as well. And to you, Anthony Gibson, a joy as always.
Indeed, and thank you for your hospitality.
Oh, absolutely. I haven't done anything.
Thanks, Surrey, for looking after us so well. And it's always a pleasure to come to the Oval, even if it ends in defeat.
Well, the chance for revenge in June at Taunton.
Look forward
Mr.
to that.
Gibson. So thank you very much to everybody. So the news from here this evening: Surrey have beaten Somerset by 3 wickets from Isabel Duncan, Anthony Gibson, myself, Mark Church. It's a very good night to one and all.